throughout this competition, we're going to see some things that are a little more unorthodox. Making sure that they're cutting it as close as they can. All the players trying to unload right now.
I love it when a plan comes together.
So much damage. Bam! Big shot, taking down the second servitor. They're just powering straight through. Lots of damage coming out. Taking down the Goliath.
That was flawless.
Here they come. They're going in for the final kill.
Hey guys, Paula Alejandra here. Welcome to Red Bull's Clash Course tournament here at the Red Bull eSports studio. I am so excited to be here because we have 8 of the best college students to compete today on the fastest Destiny Strikes run. So, before we get started, I want you to meet our casters for today. So, take it away, boys.
Hey everyone, I'm MTashed.
And I am Patrick Casey.
And we have 8 of the best teams of 3 all across the nation for Red Bull Clash Course. The last time we were here, Patrick, we were doing something a little different, though.
We were doing some Rift gameplay last time we were here, but we were the ones actually playing. This time, we are, we're casting this. And this is a PvE event. I think you guys are really going to love this. This is going to be one of the coolest things that we've seen.
Before we get into it, we want to do a little breakdown of what's actually happening here, how the strikes are going to work, how it all, unfolds.
Exactly.
So we're starting off with group play. There's going to be all 8 teams playing the Fallen Saber strike, doing things as quickly as possible. Then in reverse order, we're going to be going back up the list for the Shield Brothers strike. Once we have their times from both of those strikes, we're going to break it off into the top 4 teams for bracket play.
Yes, in the bracket play section, we're going to see teams seeded from 1 to 4 by their combined times in that group play section. Teams 1 and 4 are going to play head-to-head best of 3 speed strike match, and then team 2 and 3 are going to play a head-to-head best of 3 speed strike match. The best of those, the winners, will then go to the final round to compete in a best 5 of 5 strike match.
And they have some fantastic prizes here. The team that wins, I'm jealous. I'm super jealous.
Exactly.
But before we get into all the play, we're going to jump back over to Pau. She's going to talk to some of the team captains.
All right, guys, it's time to meet your captains for today. So why don't we meet them? Come on down. Don't be shy. It's good. Are you excited?
Very, very, very.
Where are you from?
We're from Santa Barbara, so it wasn't too much of a flight. A lot of people had to come here from Boston and stuff like that, so a 30-minute plane ride isn't that bad.
All right, which team are you repping?
I'm repping Delight, so, hopefully we can do some work here, but, we don't know how prepared the other teams are, so I guess we'll just see.
All right, well, good luck. Take it easy, relax, deep breaths, have fun.
Thank you so much.
All right, come on. All right, what's your name? Where are you from?
Jesse, and my team is from the Boston area.
All right. So did you guys practice a lot last night, or did you guys get some good sleep?
We got one run in, but it was pretty smooth, so we're happy. Yeah.
Is the East Coast time kind of bugging with you?
No, it was nice. I woke up at 7 and I wasn't tired. So.
That's so early, man. Well, good luck. We are excited to see you play. All right. Hi, good. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Great. So which team are you repping? Where are you from?
I am repping Definitive from the Bay Area.
All right. And so did anything change in strategy? Are you guys kind of going in this differently than when you guys qualified?
I think for the past couple of days, we've kept with the same strategy, just trying to get everything really consistently.
Yeah.
But, over the past couple of days, no changes, just making sure everything's the same as how it was, just make sure everything runs as smooth as possible.
All right, well, good luck, and we can't wait to see you play.
Thank you.
All right. Dang, look at you! Looking snazzy. I think DJ's gonna notice. I think so. So, obviously, you're here. Are you excited?
Excited. I'm Frank from Notice Me Deej, team from Nashville, and we're super excited to be here.
Okay, so did you guys get some sleep, or were you guys too excited?
A little bit of both. We were super tired from the flight and everything, but we got some sleep. We're ready to play.
Yeah. All right, well, we're excited to see you play, so get ready. Hi, where are you from? Here, come, I don't bite. Come here, come here. It's okay. Take a deep breaths, man. Oh, all right. Well, we won't go there. But where are you from? What's your name?
Michael from Tulsa, Oklahoma. We got another guy on our team from OKC. Lots of fun with these bosses on the strikes. They're being a real thorn in our side. Had some super good advice to, run some different multi-tools for different scenarios, and hopefully it's going to go well. Yep.
Nice hat.
Oh, thank you. You like this one?
I like the hat. I like the hat. Well, good luck. Have fun out there, okay? Yeah. All right. Yep. All right. Come on. All right. What's your name?
I'm Matt Scott. We're from Colorado State University, and we're part of Crota's boy band.
I love that name. Where'd that name come from?
We decided that if it doesn't pan out in esports, that we always have the backup plan of being a boy band. So,
can you please dress up in your Guardian outfits? That would be like the best thing ever.
oh, absolutely. We'll just dress up. Each of us will be one Guardian from each class, and that's how we'll do it. We'll roll with it.
Oh, that would be like my dream. I'd go to your concert.
It'd be our dream too. That's exactly what we're gonna do. So.
But that's not what we're here for.
Exactly. But we're here to play first.
Yes.
That's why it's for backup.
Okay, backup plan. So you're gonna bring it?
Yep. Absolutely.
All right, get ready then.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Hi, what's your name? Who you repping?
I'm Matthew Dulong, repping Team Big Blue Esport, all the way from over in New Hampshire.
Okay. So what are you most excited today?
Just really to take part of the first Esport Destiny tournament over here at Red Bull for PvE events. I think it's going to be real fun. Going to be meeting a lot of great new guys. I think it's going to be a good time.
Is there anything that you want to say to your followers and anything right now?
Really, I just want to say shout out to Team NLB.
All right, cool, man. Well, all right. Well, thank you. All right, you're up next, so get ready. Hi, how are you?
Doing well.
All right, great. How you feeling? But before that, what's your name and who you repping?
I'm William Harmon. We're from Indiana, Team Vengeance. Yeah. So,
All right. So what would this mean to you if you won?
my goodness, I would be completely overwhelmed. It'd be a great honor to win the first Destiny Clash Course event at Red Bull Esports Studio. So, yeah.
All right. Well, you're up next, man. So good luck. Bring it. Yeah, you're up first. All right. Let's go. Let's do this. All right, guys. Well, casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pau. The first strike that we are going to see here is the Fallen Saber strike today. It's one of the longer ones in this whole grand scheme of things. We're going to see 3 different strikes over the course of today, and it's going to be pretty fun here at the start.
I'm excited to see. The start is going to be make or break for everyone, pretty much.
Definitely.
It's one of the only strikes that we're doing today that has, a time-gated section. If someone fails in that time gate, if someone fails the drop down from good old Rasputin, it's over. The run is pretty well over because it's going to be such a time waster. So you're going to see that section. Things are going to be a little bit safe. They want to make sure that they're getting time in that circle, but they don't want to dig around, right?
Exactly.
If they die, it's over.
If you die, the run is scrubbed. That was your one chance to get a good time, and that's actually a very pivotal section of the strike right here. It's kind of deceptive. Later on, we're going to see some really interesting play in that arc hallway. We have a lot of different makeouts in the teams here. We have some different classes. Some are using like all hunters, so they're a little bit fragile going through that section.
Sure.
They have some pretty cool strategies. We'll get to those when they happen, though.
It's really some of the teams are going full on DPS. They want the bows, and they're doing it from a distance. Others are going full on, melting pot with the Sunbreaker up close. They've got some Defender Titans. They've got a bow, so they're doing everything they can. But sometimes those tactics aren't working. If they fail to land the melee or they die, they're putting so much DPS, taking it away from their team dying, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. So I think this first little section here, we're seeing a little bit of a sparrow race, kind of a sparrow race up to the start there. And we're actually looking at the group play scorecard here right now. So we have Team Vengeance up first.
They're up first. We're going to, as we go, we're going to update these times. You're going to see who's in the lead, who's winning. And we're going to get to a point in round 2 where we recognize, some people aren't going to make it. They need a certain time to make it on to the finals, which is really exciting. It's going to start getting really pressured. The first teams, they don't know if they're doing well. They don't know, if they're struggling. But as they go, they're really going to feel the pressure.
Yeah, this and you guys at home, you're probably going to learn a lot too from this. When we were just kind of, just watching the teams yesterday, I thought I could run these strikes pretty quick with, my team. No, these guys just blew those times out of the water.
Yeah. Do you think Deej will notice?
I think they're going to have to play very exceptionally for Deej to notice. The jacket is a nice touch. I enjoyed seeing that, but they are going to have to do some really, really good play here to get Deej to actually notice them.
I mean, it's pretty apparent with Holtzman's hair how, luscious it is. He might be noticed himself, but we'll move on to the next topic, and that is these boys are jumping in. Ships are going down.
Guardian.
And the Guardians are getting ready to pump
Origin pointed somewhere along
Indeed.
the coast.
So this first little section here, they're going to be doing a little bit of a sparrow race. I enjoyed that game mode when it came in. Team Vengeance, seeing them come up right here. The sparrow racing actually did have some changes on this. I saw a couple teams repping the Red Bull Sparrow. That was pretty cool.
getting all sponsored out here. The thing is any of these sections in between, dedicated engagements, they have to move quickly. They can't be dicking around, shooting enemies, and the longer they wait, or if they crash their sparrow, or bump into things, it slows them down, and a second or two could make the difference between finals and nothing.
And here we are. They are just going to jump right off the side, going into the ocean. Whoop, whoop.
Going for a swim.
They're going to try to keep it in a straight line as possible going through here. We actually see a lot of different sparrows coming into here. I don't think I'm seeing any of the Grave Robber or Time's Vengeance sparrows where you can use a little bit speed boost. They're just kind of taking it easy through these little sections.
Playing it safe, going for the scenic route. They don't want to they don't want to explode in their sparrow because they get a little too excited.
Indeed.
Got their finger on the trigger too much, if you know what I mean, boys. But this is what we said before. This section here is crucial. If they fail in this section, it's pretty well all over. No,
exactly.
Respawns. They're going to have to watch each other's bodies.
You got to be careful in this little part right here too. If you stand a little bit too close to the giant satellite that's getting ready, I see him dancing, getting ready to drop down on there, your run could be scrubbed.
Yeah, instantly KO'd by the
RKO'd from space.
Exactly.
They're getting the scan off really quickly to start the encounter. So now we're actually going to see the teams probably play really defensively here. You want to, defend the satellite, transmit the data, and these ships are going to start coming down here.
I like that. They're shooting the turret. The turret can, pump you. It does do quite a bit of damage. Luckily, there are no burns in this, so it's not going to be one hitting you. But they don't even want to risk it at this point. They're using their primaries. It's taking quite a while to take it out, but they did get it before the ship is even in there, planted, and dropping enemies. So that's a nice little boost. I'm curious if all the other teams are going to be doing that.
Yeah, we're actually seeing a lot of Might of Multi-Tool usage from this team, I believe. And, they're using that to obviously increase their, decrease their time in between engagements. That's one thing that they have to be wary of. This isn't, just about killing stuff. You got to get from point A to point B really quick, and Mida is going to be the best weapon for that.
The only thing with that, unfortunately, is if they have the Mida, they can't use a Black Spindle. They can't use maybe some AoE Dragon's Breath. Who knows?
You can't really use Sleeper Simulant either, which is, I think, one of the things that will really make this interesting for the entire series. Sleeper Simulant was kind of a sleeper weapon.
Yeah, well, I see you pun there. Actually, yeah, I was surprised how many people actually use the Sleeper Simulant on the bosses.
Indeed. So they're still just going to be trying to take that out. Finally seeing some special usage from the other team, from this team here. And they're just going to keep killing these guys right here. Like I said, this is kind of one of the slower sections of the strike. They're just wanting to make sure they don't get overwhelmed at the start. So they're going to stay right by here, destroy those turrets, and then kill everything as it drops down.
Now, I'm a bit of a noob. Some people at home, maybe they don't know all the mechanics. If there are multiple people in the WarSat transmitting, does it actually speed the time up?
A little bit. And every little bit counts in this little section of here. I think they're going to probably stay in it for the entire duration. They're not going to send anyone out towards the end of it. We are seeing the fabulous Dead Orbit rifle there right now. I hear it's a really good roll. You should go pick it up if you're wanting a good rifle to use in this game.
Go to the Dead Orbit guy, buy the Hung Jury. It's OP. And as you can see, the time is running out here. They are now already
very
going to
interesting play.
Yep.
They're just going to go invisible and go right by all of this.
So they need to remember that in that second there, or that session, once the WarSat is gone, they can open up this door. So they ran there instantly to save time. They don't want to be messing around with any enemies or wasting time when they could have had that door open.
Exactly. They don't want to wait for that WarSat to actually go away. They have a competition to win here. They can't just dilly-dally around all day. So normally when you're running this strike, you're going to, run through this section. Now these guys are going to stay on their Sparrows because it's ever so slightly quicker to go through it on your Sparrow.
One of the things too is as long as one person has a really...
We're seeing some super usage
here.
Yeah,
this is going to be exciting. See if you can throw some hammers down here. They want to clear things out as quickly as they can. You're going to see a lot of these sections where in between, they're going to save their super, save their rockets, get loaded up, and then once the engagement starts, they want to pump everything as quickly as they can. You can see that they do have the sunspots there, trying to buff their team a little bit, and you've got to make sure on this part that you have a grenade ready.
Exactly. If you don't have a grenade ready for this part, then you are going to be waiting for a very long time. There's a coolant vent that's about ready to open up once these final shanks go down. And it looks like it was opened up by them, and they are waiting for these little doorways to open up here so they can go through some of the air vents and get down to the next section. This is the arc section that we were talking about beforehand. You want to run me through what's going to happen here?
A lot of the teams, they grab a bubble. They use the shield, and they just pump through this. So a lot of times you have to wait in between. You can't sprint through, but these guys run through so quickly. They know exactly how to do this, and they probably triple how quickly they do this compared to someone like myself, who's realistically a noob at PvE.
All right, so we see him. He grabs the orb. He needs to time it just right. He's going to stay just behind that. He's using his jump ability to keep his forward momentum up. You don't want to hit that arc stream a little bit too much, or else he'll end up dying. The rest of the team looks like they're starting to run ahead. They were giving him some cover fire throughout the length of this corridor, and we're going to see someone run ahead now.
A little bit of a missed jump there. Only milliseconds that is going to affect, but as you can see, they're not touching these enemies. Even though they could be at risk of dying, usually you're tanky enough to get through without ever dying.
Exactly, and we're already seeing him pop out that sleeper ceiling. Go ahead and reload right now because you're going to need that in just a little bit. So the teams are using their kind of jump abilities on the roof there. It looks silly, but it does save time in the end here. They're going to run through this entire section. Usually we'll have some enemies spawning right here, but they want to get through up the stairways, down the hallway, and then jump down into the final boss chamber.
I'm noticing that a few of the people, they don't actually have any heavy right now. There is someone with a sleeper simulant, someone has an empty sword right now, and this could play a factor. There's enough time here loading in that they might be able to pop a heavy synth, but we got to be careful.
These guys are actually being pretty orchestrated right now.
Yeah,
this
I
guy,
always got mine.
Garrett, he went down immediately, went to the left so he could go ahead and kill that servitor right when it pops out. And we have some sleeper simulants already out. I think we saw some heavy usage, heavy ammo since being popped. Solutions getting ready to go in there, punch it, and we're going to see some huge damage coming out. I see he's using the sword during this part of the strike here. We have the rest of the team using sleeper simulants. Oh, the second the damage buff went off, he was ready.
Great timing, huge timing. And now the sunspots. He's getting the bonus damage. This boss is done faster than I can kill a regular shank. I can't even believe this, guys. It's insane.
Oh, we even saw some super usage, and we have an exotic in ground.
Get to the tower, decrypt that thing. I want to see if he got, a Thunderlord or a Fire
Dance and wave it off. Good run, guys. Good run. Very, very clean execution from
I'm not going to lie. Those were some sexy moves from the Warlock.
He was
beautiful.
Good.
Very, very good looking.
I think Deej might notice that.
I'm praying.
I think he will. I think he will.
So that was the first run.
Indeed. Let's see what the time they got there. 6 minutes and 19 seconds. That's a pretty respectable first time that we've seen from this team here.
I'd usually do it in about 40 minutes. So that was definitely a little bit faster than I can do.
Indeed.
I'm curious what the other teams are going to do. We at this point have no reference point. Who's the fastest?
This is
the
that
benchmark. Amazing? Is that middle of the road?
Well,
really
hopefully the next team up we'll be able to see if that's going to be the the benchmark. See if they can do a little bit better as well.
So maybe we should pop over and see who the next team is going to be sitting down. I think they're all getting ready. They're getting logged into their characters, ready to go. Big Blue eSports is the next team.
eSports is the next team. They are getting ready to come down here. We saw them play a little bit beforehand. They were pretty in sync with each other.
Yeah. All these teams are practiced. All these guys know what they're doing.
No one just kind of wandered into the qualifier.
No one's like, oh, by the way, I'm going to the Clash course. These guys had to compete at their universities or wherever the event was held, and you had to show we can do a speed strike better than everyone else.
Exactly. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do differently from the other team. The first team Vengeance here, we saw fairly slow play overall, just very safe and conservative play for the most part. We never saw anyone rushing ahead. We didn't see anything too crazy. Just well executed play for the most part. Set a pretty respectable time here. Hopefully we can get something a little bit faster. Maybe.
It's actually interesting watching some of the guys do the strikes earlier. They were doing risky tactics. They were running in and punching tanks. And as they started practicing and watching other teams, they recognized that it might not be worth it in a lot of cases to play risky for a slight damage buff or a slight advantage. So we are seeing people be a little bit more reserved. But it's working out. The times are all solid. Not a lot of people are dying. And if someone does die, that's such a massive drop to damage.
And Big Blue eSports is already on the case here. They are getting down. We're actually seeing some different Sparrows. We're seeing the overdrive capable Sparrows, so they can go a little bit quicker through this section because every little bit helps.
Let's see if it actually plays into it. I'm really curious if the Sparrow boost is going to be enough.
I think it will. I really do think it will. It's the fastest Sparrow in a straight line, confirmed by Bungie, and you know they are putting a pretty respectable time here. If all 3 people are using it, I think it's safe to say they probably tested it, and it's going to lead to maybe a second or 2 shaved off the end time here.
I think this first road to the war set is straight enough, is easy enough to boost on that it's not going to affect things. They need to be a little bit careful in the caves.
Indeed.
But look at this. Inventory management, popping a heavy, getting ready
Already
to go.
popping a heavy so he doesn't have to later. That is going to cut down on some time. The Warsat is down, and they're getting the scan off, and we can start seeing them to transmit that.
So, as we said before, this section here is always going to be almost the exact same time. We've got some sexy dances going on in the Warsat.
A little bit of taunting.
As you can see, again, they're shooting the turret off. They don't want to put risk on themselves with that turret. And this one's close enough that this thing will pump. It's going to put some rounds into them, hit them all
weak. It can easily end your run here if you're a little bit too visible in this part. You accidentally eat a round from a dreg or 2, and then your run's down. We're actually seeing the raid pulse rifle being used there. Not what I would have picked. I usually would have seen a lot of scout rifle usage coming from a lot of the other teams. So.
Why don't you like the pulse?
It's ugly. No, I prefer it. Shoot someone in the head once and instead of like a few rounds, possibly hit them in the head. So really just right here, his health is actually dangerously low right
this
now.
This grenade could be ender. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that grenade is absolutely horrendous. If that was a realistic, Titan, Thunder, or Lightning grenade, could have been the end of him.
Well, that's why they killed the turrets at the very beginning of that, so his health wouldn't be as low. So we're seeing the next skiff come on in, and they aren't already targeting it down this time. I think they're just gonna, they're gonna save their ammo for the most part.
Time is pretty similar at this point. They were at about 60 points when that second skiff came in. I think the other team, unfortunately, in the zone capture was a little bit ahead of them. Slightly ahead of them.
Slightly ahead of them.
I made a note. I got a little notepad here.
Taking a little bit of damage from that skiff there. Captain's starting to rush them in. The other team was, keeping them at bay right when they dropped down. These guys are letting them get a little bit close. Wondering if that's playing into the strategy at all.
I don't see any supers being used either. I think they really want to save them for the next section cleared out as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
But there might be a panic situation where they're going to have to pop a super, and they need to coordinate. If they're all blowing supers when there's only 4 or 5 enemies, it's going to be a very big waste of time, and they have to wait again for that next super.
And in this section right here, see, we are already at 92% on the transmitting, so the team will probably leave very, very shortly. Once these enemies drop down, they're already getting up on their Sparrows so they can jump ahead right here. And they are going to go down. One person is going ahead. I think the 2 stayed back just a little bit so they could ensure that the Warsat indeed transmitted.
He's right there on that door. He's ready for it.
He is ready for it. Don't kill your teammate by going forward there, buddy.
It didn't even say access the ghost. It was just ready to go.
And they are off.
All right, the most intense part, going through the caves here on their Sparrows. Can they make it, or will they crash?
I'd like to see this this little section put into the Sparrow Racing League.
Yeah, I want maps so congested you can't even drive, and you have to like punch each other off.
I'm gonna be way behind.
That's okay. Get out of my way.
Okay, so we did have his super up. I wonder if we are going to see some super usage here. Probably generate some orbs for the rest of the team. Go ahead and take out all the ads right as they're spawning. That Titan Hammer is just doing work here.
It's fantastic for that AOE, clearing things out.
He pretty much just soloed that entire section right there.
It's huge. I don't even think. Oh, no. And the wasted grenade. We got to make sure. And that was great teamwork. Great teamwork.
Excellent
he
teamwork.
Recognized I missed the grenade. They called it out. The next guy comes in because if you miss that grenade there, if everyone had a grenade down, they were screwed.
He threw that grenade a little bit too early. I think he was trying to get it, in through that little gap that formed there instead of waiting for it to open up all the way. So we actually have a defender Titan right there. I think we're going to see a bubble be placed in like the middle of this middle of this area, so then they can just rush the entire thing, not worry about the arc streams.
There we go. There's a bubble play. He's going to just pump through it. He doesn't care about the damage. He says, "No way, Jose." He runs past it.
He overshot
2
it.
seconds, and he's taking some damage. They're going to have to be
that definitely
very careful here.
That cost them some time on the end there. He can still make it through there, get that Blessings of Light at the very end. He has to play it a little bit careful. If he ends up taking too much damage, and he would die there. The other team is actually already down on the end there, so they are already going ahead. They didn't even using that bubble. They didn't even have to bother killing anything there.
Even with the explosive shanks there, not a big issue. The other thing to notice is when you're holding that orb, you're really slow, and they were doing the jumps to speed things up.
Exactly.
Titan is probably the fastest in that section for doing the carry.
I actually tested this myself.
You tested it?
In
Let's hear it.
preparation for this strike, and Hunter with Bones of AO is actually quick. He is going off course a little bit there, and the Bones of AO Hunter with increased control is the fastest. You go so fast that you you splatter yourself on the very end there.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. Let's see if anyone messes up.
It's pretty humorous to have it happen. I don't think it would be very humorous in this situation, though.
Just that would cause some tears.
That would cause some very salty tears. So they have already killed the servitors. They are waiting for the Saber to come down. We have the Weapons of Light bubble this time from the other Defender Titan. So they're going to get a huge damage boost on there. And the Solar Titan is probably going to come up, punch that. They're getting a double damage boost. Don't blink at all here. This Saber is getting ready to get annihilated.
He's half health in like 2 shots. Sleeper Simulator, they really got to land those shots.
Missing a couple shots, though, that does end up, affecting your overall time, though. He's missing some crits. Still was able to take him down. They probably could have saved, a second or two.
At least,
if
for sure.
They had all hit those. We've got a legendary engram. These guys are getting very lucky with their engram drops.
So I'm curious when Bungie's going to implement, the opportunity for me to get some legendary engrams, because I literally never get it, ever. Not even once. I'm doing a Nightfall, and I'm getting blue gear and green. But that was a pretty good time. There was some mess-ups, though. I think
there was still room for improvement there, for sure. But I think that was definitely faster than Team Vengeance at the start there. We're just waiting for them to get teleported out so we can see that final time in this section.
I'm guessing 6:31.
Oh, I think that's slower. I think that's slower.
Yeah, I think it's slower. I think
You really think it's slower?
I think there was a couple mess-ups.
Okay,
I'm gonna guess it.
I think their overall play, though, getting from
6:11. Are you kidding me?
6:11.
Am I that far off?
You were that far off.
My goodness, maybe they should have Dado here casting because he actually knows how to play PvP.
He can count past 10.
Hey, listen, I was in grade 3. Don't worry about it. Good job though. We already have a leader. We've got a leader out of 2 people.
Exactly.
Wow,
we had a benchmark time, and now we have a second time that is better. So.
Everyone's starting to figure out where we need to be, what the benchmark is, and it's going to start even now in the first round. People are going to get nervous if they realize, wow, we're 10 seconds behind, we're 15 seconds behind.
Exactly.
That plays in the next round. They have to play phenomenally to make up that ground. So.
Yeah, and it's little things like missing. It looks like their execution of getting from point A to point B was fantastic there. I'm not sure much improvement can be made, but the very little things like hitting your sleeper simulant shots on that end boss right there. That could have shaved off another 2 seconds. We would be looking at 6:09.
I wish we had the math on how much health it actually had, because we could know like it's 9 shots to take it out, and if someone misses, that extends it.
Exactly.
We should have really gotten the math done. Someone crunch the numbers in the chat here. And
Dado, if you are listening, please
Dado,
crunch the numbers in the chat. Text me that.
Exactly.
Or
we
tweet
have
it to me.
team number 3 going in right now, getting set up. Very set up.
Point is somewhere along the coast.
Excellent.
Oh, they're jumping in already.
They are jumping in already. So, like we said, this section right here at the start, a little bit slow. We're not really going to see too much differing play. I have to commend them on that name, Crow's Boy Band. It's a fantastic choice.
I heard them singing earlier.
What were they saying?
Never Gonna Give You Up.
Never Gonna Let You Down.
Never gonna run around and desert you. Like that?
Yes.
Was that good?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like
I actually tried out. Here's the thing. I tried out for the band. They said no, so these guys are good. They know
Okay, yeah, they know what they're looking for here. They are getting onto their Sparrows right at the start here, and we're seeing all the teams jump off the side right here.
And some teams are doing the jump off, and then they're summoning the Sparrow in the air. I wonder what the difference is in time. If they're able to boost a little sooner, if it takes some time to pull that Sparrow in the air. I don't know. I'm curious.
A lot sunnier on the Cosmodrome in this instance of the game. It's been rather dead and nighttime in the other 2 runs. Maybe that will play into the strategy here.
The sun is going to be in their eyes.
The sun is in their eyes,
so
they can't hit the skip that's falling in correctly. Is there going to be the different variations with Taken? No, not in the striking. All the strikes that we see there, we won't see any of the variations like that. We pretty much know what to expect. I see some of the Raid rocket launcher a little bit of grieving. I'm not sure what did wrong there.
This might be an example of their moves on stage.
Oh,
we're gonna see though if their
moves.
gameplay will make it so they don't actually have to
be in sync.
this bad.
They need to be in sync a little bit more to get that.
I've seen better. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he's grieving. He heard us talking about him behind his back, and now he is upset.
Oh, yeah,
Matt
he
is
got that
feeling
cannon.
really dejected here. Ooh, with the scout rifle, I like that. Everyone's got some scouts out. Looks like a hung jury. We've got the raid.
That is the raid one. We saw the hung jury a little bit more, and then we see a pulse. I can hear a pulse rifle going off as well. Probably the raid one as well. I always love the look of this pulse rifle. It looks really interesting. The dead orbit hung jury doing some work here. They took out the guns on that skiff, and now they're just loot pinata for all things considered.
Beautiful. You kind of sound at this point kind of like a salesman for the hung jury. You said it about 3 times. We get it. It's a good gun.
Well, if we keep seeing it, then obviously it's good, right?
It is. And if these guys are running it, it's obvious that it's a very solid.
Yeah, exactly. We see some heavy ammo drops on the ground over there. They'll probably pick those up. A little bit of dancing in between.
That's one of the only things that's RNG based in this, is if teams get the lucky ammo drops.
They're actually transmitting ever so slightly faster at this stage. I think the transmitting was only at about 44 on the previous team, so we might be able to see a little bit faster play.
Yeah. Once these enemies drop, if they're at, I think they're doing okay. They might be a few seconds ahead. I'm liking this.
Saw a sleeper simulant come out from that. Ooh, a black spindle.
Black spindle is good if you can land all your shots.
Yeah, an interesting choice for this section because there's a lot of movement in here, and black spindle really favors you just setting up a tent and camping for a while in a certain section. Taking out these last guys. See, these guys, they actually took out the guns, and they are
still killing enemies in time, not being pressured too much. As this goes on, and the thing is these guys aren't even running into a bunch of majors. If you take too long at this part, all the ships start coming in, and the enemies get harder and harder, and it really does make it a lot more difficult for the average player.
I'm seeing some questions actually come up in the chat. Oliver Lewis, will we get a sub 6 minutes? Do you think we'll get a sub 6 minute run for this strike?
What would they have to do perfectly? The caves have to be done perfectly.
Yeah,
the initial launch off with your Sparrow, perfectly.
There are some improvements that they could do right here. We're actually seeing them do a little bit slow. I don't want to give away any competition because the other guys are watching. I will wait. I will save my critiques and point it out if someone actually does it. For the for this little section right here, like you said, we can see them go a little faster.
They're boosting. They're not. But they're running into each other. This is like a full-on Sparrow race. Look at the speed, though. This is actually pretty solid.
They don't care about hugging those corners at all. They are just bouncing around in this little section right here.
I'm wondering if you could get good enough with the the side boosts to really navigate that correctly. You have to be able to do it faster.
Are we going to see some super usage right here? The previous 2 teams had some Sunbreaker Titans, and they were able to take down this section very. Oh wow. Using that rocket very close. Surprised he didn't.
They've got a Stormcaller, I think, for the kind of the smaller enemies.
I get it.
Yeah, and then he's going to use his
Stormcaller is currently wiped. Yep, he is just going crazy right there, taking care of everything. I think the Sunbreaker is still a little bit better of a choice because toss a hammer and it took care of everything.
Exactly. You can just throw it and forget about it. You don't have to sit there doing the
cooling vent
damage.
is already exposed as well.
And that might be a time saver. They wasted about 2 seconds there with the mist grenade. So there's going to be sections here. What was the best time? 6:11, and I said, 6:11, and I said that I thought they were slow. So I mean, there's definitely improvements.
So we're seeing him jump into the vents here, getting ready to go down to this section. We see a Defender Titan. I don't know that they could be saving that for a Weapons of Light bubble for later on, or we could be seeing a Light one here. We'll see what happens right now.
Man.
Yeah, we got some laughs over by the Crota's boys, having some fun.
Oh,
and the beautiful Twilight Garrison around the electricity. Unbelievable.
That is an interesting play. I wouldn't have thought to use it like that. Usually I'm using it in PvP to kind of dodge some of the other things in Destiny, but using... Oh, his health is so low right now. Oh,
look at his speed.
Oh. Yeah, and using that Titan jump through this section here, you can just bounce off the roof and just make it to the end very, very quickly. So they're just hopping around. I love seeing that. So they're going to make it through. They're just going to ignore everything right here, taking quite a bit of damage, but fortunately that Twilight
He needs to get through here.
He needs to get through here.
He should be fine.
Yeah, he'll make it. He'll make it.
The guys from behind soaked up some damage. True teamwork. Loving it.
I love it.
I just love watching how quickly they kill the bosses.
The interesting thing here is normally when you go through these strikes, like when you are playing it at home, you want to kill everything for some reason. But you don't have to. You don't have to actually kill these things. You can just run by them. And assuming the rest of your strike knows this, then you'll be able to get. Then your whole team can just bypass that and save. A couple seconds on the run. Do you think we'll see an exotic engram drop at the end of this one here?
If there is,
I'm
going to be really sad.
I know.
That's 2 I've seen.
The black spindle usage, able to 2-tap the servitor. That is very nice. Okay, so. The bubble is out. It was a Weapons of Light bubble.
So save the bubble. Weapons of Light. We're going to see what he does. We do have another Titan. Is he a Sunbreaker, though? I'm not sure.
I can't remember.
He's
Yes,
going
he
for
is.
the slam. They're getting the double damage boost now. We have to make sure that Sunbreaker actually went and got the buff from Weapons of Light. So just because he ran up.
Indeed. So they are taking down.
We're missing a couple crypts. That's the thing is Saber has actually moved. In the first ones, he hardly moved an inch.
We are actually out of super. So we're seeing some super getting desperate here at the last little bit. I think that that took a little bit longer than expected.
And exotic. My goodness, the RNG is insane right now.
Luck
It's insane.
today with the with these drops here. We see legendary engrams, a little friendly bagging
I
action.
love it. Gotta get that T-bags in there. Really curious what the time is. I think the use of rockets, even though in that first section, with the coolant vent, it worked. The rockets worked. I think swords and Sleeper Simulant, they're the way to go for the bosses. It just does so much damage.
I think so. I think so. The capability of the Sleeper Simulant being able to do precision damage, it will really reward that type of play where you want to take a little bit of extra time, hit that shot. Let's see what the actual time is here on that run. I think that was a little bit slower.
6:34. See, I have no idea my time. I never learned how to tell time.
Oh,
and
that
so
explains some things.
My guesses are completely off here. I thought maybe they'd be doing okay, and they were 20 seconds slower.
That first section they were doing really well, but once they actually got into there and got into the strike section, had to start killing stuff, it just slowed down a little bit too much.
I think it's proof right now that in that first section, Sunbreaker is king. It's pumping. It is doing it way faster. I think the Stormcaller, even though it does have that wide AoE, it takes too long. There's too much little ticks of damage, and they need to just pump it now, get it done.
The strength of the Sunbreaker is that you can pop it, and then you don't have to be next to it, whereas the Sunbreaker, you have to move over to it. You move at such a slow pace, and the damage is really good, but you have to account for movement. In this, if you're trying to go quick, you got to also be able to move quick. And these guys were just a little bit too slow in that little section here.
For the most part, I'm seeing that the jumps they were making, like in the lightning phase, they were moving quickly, they were doing their jumps. But let's look at this.
Okay, so we have Team Vengeance with 6:19, Big Blue Esports with 6:11, and Crota's Boy Band with 6 minutes 34. So we are seeing a bracket develop here, and time to beat right now. Big Blue Esports. We had that question come up in chat earlier. Do you think we'll be able to see, that time be beat?
When there was mistakes, they still got a 6:11. There were small mistakes, but they got a 6:11, even though they made a mistake. In the lightning phase, they jumped past it. That's maybe a second or two.
Exactly.
I think so. If they play perfectly, we might see very 5:59-ish, but we could see under 6.
Yeah, the team makeups are actually playing into a lot more effect than I thought they would here. We're seeing a majority of Defender Titans, Sunbreakers, because Defender Titans has a lot of utility. Sunbreakers, they're going to be able to do a ton of damage and help the team do a little bit more damage. And then we've yet to really see any interesting Night Stalker play aside from that one invisibility in the first one and then a tether.
Yeah, for the most part, it's just throwing some tethers. But I think the ratio of Titan to Hunters is huge.
To the rest of the class.
To everything. It's Titan is everywhere.
We have a war sat incoming. Rasputin says it contains
no, that war sat coming down again here.
Yeah.
Silly little war sat. So right here, the team. Ooh, why are you staying on top of your Sparrow? Just
Oh, he gets pumped. He even does take some damage. Luckily, he didn't actually get killed there. I wonder. I'm not sure how close you have to actually be. Do you have to be right underneath it?
Not necessarily right underneath it, but if you're in a pretty near vicinity, you're going to lose all of your life. Okay, we're actually seeing. Are we going to see some heavy ammo usage come from this very?
I'm curious. See if they'll do some AOE.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Might of Multi-Tool usage from this team here, mainly because we have a Hunter, and he's not going to be as quick, so he's using that Might of Multi-Tool to amplify his movement speeds a little bit. Okay, we are indeed seeing some heavy usage at the very start.
Killing them before they even hit the ground. That's huge. You do have to time it so that they're not immune, but for the most part, these things are getting taken out almost instantly. He's just hard scoping in there, and it's perfect. It looks like he's using a 1K stare here. One of the most OP weapons.
Oh, I remember doing this in the first year of the game. Killing wolves and stuff out of the drop ships. Just that was really interesting. Oh, and the shoot to loot rifle. I don't actually use that often.
I did not realize he had that. That's beautiful.
It's so well. That works so well for this little section because you don't want to leave this little area right here. And that shoot to loot rifle, you can stay in there. You can still get your ammo for the next little sections. Oh, we're actually, wow. Okay, so that is why he was using the rocket. He wanted to build up his super for the very first part here. We're also seeing some sword usage.
Yeah, Boltcaster actually. Boltcaster shoots out a disc of electricity. It does a little AoE damage, I'm wondering, because of all the arc shields, if that's going to help take out those captains.
I think that will. Those captains, you know, they'll still go down pretty easily, but that arc shield just really that arc damage from the sword will really ensure that they go down very quickly. And combined, we saw some Night Stalker tether usage right at the start, so they are generating orbs for their team, so they will be able to, you know, oh wow, so they left a couple enemies up, a couple of the stealth enemies. We are seeing a Weapons of Light bubble at the start here. I'm a little confused about that because they're not going to be killing anything. I think it's more of a protection against the
ship here.
And
they might have recognized that they weren't finishing it quickly enough to really get past this part, and they're boosting. He points forward. We're on forward onto Dawn.
Yep.
The thing I'm also wondering is maybe these guys have tested how much super energy are we building at each point. Maybe in this next section they don't need that bubble because they're going to get enough.
Oh no! I think they all left at the start there, and they didn't. They did not actually wait for that last little bit to tick
this is a massive mistake. They just lost 10, 15 seconds.
15 seconds added to the end of their time there. That is a huge loss. They were so ready and cracking under the pressure a little bit there. You can
over optimize and you start making mistakes like that. You know, the fraction of a second that they needed to stay just cost them 15.
Do you think that they can actually recover from that?
If they do well enough here, if they play the rest of this perfectly, if they have a striker type, or sorry, a Sunbreaker for the section, maybe, because what is it, 6:34 is the slowest time right now. It might happen. They've got the bow up. They're using everything they can. I think at this point they're desperate.
Yes, they are trying to get through this as quickly as possible. We are seeing that Arc Sword get used really heavily in this section here. I never thought about using that. We see a lot of Sleeper Simulant as the exotic. We see the exotic Solar Sword, but that Arc Sword is actually doing a lot of work on these ads right here. The Cool Event is exposed. I believe we have the grenade thrown in there, and it's good. Okay, still a little bit too slow there. If that Cool Event had come up just a little bit earlier, that's really unfortunate. So they're already jumping in there as quickly as possible.
I feel bad. You know, I feel bad. Everyone wants Deej to notice them, and at this point, you know, something like that is really ruining your chances. But
exactly.
The thing is, they've only got 2 strikes to get into that final 4, so playing poorly.
We're actually seeing a really interesting strategy right here using the Solar Sword. Oh no!
No, and he dies in the lightning phase.
And he's down. He's down.
Pushes through. But they're trying to go as fast as they can. You know, they're trying to make up time here.
They were trying to recover that time at the very end there. That is really unfortunate. They're going to pick up the relic and try to get down at the very end using the that strategy that I talked about earlier.
With the jumping.
With the Bones of AO jumping. And he is down again.
They need to salvage this. The thing is it's the best of 2 strikes. So you can't just botch one and make it up later. You still have to do as well as you can.
Oh, this is not looking good for them. I think this run is pretty much scrubbed at this point. Yep. Locate the breach site. They finally were able to get through this section. That is really bad having that many deaths in this little section right here. They're actually entering here kind of low on health, and if they're not too careful, they could end up having another death on this run.
One of the things, though, we do need to remember, we've got 3 teams here. If these guys are making issues or making mistakes, how do we know the next 4 or 5 teams won't as well?
This could also be the strike that they're not really as strong.
And the next one they are.
And they set the new world record for that particular strike.
Exactly.
Space weapons.
Getting down to this section here, you know, I think they can execute this perfectly, but at this stage they are too far gone.
Definitely, they are probably a minute behind, minute and a half at least from just that section.
I think we're probably going to see a close to a 7-minute run, maybe 6:45 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what? I would gamble over 7 for sure at this point. With the 15 seconds at the start, we've got the bow down. We've got some extra damage. We don't have the melting pot from the Sunbreaker.
The melting point from melting point from the Sunbreaker. We're just seeing a lot of Weapons of Light footage right here. They are still killing him so incredibly quickly, but it's so unfortunate that the beginning of that strike went so horribly for them. That was easily the quickest boss kill that I think we've seen. But
and the suicide into the electricity.
Oh, no.
But he actually gets out. If only he was that good at the beginning.
That's rude.
I'm sorry. We got to rip on him.
Yeah, just a little bit. They're going to go to orbit here. Let's see that time. It's not looking too good for the team right here, unfortunately.
Come on, Destiny load up. We're going to see right now what time.
6:43. I think I was pretty close. That's
and you know what?
6:45.
But do the math there, buddy. That's only 9 seconds.
That is
9
true.
seconds slower, and they had massive mess ups. So I'm curious what their time would have been if they executed everything properly.
That would have been that fabled sub-6.
That was the
run.
sub-6.
That was the sub-6. That was about 40 seconds that they could have shaved off there from the deaths, from missing the war. I think missing the war had cost them the most time because they were just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then 15 seconds passed by.
Seeing that time, though, I'm pretty confident into the next strike that maybe they're the team that makes up the time.
Yes,
maybe they're the guys that really
they had
hold
a
it down.
lot of really good teamwork there. It's just the little bits of communication. I think beforehand they probably thought, oh yeah, I'll stay. Maybe under the pressure they didn't hear that. Oh yeah, I'll stay, and they went on ahead, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
We got the next teams coming in. They're getting ready, getting set.
Excellent.
Things are going smooth here. You guys liking the event so far?
I think the next team that is getting ready to come up is the Notice Me Deej team. I'm not playing any favorites, but they are from Nashville. That is my hometown. And
so you're saying it's rigged?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
So,
they do have very nice jackets, though.
Yes.
I don't know if
were
you saw that.
Pretty
They
beautiful.
have very nice jackets. So we can see the loadouts there. That's so disappointing to see 6 minutes, 43 seconds on there from that run. That was disappointing.
Heartbreaker. It's a heartbreaker.
It's a heartbreaker.
But it's not over yet. Not over yet. There's still lots of runs
The first
to go.
heartbreaker of the Destiny eSports era has been committed.
We'll see if we can salvage it. I'm hoping they salvage it. I want this to be as close as possible. Honestly, I want the top 4 teams to only be seconds. Seconds ahead. I want this to be really close, and everyone can leave knowing that they did their best, and they are. It's awesome that these guys came out to the event. They're under pressure here. They're under massive pressure. When I'm playing a strike, I can't get these times, and I'm just hanging out at the house. And these guys are in the studio.
No matter what, these strike times are way quicker than anything I've done at home. Easily. The very coordinated teams that have rehearsed this. It's almost like
Guardian,
a musical
we've
production
picked up
going
a high
on.
gain
It's
transmission.
opening night for them. They're going to have a couple of flubs. Hopefully, the rest of the teams we can see some really good play. Previous team, hope they can do a little bit better in the next round here. Team Notice Me Deej. How good do you think they have to play to get Deej to notice them?
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. Deej is a fabled character in the Destiny community. And if you want Deej to notice you, I mean, you got to be the best of the best. And if these guys don't get a sub-4...
that's not worth of Senpai's noticing them at all. Getting up on the Sparrows, they are just already going. We see the Vaulted Glass. He is just making the overdrive actually trigger, and then immediately spawning.
How did he do that?
You didn't know you could do that.
No, I did not. This is magical. What is this?
You did not know they could do that.
There is literally hacking sorcery going on right now. He's boosting. So, was that because he was going over that little ramp?
Basically right at the start there, if the Sparrow is going to explode, you can hop off it right when it explodes, pull your ghost out, and already summon it. I think he's actually using the Sparrow Racing helmet that allows him to summon the Sparrow just a little bit quicker, just so they could shave like that 2 seconds off the time there. He's already using his heavy ammo, so they can do this really quick, so they can get through this next section really quickly.
I'm really liking the outfits there.
Yeah,
they're looking very fabulous with the pink.
They really are trying to make Deej notice them with the bright pink. They are wearing the jackets here in the studio.
He's standing on the war set. He says, "This is my war set. This is my zone. You come in here."
They are already shooting it. They're not letting it, get close. They don't even want to take damage from this at the start.
They saw it in the distance, and they're like, "You're going down.
You are going down."
Beautiful.
This team is very well organized. I got to see them at Murfreesboro, where one of the qualifiers I went to, just to kind of hang out. These guys, I did not expect them to be able to clear strikes that quickly, and I was like, oh. These guys need to be doing videos for me, because they're running strikes really quickly.
Yeah. It sounds like you're getting a little bit flirty here, Holtzman. Do you have a crush?
No, I do not, but I just admire good work ethic.
I like that.
Watch the right side.
These guys have practice. I talked to all the teams. I talked to all the teams beforehand, and these guys, I think they put in a lot of practice compared to some of the other teams that were out there. They are very much.
I think if you're going to take the name Notice Me Deej, you have to show up. You have to be ready to go, because if you don't, then you're going to look like a kind of losery there. But they're noticing. However, looking at the time here, they're at 51, 52. I think I want to see a second or two behind right here. I'm not gonna lie. I think only fractionally at this point.
It's so difficult to tell at this little point in time because you're not really going to see too much variation. Like maybe a second or two at the start, but what we saw up to the war set, I think that was the real key here. Is they probably shaved that second or two getting to the war set by using that armor loadout, by using that Sparrow trick right there to shave that second or two off there. And if they can. I think I know what they're getting ready to do here in this next section. But hopefully if they do that, they'll probably be able to shave another few seconds
Is this
off.
the sneaky move you're talking about?
This might be the sneaky move.
I want to see this sneaky move. If
we'll
this
see
is
if it happens.
life-changing.
We will see if it happens here, the sneaky move.
They're playing cautious. They don't have a bubble up like the other team did.
They're not using their bubbles very defensively right here. They know that they have a very natural bubble with the very large structure that is the war set.
They don't want to risk using that super because it's going to slow them down later. And
we saw it. We actually saw the little trick here. I think they were playing it a little bit safe. They didn't want what happened to the last team to happen to them. But they already left, and they just left one person. They
to finish it up.
To finish it up, and they confirmed that it was going to happen instead of the previous.
So someone
team.
started it. Someone's on a Sparrow. This is the pro booster. He's going through here as fast as he can, and he can start the engagement by himself. He doesn't need anyone else.
He's not actually cutting. Yep.
Look at this speed. Look at this speed. That's the fastest we have seen a cave done.
Exactly. You don't actually want to hug the right-hand side, I believe.
A little mess up on the right side. We're okay. But yeah, so you're going to go in right, go to the left side, and then cut through as fast as
and
you can.
we've
got the striker.
Like we said before, we saw that Sunbreaker Titan. He is just annihilating everyone. I think everything's dead.
Yeah, pretty much. Almost
This one little
dead.
team. There's going to be 4 little Shanks that spawn right here.
He's ready. He's still got his super ready, hammered out.
I'm ready for you, man.
Oh, man.
I'm ready. Okay. Oh, a couple more Shanks, and the coolant vent is exposed. They're tossing it in. I think they kept 2 people right
Just
by
in
there
case.
just in case he happened to miss it. They don't want to. They are taking very little chances here.
And that's good. They're playing it smart. They're not letting anything mess up because that could have been the.
These guys are look at them down the bottom right-hand corner. They're very, very focused right now. There's actually no chatter going in between them. This is a very well-rehearsed production.
It's telepathic. They're actually speaking through their beautiful little matching jackets.
So
help me hit that. Okay, both things are down. Sam, you good?
We see him using the Titan jump all the way down there. Are we going to see a bubble be used?
Look at this speed!
Oh my God!
Oh my Lord!
He has done this before. I think.
I think he knows how to play PvE. Just a little bit at this.
Just a little bit. And the other guys, they're already up there. They are going to get to the next section, get those servitors to spawn. I think this might be our sub 6-minute run.
Do you think we got the sub 6? They got to land these crits on the boss. They got to crit
They
every
have
time.
to. They really have to. I actually see a.
No!
He's in the back. He's in the back. It's fine. You want one person to run down there at the very start.
Look at his heavy though. What is he wielding right now? He's got a rocket launcher.
He has a rocket
Does
launcher.
that matter?
I think we're going to see it switched. I think we're going to see it switched to Sleeper Simulator because once you get down there, you don't need mighty. You don't need to run. You need to plant your butt on the ground and fire off that Sleeper Simulant. So we're probably going to see a heavy ammo synth be used from Sam here.
Let's see here. Fastest inventory management. He just goes for the bubble. He's safe as can be in there.
Bubble. He's swapping out his weapons. They are using Sleeper Simulant on the servitors. They don't want
to mess around. They know they have enough ammo. That's the thing, is they know they have enough ammo to kill them.
I think it's probably about 10 shots total. Data, please confirm. Okay, we have the Solar Titan hit.
And a miss. He just missed the crit. That's huge.
It's okay. It's okay. They are doing. I think he's using the double. Yes, he is using the double melee exotic, and he's down. Already down.
Very quick time. That was well done.
And
even with the miss,
2 exotic.
That's not going to slow things down.
2 exotic engrams dropped that time for them. Actually,
we got 2 exotic.
We saw 2 exotic engrams drop there. I just hope you noticed.
So where is this luck for me? I'm telling you, this is garbage. This is unfair. Watching this is making me depressed. Actually, it's making me depressed because these guys are so fast.
I want to go. Oh.
And the cheeky melee to the remains.
I don't know. If you keep your melee charge up and hit like any object with a Solar Titan, it'll just send it careening. It's really fun to do. You can knock around ammo boxes, or in this case, the corpse of the now defeated fallen.
We got sub 6 chance in the chat here. Everyone's freaking out.
I really think we might see it.
Come on, let's see that time.
Come on.
Oh,
558.
558. We got 2 seconds to spare even. These guys are happy. Look at them in their suits.
They're just nodding.
This is the fastest they've been all day.
They are.
I'm impressed.
Oh my God.
Let's
sign up.
Oh my, that was a fantastic run from them. They had very well orchestrated the entire time. They knew what they needed. I think that was.
What could they do better other than the 1 crit? That's like a second.
The 1 crit, which is like 0.1 second off. It might not even change at any time. I think that's the best run that we'll see today.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm not going to speak too soon, but I think
let's not speak too soon.
I think that's the best. I think it's the best time that we'll see for this specific strike here.
Is Deej going to notice?
I think Deej might notice that.
Oh, Deej is noticing.
I think Deej might notice that.
Really
that would be fantastic if
Big
Deej
fan.
can notice that. I think that's a run deserving of some praise from Senpai.
They came in.
Mm-hmm.
They did the fastest they could. They got 2 minutes under the 6, or 2 seconds under the 6. But even the closest team is 13 seconds away from them.
Yeah,
and that team was 20 seconds ahead of some of the
We're seeing
teams.
some very gradual improvements from the team here. Hopefully the team that kind of messed up a little bit they'll be able to get it in the next round and still get into that final 4 maybe. Team knows me, Deej.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna be okay for the finals. That's I'm not gonna speak too soon there, but that's a very intimidating time.
That's an
set.
aggressive time.
That is the first sub 6-minute run.
There's
in
only
Destiny
3 other
eSports.
people too. 3 other teams coming up, and they're beating everyone at this point. So
yes,
at this point, round number 1, they're in the finals for the first strike.
Yes, exactly.
It's
so
impossible
they now have the time to beat the run that's 6 minutes 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That is the run that everyone's trying to creep ahead of. You
Exactly.
get ahead of that.
It's 6:34 or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
you can ensure your place in that final.
So we see some dead orbit ships here. I wonder if they have hung jury, Holtzman.
I bet they do. You want to bet some glimmer on it? We
Bet some glimmer.
There's no trading in the game. We can't exactly bet glimmer on it yet. You have Canadian currency, and I only have American. So
I am
we're not going
a
to get
filthy
into that.
Canadian. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want any maple syrup?
I would actually love some. I'll trade you Justin Bieber for some maple syrup.
I look like Justin Bieber.
I know you
I
do.
think
I know
we're
you do.
okay. We don't need any more of that guy.
All right,
Now-
they're flying in here. It's kind of intimidating to have that run happen just before.
Yeah, the nerves have got to be up.
That's quite an act to follow. You think they'll be able to cope?
I think
Do
so,
it.
because I think looking at the other scores, they recognize we can beat that.
Okay.
That's okay. They don't have to judge themselves
They don't
on the
have,
best
they don't have
score.
to be the best
that was
right
that was a
now.
phenom score, and as long as they're doing better than the majority, they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think we are now seeing sub 5 run.
Okay, now the chat is getting a little cocky. Sub 5 is a little low.
That's that is pretty quick. I don't think that is physically capable unless you find some way to make the Warsat not drop. I don't think that's possible right now, and I don't think that would also be allowed in the rules either, as that is a necessary portion of completing the strike. They are flying in here.
They've been flying forever. This is really ruining their time. Does this actually affect it?
No, it does not affect their time.
Thank the Lord.
It does not affect their time at all.
We're trying to keep things as fair as possible. We were talking actually earlier with some of the teams that on the Shield Brothers strike, you can sometimes spawn in an instance when there's the enemies moving against each other.
Yeah, and that can throw a wrench in your
Exactly.
In your plan.
You could be up against some majors, some ogres. So what we do is if there are some issues, some glitches in the game, we're going to give them a fresh run.
Yeah.
We don't want to be cheating a team out of a potential victory here.
I hope they get ready to land soon. I guess they were on the edge of the solar system and had to. The Uber wasn't available. They had to go fix their car to get to the ships to get to the strike here.
This is a little bit of autopilot here. It's really hard to commentate when it's the exact same thing over and over again.
I think the gameplay speaks for itself for the most part. And these, I'm wondering what do you think you can actually do to make this?
Someone just left the fire team, so I'm not sure if we're going to be doing. Oh, there's actually been an error. Someone got booted. We have some errors going on. We got to fix this.
We will get the teams back in the fire
For whatever
team.
reason, they were not connecting. I'm wondering if it's an internet issue for some reason.
It might be.
The stream still seems up, though. People are talking. So
I'm going to say,
not sure
it's Destiny. It's Destiny.
It's Destiny servers?
It just happens. It just happens.
So you're telling
sometime.
me that Destiny doesn't have the best connections ever?
From every so now and again, you might encounter someone that's lagging every now and then.
We just got weaseled. We got weaseled. Oh boy, the weasels are out today. That's unfortunate. We're going to fix it, though, right away.
We'll get the fire team back together. They're joining back up, and we are going to be able to get this rolling once again.
It looks like
here.
they're loading in already, so they're going to be in there in a couple seconds. Hopefully this time it actually loads properly.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was probably because of that connection that it took so
Yeah, sometimes
long.
a little bit weird in Destiny, and I figured we might see that at some point during here. So what do you think that they can actually do to increase that first little section right there? Because we're seeing pretty much the same exact thing. Everyone runs, and I think it's not necessarily what you have to do there, but what you have to do getting to there. I think
optimized would be jumping off and summoning the Sparrow, because you're in the air, you can't speed up how quickly you fall. Gravity. And the next thing would be if they could do that glitch that the other guy did, I want to learn how to do that.
You
That
know
was really
why I
cool.
think that was a sub 6-minute run?
'Cause
Because
of the-
he
'cause of
got
the
there
glitch.
about 2 seconds quicker due to not.
That
It
little-
wasn't a glitch. That was very
No,
useful.
we're
mechanics,
using
the little
using the
mechanic.
armor there.
Near the Cosmodrome.
Okay, they
And
are
the fact,
finally
the
getting
fact
it.
that they're willing to make those tiny little adjustments in armor to get that time is huge. That shows you what they're doing.
I didn't think that we would see the Sparrow Racing League actually affect the time.
Yay,
they
Bungie! You did it! You
Yes,
did it,
yes,
boys!
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a very interesting development from that patch. You know, you think when I went to the Murfreesboro event, a lot of people were still using Might and Multi-Tool, and at that particular time, that was not a year 2 weapon.
So this guy made a cheeky little jump in the air.
I think he's falling faster going forward than he is falling straight down than having to summon the Sparrow. So here at the start, we're not seeing any of that cheeky Sparrow play.
Nope. Definitive is just boosting. Ryan is leading the pack, saying, "Boys, I got this." He's got his finger on that trigger. If he presses it anymore, if he boosts anymore, that thing's gonna blow up.
Once you get into this next little section near the grottos, once you get right up there, then you can.
He's just gonna boost. He's gonna boost.
Okay,
That thing's gonna
you get once the darkness zone is started.
Woo,
Okay,
a little turn.
Looks like you're good then.
We're good.
Once that darkness zone initiates, the war set is
Yeah,
coming
the
no
war
matter
set
what. So you're good to go.
So you're good to go. You
Fantastic.
can let the Sparrow explode at that point. It doesn't matter. You don't need it anymore. Except for the next little part where you got to run through here. Warsat is coming down.
This is the most boring part.
Yeah, it really is.
Unfortunately, I like the lightning. I like the electricity room. You know, the mistakes that can be made there, the speed that can be done there.
We haven't really seen any huge, gaps at this little portion here. You just kind of standing around, having a couple drinks, shooting a fallen skiff as it comes in.
I'll tell you what I'm excited for, though. I'm really excited for the Shield brothers. I think that boss fight is going to be insane. It's going to be John Cena coming in.
We saw
Huge
some
plays.
really interesting play there from yesterday, actually. Saw some really interesting play coming there yesterday from the teams, mainly because, sometimes they're going to play really aggressive using swords and they die. At this part right here, you have a lot of natural cover using the war set right there. You don't really need to use a bubble. You can choose to use a super, but I don't think it'll really make the enemies fall down out of the ship quicker.
Right. No, exactly. There's no way to speed up this section here.
So we're there at 40% on the war set. Usually when the
next ship comes
next
in,
ship comes in
55, 53, 60.
Yeah, we're seeing the exact same times really right here, because by the time that ship stops, it's probably gonna be at like 55.
Yeah, this is a good time. Really good time. Really good time.
Okay, there we go.
Couple seconds ahead.
Yeah, they're not too much ahead, but I think the grand scheme of things, I think this might be in the top 4.
So what actually is causing those changes in time? Is it how quickly the enemies are being killed out of the skiffs?
You can kill the enemies out of the skiff. Again, though, it really doesn't matter how quickly you kill them, because what determines you advancing is transmitting the war set. Okay. And if you just gotta wait for it. The enemies are really there just to kind of make the run fun for you, give you something to look at and also shoot.
Yeah, standing in the circle for like 4 minutes would be a little boring if there's no enemies trying to slaughter you.
Yeah.
All right, boys, 2.5 more. Let's go.
Okay, so this little next section right here. Okay, I think we see Sunbreaker right there from Ryan using the Might and Multi-Tool. I bet he's going to be the one that runs ahead in those sections, trying to advance their time.
Yeah, he seems to be the forerunner. He's always out.
Okay, so transmitting as at 100%, and we have one person running ahead.
So Ryan is actually sitting in the back. He got a little bit lazy there. He decided, nah.
I think they're just ensuring. They don't want a repeat of what happened earlier.
Yeah. The dream-crushing war sat section.
Stories will be told in the future.
What do you think was worse, the war sat or the lightning room?
The lightning room. That could have gone even worse than the lightning room.
Let's see here if they have the same speed through the caves as the first team.
Ooh, they are.
And they're going the left side. Yep,
on
they're
the left
boosting
side.
It just has the most straightaways once you do it in this kind of section.
Also, it gives you a little bit more space to move around, so you're not fumbling over each other. If you accidentally fall off your Sparrow in this particular section, I think that would be really bad, because then you're no longer have that speed boost, and your Sparrow's probably just going to be. Are we seeing? Okay, we are seeing some super usage here as well.
Yeah, we've got some orbs getting generated. They're using their supers.
Vandals.
Got to be careful though. They only had less than a quarter of his health, so luckily he survived.
We are seeing the Shanks get put down really quickly. I think Brave High in the back there is going to be tossing the grenade into the cooling vent. Cooling vent is exposed. I think they already did it. He nailed it before the event before the vent actually fully opened there.
Does the do the explosive shanks need to be killed before the vent opens? Or is that's just a sub thing too?
I think they come up right as the cooling event comes up anyway. So we are okay. They are getting really quick here. Oh, he's actually popping his.
Is he tanking through?
He is just going to
tanking
tank it
through. I like this.
Wow.
We have not seen this yet.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
And then use Cauterize to heal at the end, picking that up. Takes his super down, but it doesn't matter at this point.
He is getting real crafty with his tactics right here.
I knew that would happen.
You knew that was happening. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
But we have a death. We have a death. Can he get the res?
Death.
He's going to get it. He's actually running ahead. He's going to start the engagement. Not even worrying about it. They're going to get the respawn going through. Or are they going to just leave him?
No, they're going to pick him up right here. Because I mean, it's really about getting the events to trigger right at the start there.
Right.
So they're just going to run on ahead. They can't really save much time from that. I don't think that's a run that may add 3 seconds. 3 seconds to their total time. But I think they're still really set here.
As long as engagement is started though from that first player, and they can get there in time, get their guns loaded, they shouldn't be affected too much there. Too much.
Yeah, and at this point, we're probably going to see some weapon switches too. We had rockets. I'm actually really. I didn't think we would see a lot of rockets used at the start there, but I think it probably helps build up their supers a little bit more during some of these sections. Sleeper Simulant.
Look at that, a double weapon swap. You go for the double.
Oh, he needs to get his exotic off the first.
He's going back for the stranger coin. No. Ooh, that's a misplay right there.
Feeling very confident. Yeah.
But Saber's not up. Not a lot of time spent, but maybe the servitors could have gone down.
And they're pumping some grenades onto him at the start here, and then getting the sleeper simulant shots in there. This Saber is going down
very fast. That's one of the fastest Sabers. He hasn't even moved. He has not even.
And you saw that there at the end. He didn't bother reloading the sleeper simulant. He just switched to a sniper rifle.
Yeah, he just finished him off.
And didn't want to waste time reloading that, even though it does more damage. That sniper rifle, being able to switch to it, pump off 4 shots at his current health. That
goes to orbit as quick as he can there too, so he can get the final time as soon as possible. Let's see what they did. Is this going to be a sub 6?
I don't think so. This is going to be very close. It's going to be very
6:04. They have the second best time now.
Highest time.
They've got 7 seconds ahead from the 3rd place time, so they're in a very good spot right now. They are very solid spot right now. These guys are ready.
They are very coordinated. Again, I think they could have made just 1 or 2 little improvements over the course of the run, but I think overall that's a very respectable time to set.
Do you think the death could have been the sub 6? I don't know if
it might have been. It might have been. He was the one ahead. That could have been 4 seconds off the time. It could have been. It could have been.
The other guy did have to run past him to get there. So, that could be enough time that it's going to affect things fractionally. No, it's not going to be game changing. That death wasn't, wasn't like the guy carrying the actual orb.
Yes.
But it's death. The guy that's running from.
Any death is really going to set you back. And fortunately, they still have a very respectable time. So close to 6.
I know.
Close to that sub 6 run. So
I'm liking
close.
that. I like that they're getting close to 6 though. We've got some competition here. I'm excited to see if they can get a little maybe 550 action.
Oh,
is that a little? That's a little low.
Are we trying to get sub 550? Is that the new benchmark? You don't want to set it too high with sub 5?
555.
555.
Triple 5. We'll go for the triple 5. If someone gets a triple 5, I'm going to donate an In-N-Out burger.
To me, I'm hungry.
Yes, dude.
I could use an In-N-Out burger. I'm not out here on the west coast that often. I like In-N-Out.
I've never had it. I'm Canadian. Remember?
Oh yeah. Yes.
I'm one of those. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, maple syrup though.
This is cool though. We've got 2 more teams doing the Fallen Saber.
The Fallen Saber.
And then we're on to the Shield Bros, which honestly, I think it's going to be way funner to watch.
It's going to be so much. There's none of this waiting around at the start here. The teams are just, you go in and it's just nonstop killing. You got to run around. It's
There's
really
a tank.
There's a tank.
There's a tank. Oh my god.
They brought a tank in space.
Yeah.
Who does that?
Who does that?
Who does that? So these next little 2 final teams here are getting queued up. We're going to see them
just getting ready, getting set up.
Getting ready, getting set.
Almost ready.
We're going to see them go into that Fallen Saber Strike and wait around at the war set.
Yep. Again, we're going to be sitting there just, twiddling our thumbs a little bit like, all right, you gonna go in the building or not? So.
I wish there was something that you could do to speed it up.
I know.
Bungie, please implement a mechanic in there that allows you to speed up the Fallen Saber, aside from just standing around it and having Sunday social.
I'll tell you, it would be cool. Something to fix that. The faster you kill the enemies, the faster the time goes, or something like that. Like, let's say if you kill them in a certain thing, it would just pump you ahead. Like 5 seconds on your thing. If you kill them in a thing. I mean, mechanically, they'd have to throw some engineering their way. But I think
Guardians,
that'd be nice to speed
we
things up,
picked
because
up
some
a
of those
high
waiting,
gain
especially if you're in a
Maybe
Origins
make
pointing
the
somewhere
fallen
along the
maybe
coast,
the fallen ship's
near the
damageable, and if you're able to kill it, then it like boosts the Warsat.
That would be sick.
That'd be awesome.
Maybe they should make destructible vehicles. Kill the skiff coming in before it even has a chance to drop the
That'd be
enemies.
fun.
You
That'd be
kill them
fun.
all. Why,
That'd
like,
be
why
fun.
not?
I mean, we kill a tank in one of the other strikes. Why can't we kill a fallen ship?
Yeah. You just got to pump that goonie on that front of the ship. That's not good enough. You know, I want to see the whole thing blow up.
I know.
I want it to be like
such
a
a small
Transformers movie.
We got the Boston Tea Party is coming in to party in the fallen Saber. Ooh, Trials of Osiris scout rifle there.
The inward lamp?
The inward lamp,
that
the full auto scout rifle there. Interesting choice.
So I'm guessing these guys are from Boston. What are your guesses?
Maybe they're just fans of, you know,
The band or the event in
American history. American history.
Or maybe they just really like tea.
It could be all 3 or 4. I don't know how many things that we suggested. Okay. So I'm just gonna take a guess that they might in fact be from Boston.
I'm going to agree with you there. Not because I like you, but because I agree with that comment.
And we also just had a producer speak in our ear and say they are from Boston.
Oh, no,
So
they're,
thank you for the
they're from
confirmation.
Boston. They're from Boston. We know. As you can see, watching this over and over again, we're starting to really talk about random things just to kill some time because the Warsat really needs to hurry up.
Well, the Warsat at the start here, you really are just kind of killing time. I mean, okay, so I think there might be a fallen ship that comes in here.
So the fastest time to beat this part, are you thinking rockets on the skiffs?
I think rockets on the skiff.
Yeah, AOE
rockets on the skiff.
Maybe a little bolt caster action on the.
That's a good band.
Captains.
Rockets on the skiff.
Rockets on the skiff.
Rockets on the skiff.
Trademarking that.
Okay, so inward lamp. I'm not confused by that, but it's an interesting choice. I usually only see that in PvP matches. Never really thought to use it in PvE. Doesn't full auto is a really respectable thing to use in PvE. It's very, very simple. Hold the trigger down. All right, so we see Michael with the Sunbreaker. Oh,
jeez, great grenade!
Taking out the
Fantastic grenade.
You don't need heavy ammo. He's already got his. I can see in the bottom slot there, he has his sleeper simulant already primed with 8 shots. Using a shotgun as a secondary. Usually we see some sniper rifles. I bet he's going to be the one that kind of runs in at the start and hammers away at the.
He's the Sunbreaker. He should have his
Sunbreaker.
super by then. They've got quite a
Indeed.
bit of time.
Okay, and
They buffed the incendiary
they're-
grenade, didn't they, too?
These guys are actually a little bit faster.
Are they?
Yes, they are just ever so slightly faster.
Yeah, they are for sure. The skiff isn't even there, and they're already at 50.
Yeah, because
55
when
seconds.
look
at this. This is huge.
They're about a second ahead at this little portion here. Maybe I don't remember what sparrows they were using. It didn't feel like they were doing any weird things with the time breaker or grave robber. So they're probably going to be. So they're still pretty average.
Essentially, these guys are just slaying kings. They know how to actually kill enemies very quickly.
And I don't know if you notice right now, but Gustavo is in fact using that dead orbit hung jury scout rifle.
I have never actually heard of that gun. What's so good about it?
It has Firefly triple tap, really good stability. Also, I think it just looks really cool.
So the sleek design mixed with amazing perks. Hung jury, your best gun here
in
at
the Destiny
tower.
universe. All right, they are slaying away. I think they okay, the other skiff is actually already landing right there. They didn't really pay too much attention to it. They're getting that natural cover of the Warsat right there.
They're not too worried about the damage here.
They're not running. Okay, now they're running ahead. I think they waited just a little bit too long. They probably could have shaved, a second off their time.
Let's go. We'll see if this changes things at all.
Yep.
Yep, they could have definitely been there a second or two earlier.
Second too early, and that's what kind of makes sense. I think judging by what we see now, we can probably see maybe like a 620-ish run come out from them.
Tough to say. We might have the best Sparrow booster we've ever seen in these caves.
It could be crazy if, they're splitting up here. We got one going left, one going right. He took it slow. He didn't actually use any of the boost through that little tight section.
He says, I'm going to play it safe. Michael is playing safe. Michael Hunter, and oddly enough, he's actually on a Titan, and he's about to pump things. He's got hammers flying.
2 Sunbreaker uses here.
The Servitor, though, took 3 different shots.
Yeah, the Servitors are very tanky. I prefer just, hitting them with a black spindle, really. They're waiting for those spawns to hit.
Nice little heavy drop for his
very fortunate.
sleeper simulant.
The exploding shanks are spawning. Cooling vent is exploded, or is formed.
Oh, and a missed grenade. Can you call that out? He's got to get someone to run in. He's got the double grenade, though. He's got
the Armentarium chest piece, saving the day once again. It saved me many a time in PvP, and it looks like it can also save the day in PvE as well. Are they all going on the right side? They are all going on the right side, Vin. I think that one's just maybe ever. Yeah, that one is ever so slightly closer to that doorway right there. And, you know, save half a second jumping down. Okay.
And the bubble. And he did get the shield. He was on the very edge of that. He was on the very edge. He needs to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage.
He's
and we taken out by the shank.
Down. He is. I don't think he's actually
the sniper shank. The KJ Hovey sniping shank. No scoped him. Oh my goodness.
Okay, he had a red shield. I think he's already down at the other end there. They are waiting for these for that. Come on, do it. Oh,
energy discharge. Thank goodness they got it.
That's what killed
the first guy.
The first guy in that previous.
He
round.
went
He's
a little bit
through here with really low health. Hopefully his teammate will soak up some of that fire.
Tank it for him. Great. But there is still one person coming through. He's got to go through all those enemies now.
Yeah.
So he's got to be lucky.
He should be fine. He should be fine.
Do they despawn? No, it doesn't look like it.
No, they do not despawn. And once you're through, it doesn't really matter at this point in the stage. I'm still a Osiris Scout. I've never used it in PvE. Maybe I should give it a chance.
I think
I'm a fan of scouts in PvE.
Yeah.
Particularly the Hung Jerry. I don't know if you noticed that. But
oh my lord.
Okay, they've already got the sleeper sealants out. I think we'll probably see him use it here.
The last team was very quick. He grenades it early before the server actually comes out.
Interesting.
Is that damage enough to even change things?
Yeah. You need just okay, they are
changing their angles. I'm wondering if this is.
I think they're just wanting to be a little bit closer.
Another damage on him before he boosts.
Grenades, and he just hit it. Wow, these guys are very, very in sync with their damage here. I wonder, are we going to see? I don't think that's fast enough to be sub 6, but this is a very consistent run.
Yeah, they haven't made any major errors. The typical ghost shell blue loot is something more, similar to what I would get for sure.
Indeed, and we also saw an exotic engram drop in the loot feed there.
No one is going back to orbit.
We could go back to orbit, get a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no one is going. I called it out there. I gave it away. I shouldn't have done it.
It doesn't save any time off the end. The strike is officially done right now, so we're just going to see.
Oh, it does. Okay, so it doesn't actually change things. I was going to say that would have been a tragedy.
Once the strike's over, no, it doesn't start adding time to the very end there.
Go back to orbit, boys.
I'm good. I think we see some like 607 in the chat. I think that might
604. A tie.
We have a tie.
Exact
for
tie.
The top right now.
For second.
Yes, for second right now. That is.
Don't you remember? Weren't we just talking about the sub 6? That was the biggest thing.
Were.
So we've got two tied. Two tied now at 604. Right now. And the 558, the first
that first sub 6 run was really cool to watch.
It's gonna be crazy. What's gonna be even crazier is if. Never mind.
Are we gonna get a sub 5? I was gonna say a sub 5.
I was gonna say if they got 2 more people that were below the 604 and they were competing for the last spot, but it's okay. There's only 1 more person. So.
I mean, I think it's still possible. We could definitely still see that happen. There's actually
at another point, yeah, for sure.
We're seeing a lot of there's actually a lot of space in between, the times on these teams. You didn't think you'd see that much space in there, but I feel like these top teams. Hello, everyone up there. We're seeing some pretty interesting tactics. Really, the only thing that's changing is like the makeup and weapon loadouts.
Yeah, for sure.
In between everything. Still seeing a lot of sleeper simulant usage.
And a lot of Titan, tons of Titans, so many Titans. Not as many. I thought we'd see more of Void Bow.
I did too. It would favor being at range, but the reason we're actually seeing that Titan is the melting point melee will offer just ever so slightly more damage.
Right. So if you can optimize, you can do it. Do you think going into the Shield Brothers, they might start switching out to Hunters for safety?
Maybe we'll see that. I don't think we will. I think we'll still see the Sunbreakers because.
It's going to be a punch fest. John Cena!
I don't know if you know this in the Shield Brothers in-strike there. There's a lot of ads that come up, and those Sunbreakers are going to be very good at dealing with that.
Very true. And does the enemies that actually spawn in that, once you kill them, does it start the timer for the next guy to come out? The next boss?
Yeah, it's a basic, or no. Basically, it's kind of a set time thing. It'll come out at a certain period.
Gotcha.
So really, the only thing you can do is get the guy to the stage where he's going to leave.
Right. So you want to do that as quickly as humanly possible.
Exactly.
So he's running away.
Exactly.
Fleeing to mama.
Exactly. So are we going to take bets? I believe it's Team Delight at the finals here.
Are we making some bets?
We're going to make some bets. Do you think we'll see that in the top there?
Well, because they use a Y in their name instead of a regular, normal letter, it makes me think that they're really good. If you ever see any people online and they've got like XI Pumper 55, for some reason, those guys terrify me. That guy is going to snipe me. So if they've got a Y in their name where it shouldn't be, these guys are going to be quick.
I think they're playing the field. They know that there could be an intimidation tactic.
I think 604.
604?
I think 604
Or
is...
we're going to see 3 people
No,
at 604?
I think that's the time now that everyone wants to beat.
Okay.
Just because they know it's like, boom, I just beat 2 people. So
Okay.
I think beating 604 is a huge number. They're going to be really excited for that.
I gotcha.
We're just waiting, guys. They're still getting set up back there, getting logged in.
Yep.
It does take a few seconds, unfortunately. But they're going to be ready in just a moment.
Yeah, they should be ready. We'll see the final run here, and then we'll be off to the next bracket where we'll see that shield.
And we don't have to watch the war set anymore. We don't have to watch
dreaded
that thing
war set.
go through.
Not a fan of that war set anymore. It is. I think this week it's also the Nightfall.
It is. It is too.
and
So you
it's-
guys have seen this strike a lot, but I
Yeah.
guess you guys got warmed up. You know exactly what these guys are going to be doing, and maybe you guys should have come competed in this yourselves.
Well, let's see if there's another one. I'm not sure, but
I'm hoping it's not the
I'm
last.
hoping it's not the last. I think we'll see more here. It's been a really fun event
Yeah.
thus far. We still have a lot more to do today. We got the Shield Brothers strike.
Mhm.
We'll see some Sunless Cell action a little bit later, probably.
Yep. I think that's going to be fun. For the
that's fun.
finals, Sunless Cell, there's going to be some shenanigans
if you
in the
guys
dark.
think that arc hallway is deadly, wait until you see the room full of nothing but shriekers.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. If
That's
someone
deadly.
fails on that one, you can't salvage it.
No,
It's a
you
wipe.
absolutely
It's a
can't.
wipe. You cannot get to his body, but you could drag him forward. If
Yeah,
someone,
you'll be able to drag
if
him
someone
forward.
else makes it through, you could drag him forward. It's not a huge deal, but I think there's a delay. Once they're dragging them, that would probably play into time because you have to do the dragging them in.
Yeah.
It takes like 3 seconds.
So, something that I've noticed, we haven't really seen any Stormcaller usage aside from
The one run.
The one run. We talked about it a little bit. You want to go into that a little bit more? Like,
Well, we were just saying because we were noticing the Sunbreakers were clearing the rooms a little bit faster, and then we saw a Stormcaller and we're kind of pumped, like, hey, got some good AOE, but it just does such little damage. Each kind of tick of damage that it doesn't seem to do as much damage. And the movement is reduced,
Exactly.
so
I
it
think
takes forever to get from.
It's still a great super to use there, but it's all about shaving those seconds off, and it's just a little bit too slow. Just a little bit too slow overall. I'm still so pleased to see some Night Stalkers being used in this run.
So if we're rating the new classes in Taken King, we're doing some PvE strikes, some speed runs. What are the top classes? What do you
Top
think?
classes for PvE. Honestly, a lot of the new one, the new classes are really fantastic, and then take ye old Defender Titan in there as
Very good
well.
too, yeah.
Like Defender Titan, Stormcaller, and then Night Stalker. You have a very good group here. I see we do have a Night Stalker running the lockdown grenades, Vanish and Smoke. Ooh, we have a Vanish and Smoke. So this should be a pretty interesting thing to see here. We might see
How many hung juries do we have there?
I don't
Patrick?
know. We haven't seen. I think we saw some. I see a raid primary right there. I think we're going to see some invisibility usage from this team as well. Ooh,
He's got a booster. He's going to go side to side.
Is he going to let it explode? He is. Is he going to use the?
Oh,
Yes,
he does
yes,
it. He does
yes,
it. Not
he
quite
is.
as quickly, but he's got it. The tactics down.
Still very well executed. He's still going to do it. Is he going to do it again? He is. He is. He doesn't care. He does not care.
We knew it. The Y in their name is giving them all the skill here. They're going
man,
ham.
they are intimidating.
They're not
Are we
messing
going to see the sub 5 minute run? Sub 5 minute run. Will it happen? Okay. Okay. So he got there so quick. He got there so
He's in the
quick.
zone. He did 3 explosions there. Was it 3? Yeah.
Yeah, those 3 explosions there. I wonder if they're going to do anything different here as well.
All I know is I am stoked. I'm Tyler stoked to see how the rest of this run goes.
Wow.
Because
wow.
So far they're pulling some beautiful moves out. They're real bros, real Professor Bro. Man, I tried so hard.
That
to
one's
pun.
not going to work. That one's not going to work.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna actually get a new caster in here because that was so awful.
That was so awful. You're fired immediately. Gone. So, we can see that they are. They're going to take these out. I'm really surprised that we're actually seeing the teams, take out these turrets. Normally, I wouldn't think to do that. I usually just don't care when I'm running right through this section. But I'm also not, competing in a time trial event. So I guess I want to be able to focus on, killing these and living. Whereas instead, you usually focus on also surviving from those turrets.
I'm really curious to see where their time is going to be going under the second skip.
You see a hung jury right there. I don't know.
That was a nice hung jury.
That was a pretty good hung jury. It's one of my favorite weapons.
Look at the glimmer drop. They're making it rain out here.
Oh,
got some glimmer going.
Yeah, I need something to spin my glimmer on aside from weapon packages. So it's still transmitting.
42 flying in.
Yeah.
I think they needed some more AOE there. They're all using primaries.
Yeah.
They had hardly any grenades or anything.
Well, I think these primaries might have Firefly on them. I didn't check exactly. So
actually, you know what? They're pretty much on pace here. There's hardly any difference.
Yeah.
Oh,
we are going to see a Solar Titan. He's just going to huck some hammers at him, make some orbs for
He's just spamming hams. Look at this. We've got a little third, guy behind him here just pumping over his shoulder.
Oh, that's great. That's
Good,
great.
great hammers. These enemies hardly even made any progress forward, so they're doing very
they're
well.
doing some interesting grenade throws over there. It's kind of blindly throwing it over a hill. Oh yeah, we're seeing at least one of the weapons has Firefly on it.
Yeah.
I think it's the Hung Jury.
Oh please, enough with it. You're acting like it's a thorn or something. So OP.
Except it's actually good. Okay, so trying to sleeper sim with that, I don't think that shot actually landed. I don't know. Numbers never. Okay, I guess it did land because that thing exploded very quickly. So,
we're using all the supers here.
Okay.
He's going to generate a ton of orbs here, though. So the Sunbreaker most likely will get his super back. He's got to be careful to be close.
I don't know if I would have used my super there. I would have used it in like the next section.
In the next
probably.
section.
But these teams have practiced a lot more than me, so I'm not going to really question it until we see that in time.
I like how he pushed up on the door here. He's right there ready for it.
Yep. I was still waiting to see a team since the last team. I can just say it, like one just run away at the very end, run down there when it's at like 96% or something like that. Because it's at that point, it'll take I think half a second longer to finish, but then you'll end up saving like 4 seconds or so.
Right, to be at the door.
Person getting down there. So are we going to see another super? Are we going to see it? Are we going to see it?
Got it.
Yep.
I hear the Sunbreaker.
I
Yep.
can definitely hear that.
That's a terrifying noise. We've all heard that in PvP.
Yes,
you just
we
say,
have.
"Run, boys!"
Run
As soon as you hear that, you want to get the heck out of here.
Yeah.
He just hit a little
exploding
wall there.
shank.
Yeah,
He hit the
he hit
exploding
the
shank.
railing.
We
I
have.
don't know if that actually.
There's still a lot of ads up. I'm not sure if he.
This is a little bit slow here.
I think he used the super just a little bit too early right there.
We're talking about milliseconds here. These errors that they're making.
Yeah, it adds up. It really does add up. I know you're going to be hearing us say that a lot, but it's really true. So
someone's going to miss a reload, and we're going to scream bloody murder. Oh my God, they're tragedy.
All right, so they're getting into this arc hallway section. Are we going to see a bubble? Do you think or is that a weapons of light bubble that they probably have saved up? Okay, yeah, it looks like he's just going to run on to the very end there. He's just weaving in and out of this little section right here. Oh, and he goes down. I think, actually, this might be part of the strategy. Never mind. I thought they were I thought they were going to get a res and then use that res shield to just kind of blow through to the end there, but they
got the
didn't.
revive though early before the doors even open, so it's not
they're
a
still gonna be
huge
down
deal
there.
here.
Oh,
Can the shank get him though?
no!
Thank goodness he dipped away. If he would have died there, the team would have had to come back for him. That would have been a big delay. But he's still weak. He's still so weak. He's got the high armor.
Watch out for the shanks. Oh no.
That would have been a tragedy if he would have been taken out there. It looks like all these enemies are not focused on him too much. He's going to take almost no damage going through.
He's still fine. This run is that didn't add or take away any time. I don't think the other two were still at the end there.
Whew.
That gets your heart pumping.
I saw the guy in the back there actually go into his inventory there. I'm wondering if that's the play, or if he should have waited until he's closer in. Do you think that affects things whatsoever?
I think he probably has some time, so he might as well do it. I mean, the other guys are already ahead, so
he's going to just drop in and start pumping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. So the servitors already out. See the sleeper. See
the grenade. The grenade does the damage.
The grenade earlier did help there. That's interesting.
So if you don't know what we're referencing, someone threw a grenade into where the servitor spawns before, and then sleeper simulated
the
quick puppet
as soon as it came out.
As soon as it came out, so he killed it before it was even in the air, and that's a couple.
Yeah, I mean, it just helps. It helps. Every little bit helps. So they're gonna already grenade. Got melting point going on the boss here. Sleeper simulant action, getting in there. I think they were just a little bit too slow. Okay, already got the Night Stalker bow to follow it up there. They're doing just ever slightly less damage, and I think that was a little bit slow. A little bit. I think that was probably not going to be in that 604 range. Probably around 6'9", 6'10".
But he did get a legendary engram, so
he did get a legendary engram. His inventory is full though, so
at least he got that to salvage things.
Yes,
we're going to see what his time is here. And we're going to do a recap of all the different peoples. Hopefully we can get the scoreboard up showing all their times and see where everyone's going into the second round here.
We can see what did they
6:14. 6:14.
Very respectable time still.
Yeah.
Very respectable time. All right.
Is that our 4th place spot? We've got a... No, it isn't.
No,
it isn't. There's a 6:11.
There's a 6:11 time there.
Okay.
So
yeah. So we've got our top 4 teams.
We got top 4 teams. We got the teams to beat. The teams, a little bit below that, they have some. They got something to work towards in this next strike. So we're going to be seeing the Shield Brothers strike come up next here.
Can't wait. Really excited to see that. I think it's going to be a little bit more fun. It's going to be faster though. How long does that strike take to do?
Oh God. I mean, these strikes, I really don't think they'll take that long.
We looked away the other day. They wiped. We looked away, and we came back, and they're back
and
at the boss. They went to orbit, came back, and we're like, what?
Yeah, I think these runs, like on average, will maybe take. I think the time to beat would be like a sub 3 minute.
Yeah,
would be something that we might take. Okay,
so back to the scoreboard here. Look at this. We've got a 558, 2 604s, and 611. Those are going to be our top 4 teams right now. But we have a full-on strike to do. For everyone, we're going to go back through all 8 teams, and we're going to see who's going into the final. The top 4 players, or sorry, top 4 teams going into the final for the playoff. I'm excited. I'm really excited to see.
I'm excited. Maybe we'll see some upsets. Team Deej noticed me. They have a very respectable lead right now.
Huge.
So if they're able to maintain that momentum going forward into this strike, if they rehearsed that strike as well as they did the Fallen Saber strike, then I think they have their spot in the final secured.
Going into it, the team that just got 6-14, they've only got 5-6 seconds of playroom before they're going to be into a lot of trouble. So they really do need to go through this quickly. We're actually going to go to a break, so stay tuned. We're going to the second set of strikes, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for tuning in so far, and I'll see you guys soon.
Indeed.
Well, whenever we actually leave.
Whenever we actually leave.
Whenever we actually leave.
This is going to be fun. I can't wait to see it.
Hello, everyone. We are back for the Red Bull Clash course. We're going into the second strike, the Shield Brothers.
The Shield Brothers.
I'm so excited to see this one. This one's going to be 10 times better, I think. Just speed, killing.
It's not
gonna be
as
awesome.
slow. I mean, we're going against Cabal here, and even though they are very slow, they fill that strike with so many enemies. We are going to be seeing some really interesting plays. Are they going to be killing things, or are they going to, just run by it?
This boss fight has room for error. There's going to be deaths, and it's going to be tragic how they recover from them.
Exactly. We saw some tragedy in that first round with some of the teams dying in that hallway, forgetting to do the war to actually finish the war stat before moving forward. We can see some equal stuff here, just in a much more brutal fashion.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to actually jump over to Pau. She's going to talk to some of the players back there. We're going to get some interviews because things are getting heated up here. It's getting intense. There's going to be people that start getting eliminated from this top 4. So we want to talk to players, see what's going on in their heads. And Pau, let's hear it. What are you going to go ask those guys?
All right, guys. Well, yeah, I want to know. This is Shield Brothers. This is going to be a lot more intense. How are you guys feeling? Are you guys going with a different strategy than before, or what?
I think we're just going to stick to what we practice and hopefully don't make any mistakes and obviously be really consistent and just hopefully not mess up. That's the big thing.
Are you guys changing your loadout?
From the last one, a little bit, maybe some armor changes, but that's about it. But in general, the same strategy going into it.
All right. Well, what do you think? Are the nerves a little bit higher?
Oh no, I think we'll do fine.
You're like zenned out, man, and you too. Like, what about you? Like, you're just here quiet. It's freaking me out. I'm freaked out.
Overall, I think we deal well under pressure. We're all PvP players anyway, so I think with that on the plate, it'll make us play that much better.
All right. So I have one more question. Are you guys trying to beat your previous time before in a way to embarrass or show up? Like, I want to know. Dominate.
Dominate. Hopefully, I mean, it's going to be tough because we're going first into this, so obviously people can see what we're doing and either mimic it or do better. But hopefully we can just set the best time. We'll see what happens.
All right. You know what? Good luck. Have fun, guys.
This is really exciting.
I'm excited.
I want to see. I just cannot wait to see what these guys do in the strike.
This is one where so much can happen. You have these long stretches where there's a ton of enemies. I think yesterday we saw some teams, just saying, no, we're not going to kill it. We're not going to kill it. We're just gonna try to run through it and hope we don't all die.
One of the nice things is because we're going in the reverse order, the teams that started things off and they had no idea what team or what times to do. They're now going to get a feel of what do I have to do.
Exactly.
They know what is on the line here.
Exactly.
And based on their previous times, like they know if they got to really show up.
Yeah, they really I think that'll push them. We'll see a lot more. We may see some more desperate plays.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And it's some really big risk versus reward type stuff here. And hopefully the reward is going to be good. Hopefully that risk won't fail on them.
And I think in that final battle there, because there's so many enemies and ammo consumption, they're going to have to manage it. You might see someone running in with their shotgun close range to finish off a fight because they know they don't have any other way to do it.
Exactly.
So
we saw some
a melee. They might end it with a melee. Something like that.
Well, this fight is modeled after a wrestling event, a tag team wrestling event. So I think it would be only fitting to end it with a melee. I want to see if any teams.
If someone ends the whole fight with a punch, minus 10 seconds. I don't know if we can make that official, but
I don't think that's an official rule. I don't think that's an official rule.
So I'm just making things up.
You are making things up. Oh, they are already in
Speedy.
here. They are speedy. We got the Titan boot. We got the Titan skating coming up here.
We got some AE Gabriel going ham here, teaching us how to skate.
Going up the hill at the start. There's Colossus. Please don't hit it.
Thank the Lord, it did not. We're good. We're going to make our way into the strike. This one's going to be a lot more fast-paced.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no waiting. There's
really no waiting around. There's a few very key things that have to happen during it. Not going to spoil what those are, but we're just going to let those happen as they happen. The first enemy is going to be a tank. We're used to battling a boss. We're seeing an actual enemy, physical enemy, and then we're going to see a tank in space.
Is there someone in the tank? Is it a robotic tank? We don't even know.
They don't specify that too well.
There's probably a guy inside that we've killed hundreds of times, and he's
these
an
guys
unknown.
again, and especially these teams have rehearsed this over and what? Oh.
He is not even going over there. He's just jumped over this wall here. He just skipped the tank engagement.
That I did not know about that.
He is running ahead. So what he's doing is there's going to be the tank engagement going on. They're going to kill him. He is already running so far ahead that he's going to go through the door. If other people do not know about this tactic, Delight is going to run away with it. They will slaughter every team.
This is huge. This is absolutely huge. The reason that they did this is you don't need you don't need a lot of people to kill that tank. So you are saving at least. Oh no!
But someone died. They now have a massive drop in the DPS. If you can't clutch it, they could fall apart here. They could fall apart.
Oh, this is bad.
22 seconds to save it.
This is
Nation needs to come up huge. He can get the revive. He has to
I don't know
safe.
if you noticed it, but there is a tank there, and that could prove to be absolutely horrible for them. I think they finally did it. They're waiting for this door to open. That was almost. That was tragedy. I think that still even slowed him down some, though. That could have been a very.
If every team knows this tactic, you know, that was definitely a mess up. That's going to slow them down. If other teams don't know it, this could still keep them in the lead. So you need to be careful here.
So during this little part right here, Tyler Stokes is going to be running ahead using invisibility by the doorway, because you don't actually have to kill anything in this little section here. You just need to be right by that door, and it'll trigger to run forward. So once that has happened, he's going to run ahead, and I think the rest of the team is going to be teleported forward to him.
So he's going to drag them into the boss room.
Yeah, he's going to drag them into
Even
the boss
though they're
room.
super far behind, it would take them like 20 seconds to run up there.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, man. That could have gone so horribly for them back there.
Something's wrong with this picture.
So he's already in the boss room. This is like 2 minutes in. We're already at the boss.
I told you this was going to go so quickly. You guys, I didn't think that we were going to see it happen this quickly. So he's already running up here. He is ready for Valis to
He's doing
come on
damage
out.
before his teammates are even here. He's ready to go. He's getting punchy, not taking damage because he's an absolute boss. John Cena here, taking him out.
Okay, and he is now damageable. There's like a delay until he can be damaged. The rest of the team just
However,
working.
you're going to notice right here, he's actually under the hitbox of his swing, so he's not taking damage from Valis Maul.
They have to be very careful at that little portion right there. If they accidentally kill him, they could be in a lot of trouble. If they kill him, it'll take about another minute for the next guy to come out.
There's a delay if you actually kill the guy.
Yeah.
Instead of letting him run back.
Instead of letting him run back, and then he ends up coming back out at full health just due to the kind of game mechanics of this particular boss fight. It can be really bad if you do too much damage in this instance. Usually you're trying to maximize your damage. Now you have to play it kind of safe.
And then after
with the
this,
amount of damage that
So
you
this
do.
guy's got a massive gun on his back. He's going to be a turret shooting electricity.
Oh, they are using the melting point on this guy to get him down. Okay, he's already fleeing. They've already triggered him to flee. He's probably going to jump around a little bit longer. They are switching to the doorways to kill these ads. Once these first little waves of ads are dead here, we'll see the rest of the Valis brothers come on out.
Timer's going to start. They're going to start having the 2v3, evening the odds a little bit here.
Evening the odds a little bit.
Do you think it's going to matter, though? I think they're going to drop so quickly. It's almost
you say that, but we saw some stuff happen yesterday where their entire team would get wiped because one of them gets imbued with some pretty nasty abilities. Pre-firing oh, I like that.
He kept him in the doorway, unable to attack or do any of his things. They killed him before they even fully spawned out into the door, able to do their attacks.
Yes.
Very quickly.
You know, we saw some teams that end up getting wrecked by those boss abilities. These guys didn't care about it. They used that super to just negate all the abilities from those guys.
Right.
That was some really interesting play there.
I like that. No, I like it.
And
just seeing what these guys do and the way they figured how to optimize this game is very impressive.
Yes,
really.
indeed. 4:45 is the time to beat. Do you think we'll see one faster?
I do. Especially if people know the jumps, they're going to do it. They're going to, as long as they do that tank section a little bit faster, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
Let's say 4:30.
4:30 is time to beat?
We're hoping to 4:30 would be a nice time.
Okay. I think that's what we might see.
Let's go jump over with Pow. Oh,
no.
I'm just going to joke about that, and we're going to talk a little bit about, moving in to this final round here. Do you think nerves are going to start playing part in this?
I think they will. We had some really interesting plays there. I didn't know about that little jumping spot.
I didn't either. I mean, I don't play PvE enough. I've only done the raid like once.
I mean, look, you and I we put too much time into this game, really,
For sure.
And it's really nice to be surprised by stuff like that.
It's cool.
I didn't know that existed.
It makes me wonder how many times I've wasted time on other things.
I know. You
know,
could be finding little secrets. I wonder if there's any of those in the other strikes that we will see later on in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm curious. In the next one, the Sunless Cell. Maybe there's a huge skip that I have no idea that has even existed.
There are some interesting skips there.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to see
You're
them.
excited.
I'm
You
excited
should
to
be
see
excited
them.
to see
We're
them.
getting pumped. That's good. So, are we getting the next team in here all set up? It looks like.
I think we're getting ready to get an interview.
Okay. So.
Okay. So we're gonna keep talking here. Okay. So the total time to beat right here is 10 minutes and 59 seconds. They need to get if you want to be in the final. Okay. There.
Which error?
Okay. Sorry, we're a few little technical things we're trying to work through right here.
Oh. Okay. So it looks like there was actually. We're just trying to figure out exactly what the issue was. Yeah, so we're actually gonna have to redo that strike. Luckily, it's half the time of the other one.
Yeah,
it's pretty quick.
this is fine. I will gladly watch
Once
this
they
one again.
did that jump up, they were skipping. The tank was supposed to spawn in. It just didn't spawn. They were standing there waiting for the tank to spawn. The doors open. Nothing was there. So it glitched out. Probably wasted 5, 6, 7 seconds there. So we knew this might happen.
This actually does happen a lot of time in the strike. So we're gonna try to give them another fair run. We'll get to see that. We'll hopefully get to see that little jumpy spot glitch.
Yeah, maybe
again.
they can do it perfectly this time. Improve their time. And we're not going to cater to people, whining if they make a mistake and give them a new run. But if something glitches out technical, we saw it on our end, that something has made it so they can't even complete the strike as fast as they could have. It's not fair. We want this to be a fun, quick run, and we don't want someone to go home with no prizes or leave the top 4 because of a glitch. That's not fair.
Exactly. So, oh God, what was the time that we said we might see beat?
4:30.
4:30. Do you think if they're able to do that little section there without any glitches, do you think they'll be able to beat 4:30?
I don't know now. I don't know now.
I mean,
if they had a glitch and they got that time, then I think 4:30 is possible. 'Cause they didn't kill it super fast. They had someone die, and if it also glitched, like that
adds even more time. This should be really interesting. We'll have to set a new benchmark time.
Yeah, we'll see after this one. We'll make a little guesstimate at what the new benchmark is going to be. The one we hype up in the chat and pray.
I'm still going to go for 4:30. I think 4:30 is still really quick.
What are your thoughts on 4:20, Patrick?
I think that's a very good time to beat. That is a very good time to beat.
Me too. I think I like to spend. I'd like a 4:19. 4:20 is a little suspect.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially in the gaming community. I'm not even going to get into that topic.
Yeah, definitely.
I make really bad jokes. Now,
this guy.
I think they're getting all set up here. They're almost ready to go. They actually logged back in. They're getting everything all figured out. Getting their items. We're actually making the teams log out in between, or between the strikes, because we don't want them to have ammo carried over and stuff. There's a couple things with ammo that do get affected and could give someone an advantage. Sniper ammo, special ammo. So we're letting them log out. Make sure that things are all fair for everyone.
So, God, we didn't get to see them actually try to destroy the tank. We saw that footage of the guy jumping up into that one little area. We're seeing a lot. I think we're going to see a lot more sleeper simulant footage in there as well. We in the runs before yesterday, we saw a lot of black spindles being used, just a lot of sniper rifles to take down that tank really quickly. I think these guys are going to be using sleeper simulant because they have fewer people there. That normally you don't want to waste the heavy ammo during that section, but if they only have 2 people there, sleeper simulant becomes a very valid strategy there, so you can do even more damage.
We actually have a replay of the moment where the tank wasn't spawning in, I believe. We're going to jump to that in a second, so you can see what actually happens. We're just going to get loaded up on the back end. You guys are going to get to check out why we're actually redoing the strike, because we want this thing to be fair. We want it to be allowed. We had the viewpoint of the people, or the guy running ahead, because we wanted to show you that little glitch. But
it's not really a glitch. It's just more of
a tactic, a move.
The Cabal clearly they didn't, build their ship correctly, and we are just going to.
If you're leaving spaces, people should jump in.
Yes.
Do you know what? Yes. We don't have time for that. We want to get things underway. We're going to actually jump to the game. Hopefully the glitch doesn't happen again, but if it does, at least you'll be able to see it.
Yes, maybe we'll actually see it this time. Hopefully it doesn't become a recurring thing during this.
No, exactly.
Like a certain war set.
Stupid war set.
I hate it so much. So
at least this one's faster. Honestly, the war set is about as long as this whole strike as it feels like. This one's really quick. It's fast paced.
Definitely. Remember that we are seeing them jump into the strike yet again. Will 4:30 be the time to beat? Will they get closer to 4:20 or 4:19?
Didn't work.
Or 4:21.
Or we could see a sub 4 minute.
Oh please!
I think anything is possible. Anything is possible. And if they execute that part really quick, who knows? They could suddenly shave 40 seconds off the entire run.
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, we haven't seen. We saw teams getting 6-11, and we're like, oh, well, 6 seconds would be good. And then people started really closing the gap there. Maybe 4:30 is a basic little guess, and 4:10 is something that's more standard by the end of it.
I definitely think that might be possible here. You see them Titan skating up the hill once again on the strike.
This is where time's going to be saved. There is no sparrows.
No sparrows on the Dreadnought.
Once the sparrows are out in the other maps, that's a pretty standardized time. You can't improve it that much, but with Titan skating, that is a skill you need to learn. And if you're better at it than the other people, you're going to do.
You can end up going just a little bit faster, and that's what counts. These point A's to point B, so you can actually start the fights happening. So we're going to get down into the way. We are finally into the. I can't even pronounce the name of the ship here, so we're just going to keep on going.
It's a big Cabal ship.
It's a big Cabal ship, and then they crashed into a bigger ship.
Let's see if they
will we see
leave the same players there.
As much as I want to, see them really kill the tank quick, I also want to see this glitch yet again.
Yeah, I like watching the glitch. Let's watch the glitch for this one. The next time we'll watch.
I was very confused. Seeing why is he running over? Oh, see,
that is crazy that they left that in there. Makes you wonder though what other ones.
That's why you don't go with the lowest contracted bidder. Okay, you got to go for a little bit of quality when building your spaceship.
You don't just leave holes in your house.
You don't leave your. Oh, come on, that's like leaving a key, dangling off the front of your door.
As you can see here, his light level was only like 270. Does that play any factor in this?
Oh man, he has no special ammo. Okay, so fortunately the Goliath tank did spawn in just as quick, but they are low on special ammo. They don't want to pop a synth for this just yet, and the tank has finally exploded. Okay, so we are going to see Birdman up at the top there. Once the tank has finally registered that it's dead, they're going to move on.
That tank was a present from the brothers. You need to find them.
They did that much better. Much better. That was probably 10 seconds faster.
Much smoother. It was unfortunate that he kind of ran out of ammo limit. So right now at this little portion, they're going to be killing things, grabbing ammo, because they're going to get teleported forward. That's one of the mechanics built into the game.
There's realistically no reason not to be doing that at this point. It's just optimizing things. They're using their time effectively. Really? Got to be careful he doesn't die here on the way.
We could have seen what happened there. We saw it. Oh my God. Oh, his health is very, very low at that portion. He's trying to get to the end as quick as possible. His jumps, I think, might be slowing him down.
Is he a hunter? He's a hunter.
He's a hunter, but it looks like he's
using Mida right now would definitely help.
Mida
would definitely help.
Boost. I think he's wanting to use the sleeper simulant as exotic though, since he is the guy that's running forward. Actually, yeah, if he has a dedicated, if he's the dedicated runner, he probably should be using Mida. Shave a couple more seconds off the run.
All these little things.
They are teleporting in. Dancing, because that's all you can do right now.
He's going to do the stance here, I'm guessing, right in front so he doesn't actually take damage.
And just crouch down.
It also makes it so he doesn't move around a lot. He's easy shots. You can line up the crits very easily.
And he's already getting some damage in before his teammates come in there. They are doing work, so it's okay to be a little bit slower than that point. Okay, so he's already fleeing. We're seeing the rest of the ads pop up. They are taking them down in unison.
This part. Always fun watching have to kill these ads. But it does add that little bit of drama in there. If someone takes too much damage and they can't pop out because they know they're going to die, that affects the speed of the strike.
Exactly.
If someone goes down here, this is a big issue.
Oh yeah, I don't think we'll see that. These guys,
they're practiced.
They know what they're doing. Practiced. They're not going to die to a couple Scions.
I think that's the thing too, is they recognize that a death is a huge drop in damage.
So it looks like you have to kill everything there as quickly as possible to get this next guy to come out.
They dance right in front of him.
Dance right there. Beautiful. All right, he's already fleeing.
Wow, 2 seconds there, just pumping.
Okay, they are popping weapons of light to kill the ads a little bit quicker right here. That's a very good strategy. I think that's, and if they kill him quick enough, the bubble will probably be there when the brothers come back out.
They should have enough time. As long as he has the perk to extend the duration, he should be fine there. The bubble will still be out. They'll get the bonus damage. And killing these enemies realistically is the most important at this moment, just to speed things up. We've got the bow again. You can see he's got the bow.
That is fantastic.
A couple seconds there, though, that they did not do damage, and now they're going to be in drama here. There's going to be some damage.
He didn't. Okay.
Yeah, that was definitely a misplay. Not having that up. This is probably 5, 6, 7 seconds long in the other team, simply because these guys actually came out. They're moving around. Luckily, they killed the one guy.
And they are returning to orbit. Let the strike actually let it register that it's done. Okay,
it's gone very close there.
Cutting it very close there.
If they would have left early there, it wouldn't have actually showed their time.
That would have been.
So we needed to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, hopefully that's faster than their original run.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Watch, it's 5 seconds slower. No.
No.
I think they'll be good, though.
What was the original time? It was like 4:30. Okay.
Very close, though.
Still very
2 seconds
close.
difference. And it might be because they failed on that, the boss. The boss.
Yeah, the boss at Ride Strike, they probably could have saved another
Even
2
though
seconds off
the tank, fell properly, killing those bosses a little bit slower.
So if we're searching for a time to beat, it's 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Wait, wasn't it 4:45? It was 4:45, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, we're actually close to that 4:30. So maybe we do see the 4:20.
Okay, it was 4:40. So that was actually
yeah. So it's 12 seconds faster. That
okay.
no, plays.
Okay.
And the fact that they messed up on the boss, like we're gonna see some sub 4:30s.
Oh yeah.
We might see the 4:20.
If every team knows about that little jump spot, we could see sub 4:30.
Yep.
I don't think we'll see sub 4 minutes.
So
sadly.
having special / heavy on the tank. Point number one, making sure that you obviously do the jump up, and then for the most part, it would just be killing the bosses as soon as they spawn on that second push.
Yeah.
They're doing enough damage when they're running and fleeing, but they need to do that damage right at the start there.
Exactly. Hopefully the other teams know about that, and we can see them progress through this properly. Okay, so we actually have, is Pao in the studio now?
Yeah, Pao's in here. Yeah, she's
hello.
ready.
Okay, should we send it over to Pao?
Yeah, Pao's going to ask some questions. Go, Pao. You can do it.
All right, guys. Well, we're here. Are a little nervous?
Yeah.
Why are you nervous? You got this.
No, we're confident. I'm just a little bit nervous, teeny bit.
All right. Well, did you guys watch the last team right now?
Yes.
All right. So are you guys doing a little bit the same or changing up the strategy?
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
All right. So what would you guys say is your tactic against anybody else here?
I don't know. I think a lot of people are going to do the same thing, and
But we're talking about seconds here that are going to make a big difference.
yeah, I think maybe the ad killing is probably pretty important.
Get them out of the way.
Boss is so much faster, yeah, because they don't come out until the ads are done. So.
All right, guys. Well, you guys, good luck. Get ready, because we're going to get started. All right, casters, back to you.
We're ready.
We are ready.
So they're jumping in. Getting in. Ready.
I'm excited. I really want to see that sub 4 minute 30-second run actually happen.
I actually like. I mean, even though they, for the most part, the bosses are stationary for the first two parts, I like that there actually are some enemies to kill in that section, and the faster they kill it, the faster the bosses come out. It does add a bit of skill, and I think honestly just movement through the map and not getting lazy with your Titan skating or your Hunter jump is huge. That's going to play the biggest difference over the course of the entire strike.
Exactly. So this strike really is about moving as quickly as possible. So aside from killing those really big enemies, we're going to see probably a lot of Mida multi-tool usage, a lot of Titan skating, getting from point A to point B as quickly as possible.
I'm really curious to see the teams that do throw the Mida on the person that does that little glitch, if that changes things substantially.
I really do think it will.
I mean, over the course of that run, it's a pretty long sprint.
I did some tests a while back with Mida multi-tool, and over that stretch, it would really save about 5 total seconds.
Yeah,
it's a very noticeable difference over those longer periods of time.
Excited to see what happens there.
Yeah.
We've got the guys loading in here, almost ready to go. We've got just a couple more seconds. Servers connecting. But are you liking this strike better than the first one?
Absolutely.
Are you guys,
Absolutely.
all the people in chat, are you guys liking this one better than the first one? I think it's pretty obvious that this one is a little bit more high-paced.
There are still as many hung juries in this one from what I see, but there are fantastically less war sats, which is
There's less war sats, more hung juries. Same hung juries.
Yeah. So really in this little section here, we're gonna see some teams may not have known about that. They might just try executing it for the first time here as well. That might be a possibility.
One of the things I'm noticing in the chat is people are bullying me because I like to stare at Patrick, and that's because he's so handsome. How couldn't you? And I mean, do you really want me to stare at you guys? That's a little creepy, man.
Yes.
Thanks, guys, for coming to watch, though. We really appreciate it. This is the first, and hopefully, we pray, not last Red Bull Clash course, because this is so much fun. So much fun casting it, being here.
I think the teams are really enjoying it too. Yeah. For one thing, I hope you guys out there are actually learning something about running these strikes. So maybe if you get in a run, you can also speed up your strikes at home.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing is, next time, if they do one of these, get practicing, get out to the events. Some of the events, they had some fantastic turnouts, tons of players. Other ones, not as many, and, it would be really cool to see stuff like this to be a regular thing for
Exactly.
Destiny.
I
Going
would
into Destiny
definitely
2, PvP esports, PvE, like everyone is. There's so many options. There's so many things to do in this game that to see like raid speedruns down the road.
Oh, I would love to see some raids
man,
get
that would be
speedrun.
sick.
There's kind of like unofficial times around the community, and I think it's like 20. You can run the whole raid in 28 minutes if possible.
Yeah,
I think it'd
I
be
know.
really cool to see like 2 teams in the studio here trying to run the raid head to head.
I think that'd be cool. Split the screen, show where the teams are at, moving on through. That'd be super.
That would
cool.
definitely be
really,
interesting.
Really cool.
So, coming up in this Brothers strike,
Brothers.
What do you think they could do differently in the end there?
I think it's just everyone being positioned. Some people didn't have their guns reloaded. There's one guy in the bubble, and he had to now move out of the bubble. So I think just little fractional things like that. And the other thing, too, is they threw the bow out, which is good. They wanted to do that, but no one shot at him for
no one
4 or
shot
5
at
seconds.
Well,
Like,
you want to wait.
You,
You want them to move out ever so slightly away from the door, because if they get staggered a bunch, they may back into it, and that would be really bad as well. One of the other things you want to do is make sure all your weapons are reloaded.
it's a simple thing, but if that could be the difference between the 604 or the 603.
Reloading your weapon will take
they could put you in the
another
final.
3 seconds. So that's 3 seconds that you are not firing that awesome weapon, that sleeper of a simulant. The sleeper simulant.
Doing all the damage.
Indeed. Oh, man. So
we're close. We're close. They're still logging in, guys.
Still logging in. It takes a little bit while.
Getting all set up.
It's all good.
Almost ready. So, are you more excited for Sunless Strike or the Sunless Cell?
I'm still excited just to see this one. I think there's a lot more strategies that we can see in this little portion. We're going to see. I still think we're going to see some people like running through certain areas a little bit quicker than others.
Yeah.
We might. I'm really interested to see what weapons are going to get used. We saw a ton of sleeper simulant. That's obviously going to be used a lot here.
But maybe for this one, just with the delays, it's not the one.
Yeah,
for that one.
Yeah,
Because correct me if I'm wrong here, but the boss, if you don't do damage fast enough, he's going to start teleporting around.
Not teleporting, but he will start jumping
keep it on
around.
that screen so you can know.
If he jumps around too much, he's no longer sitting in that. He's no longer sitting in that tether, and you want him to be in that tether, take more damage. If he's not there, then even more time added to your run.
Right.
So these teams also, if we could get the scoreboard put back up, I'd like to see maybe what the teams are going. Okay. We'd like to see some of the times that are coming up here.
Place our bets. See where everyone's
So right now, the total time to beat is 10 minutes and 47 seconds from Team Delight.
And that's, unfortunately, we have no reference of where the other teams are going to be. We don't know how quickly everyone's going to get done the Shield Brothers strike.
Exactly. So like some of the other teams, their original time was 6 minutes and 14 seconds in the Fallen Saber strike. There's still a lot more room to improve. If they had gone through that a little bit faster, that might be like the total time to beat as well, because they ran through that Shield Brothers strike quicker than I've seen a lot of people. That was interesting.
They literally halved the time that if I was trying really hard, that I could get.
Because usually,
I don't even know about the jump up.
Yeah,
didn't even know about the jump up.
We also just kind of end up sitting there a lot of time and trying to kill everything. Because
I want engrams. I want a legendary engram for once.
You'll never get it. You'll never get it.
If you use a 3 of coins on the tank, do you get? Can you get exotics from it?
No,
it doesn't count as.
It doesn't. Even though it is an ultra, it doesn't count as an ultra. 3 of coins. It works on on a few things.
Scumbag tank.
No one likes it. No one likes it.
So we are still logging in. They're almost ready, guys. Sorry for the delays. You got to look at us for a couple more seconds, and luckily, Holtzman over here with his luscious hair.
Oh yes, I need to throw it behind my shoulder right there.
Okay, perfect. Okay, it sounds like they are going in now.
Okay,
so
good,
we're actually going to do the strike in about 2 seconds here.
See some play go on. I don't know. I want to see I want to see if they can use Might of Multi-Tool in this as well.
Optimize things.
We are this is so good to see this screen right here. Hopefully, I'm interested. Do you think any team would use Might of Multi-Tool at the very start, get to the point where the tank spawns, and then use that time that it's spawning to switch weapons again, just because it's so crucial in this strike from getting to point A to point B?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Are we going to switch to a Mida here? He's got the black spindle. These guys are probably sitting back for the tank.
He's probably going to be sitting back for the tank.
He's one of the tank snipers.
Going into that tank with that black spindle. It's a very, very powerful weapon. If the whole team is using it, I can hear the Titan skating going on.
It's ready. Is that the fastest class? Titan skating around. I think optimized Titan skating around. You're going to be the fastest.
Optimized, a proper Titan skate will absolutely be the fastest thing in the game. The Hunter with Might of Multitool and Bones of Ao can also be pretty quick, but
you have to be in hallways, don't you? To get
to get the little boost properly. You know, and then right after that is Blink, but Blink's really slow over time. If you're really wanting to speed run things just from actually running, Titan skating. That's the way.
What about the Warlock boost? Not really.
Not really. It works. There are. I don't play my Warlock enough to really know the fine points of it. So right here, we're gonna see if they're actually going to do that little jumpy space. I don't think. I'm not sure if they'll actually be doing it. They're taking out the Colossus as quickly as possible. Oh, okay, good. He didn't actually use it.
He didn't punch the boss, but he did punch the Colossus.
Yes,
so I like
exactly.
that. I do see someone way over on the radar there. It looks like they do know about the jump up. They're probably going to do it here. We've got 2 people set up with the. Yep, it's. Oh wait, where is he? Oh, he's just taking damage. He's just trying to survive here.
Very
if he dies here, this is going to be tragic.
This is bad. This is.
He needs to get out of here as soon as he can. If he gets melee, he's done.
Oh my God. Oh no. I don't
one
know.
shot and he's over. It's over.
Oh my God.
But he gets in. He thankfully gets in. He's able to jump through and start making his way towards the end of the strike.
Okay,
but this tank.
He's not far enough ahead.
That's the thing. He's not far enough ahead now. When this tank goes
he
down.
would have been better off. Sitting there helping his teammates.
They need to finish this tank off very quickly here, though.
Yeah, that was really bad. Fortunately, the tank is finally down. I hope he is far enough ahead that he can immediately trigger the doorways to open so he can get through there. He's going to switch out to the lovely sleeper Simulant and go ahead and use a heavy ammo sensor.
He's got 70. He's been to Xur a few times. But again, as we saw before, they're just killing things, trying to get some special ammo, stay alive, and they're going to get dragged. You got some rescue mag there procking, so he got a bunch of ammo for free.
Excellent. Okay, so all images, I think that they're finally a little bit safer. Oh no! Oh no!
They died.
Hobo with a shotgun died ahead there.
Explain to us why this actually just got darknessed.
So what they were trying to do, we don't actually have footage of what, couldn't see what happened, but what I'm assuming happened is he went ahead and tried to stand by the Colossus.
Got pumped.
And he got smashed by the Colossus. So they're going to do that same thing here, but that is really unfortunate. They lost a ton of time there by doing that. They're killing the Colossus now to make sure that they can get through there. There's still a lot of ads. They still might.
But there's 3 of them there, grabbing fire from those enemies. And the fact that one guy was there and trying to survive, he didn't have any stealth like the first Hunter did.
The first Hunter we saw use
so,
those invisibility
I think
grenades.
even using a bubble might be a little bit better there. Risk your, forcing a bubble to stay alive.
Yeah, well, I mean, he hadn't killed anything at that point, and we're so quick, and even if you have max intellect, you're not going to have your super up. You're going to have to kill stuff to actually get your super up that quick. See, even like these guys over here, some of them don't have their super up still because they just haven't really killed much. Oh man, I don't know if this will be able to beat Delight's time.
Right. Does this team have a Hunter? It doesn't look like they have a Hunter, so I'm excited to see what the tactic is here. Jumping up, John Cena calls it safe. And he's just holding the guys.
Okay, so he's not actually, he's not doing the crouch method right there. Oh man.
See, one of the things I'm noticing is they're not doing any damage. When he's jumping up in the air like that, he isn't shooting Valis. So Valis was up for a few extra seconds there, wasn't taking hardly any damage.
In more than a few extra seconds, he was up for a very, very long time. Oh, fortunately, he got his health back up with Cauterize there. It's still very... They are pretty slow through this little section right here. Missing a shotgun
This is very, very sloppy. Yeah. Unfortunately, Boston Tea Party, you guys got to pick it up if you guys want to compete for one of the top times.
So they're not even there ready to shoot him right when it happens. I mean, you're using Sleeper Simulant from range, which is really good, but you have no damage increases going on. They're probably saving them for the later portions. Okay, so
they probably want to beat that final, both of them coming out as fast as possible.
It looks like right now they're prioritizing killing all the ads that are coming out right here, which is, that's what causes the next actual boss to pop up right here.
Yeah. And that was a very good clear with the Sunbreaker there. He did a lot of AoE, all by himself over here. The other side is now down. He actually beat the other 2 players.
He looks like he's going to go run over, get... is he not going to get...
He's not in position to do a shot there. He needs to get into position a little bit quicker.
He needs to get those weapons of light and all the... okay, it looks like they were able to down him, and the final shot lands. Okay.
There are a couple major errors there. The shield was up, so they weren't able to shoot him. They weren't in position to shoot him a couple times. The guy jumping in the air.
The death earlier on that caused the just overall reset. So that was that was very poor planning, I think.
I'm really curious if we can maybe get like a highlight of that. They might show us later some of the key things that happened. But that death definitely did just, probably 10, 15 seconds by the time it's all said and
I
done.
want to see the time in here. I want to get Pow in here in just a little bit to ask these guys
what happened.
Exactly what happened. So 4:57 is the time. Still, way quicker than you and I would normally do it. But in terms of this competition, that's a very slow time to try to beat.
For sure. So we're going to jump over to Pow. She's going to talk to them, see what was going on in their heads.
I want to see exactly what happened. Like, what, were you planning? Obviously, you weren't planning on death, but how do you recover from that?
Exactly.
All right, guys. How do you recover from something like this? My heart's like beating for you guys right now.
I don't know. Hopefully, everyone else screws up too.
Oh, no.
Just kidding. Good luck to them.
Well, what would you have changed in that moment? Is there anything you would have done differently?
If we stick together on the tank, then no one risks their life dying ahead. So, but that's a risky move we take to save time. So.
All right. Well, you know what, guys? You did your best. So maybe next one. All right. All right, Catzers, back to you.
All right. So, unfortunately, I don't think that they were able to beat that initial time set.
Yeah.
If we could get the roster brought back up here, so we could see where these teams actually stand with the combined time, see if they.
And that's the thing, combined time. There's teams that messed up royally in the first strike, and so even a mess up in the second one, it might not matter that much.
Yeah, exactly. It's really, like you said, all about the combined times. And if you can get a really good run here, you might be able to actually, recover from that first strike.
The thing you need to remember, too, is we went top down, now back up. So the teams actually right now that are playing were the people that got some of the fastest times.
Exactly.
So the fact that someone is now messed up in this one, even though they had one of the fastest times, that might even the grounds for some of the other teams.
It's opened up the playing field a little bit more.
Some of the other teams are going to be really excited to see that.
So, we have 11:01 total time from the Boston Tea Party. 10:47 is the top time to beat, but you got to get in between that.
Even with the 10-second difference in that first strike, they are 15 seconds almost ahead now.
Way behind. I mean, they have almost over 30 seconds added to that in round 2. So that's what put them really behind there. That death at the tank, having 2 people. I'm not sure if they were really experienced trying to 2-man that tank. And then the death, that just put them too far back.
I really think that final boss room was sloppily done. Unfortunately, I don't think they optimized a lot of sections.
They were very good at controlling the ads. They had that down perfect, but their positioning, they weren't ready. Some of the players weren't ready to grab the Weapons of Light buff to do maximum damage. He ended up, just kind of wandering around.
They weren't even positioned sometimes to just shoot their gun. That's the thing. They had stuff in front of them. They weren't able to shoot their guns. It's not going to work. So we got Pow again. She's going to be talking with another captain here on the other team. Let's go to it, Pow.
All right. How are you feeling? You a little nervous?
Nah, I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
You look really confident. Now, you just saw what just happened. Mistakes were made. Are you guys, do you feel like you learned a little bit from something like that, or are you guys going to keep your same strategy?
We're just going to kind of try and, keep our sanity, don't get too stressed out, just stay calm, stay chill, keep doing what we've always been doing.
Don't get cocky.
Don't get cocky. Yeah, that's another thing. Just playing it safe, All right,
well, don't play it too safe, Bring it. We want to see it.
Well, I guess we'll see.
All right, well, good luck. Have fun out there. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, so hopefully, I'm excited. We're starting to actually see the brackets start to fill out here.
Yep. I like it. This is the stakes are set. People know where they need to be. They're seeing these times and recognizing, like, I got this. I can beat this.
We can.
And that's the thing is, even coming in, now that they've seen some of the times, if they've ever timed themselves, which I'm guessing they have done going into practice, knowing what their best times are, they might be seeing some of these times and saying, holy, we got this made. We know how to beat these guys. We got the 420, boys.
So, like, right now, I'm sure the teams are, definitely back there going, yeah, we're gonna be good. I was talking to them a little bit yesterday, and it's like, so was that a really good run for you guys? And and I think some of them were trying to play it up, intimidate the other teams. Like, no, we usually do it faster, and it's like
we beat it in 2 minutes.
We beat it in 2 minutes easily. Nah, it'll be good. I mean, this is one of the strikes where it's very capable to run it so quickly that we saw some teams yesterday, like we said, where they were kind of messing around in the last boss room, trying out some different strategies. They wiped, we looked away, they had already restarted, and
they're there,
and they're already there again. And I just took a drink and then We're done.
I like how this one doesn't have any sort of time gates, no delays.
No,
it's
yeah.
just
You mean like
you sprint, you kill. It's
like a war sat?
Like a war sat.
Oh man.
A war sat.
Oh man, I don't like that war sat.
They're jumping in here, ready to go.
So we still yet to really see any Mida multi-tool usage from either of the two teams that we've seen running around. Do you think that's
is because it's not a high quality PvE killing machine?
It really isn't. You know, it's great for kind of if you're killing a lot of ads because they'll be able to get staggered, stuff like that. But you know, the real major keys to this area are killing big things. So you want to use that. You want to use Sleeper Summon. You want to use Black Spindle. Usually we're just going to see a lot of Sleeper Summon. So maybe there we go. There we go. We are seeing some Mida multi-tool.
We got the Mida.
We got.
I'm guessing he'll be the guy that's jumping up.
Yeah, I imagine
potentially
he'll be the guy jumping up.
He does have a Black Spindle, I'm guessing, equipped too, though, so it's tough to say at this point. I think Black Spindle on the tank is the way to go. I don't think there's anything that out DPS's Black Spindle.
The Sleeper Summon, I think, may do it if all 3 people are doing it, but when you have 2 people there, you want to kind of play it safe. Use Black Spindle. It'll still do a ton of damage on that tank.
Yeah, one of the things is just, as long as you're landing your crits with Black Spindle, you can continuously fire. There aren't a ton of threats in that section, so the 2 guys are pretty safe to just keep firing rounds, take out the legs as quickly as possible, and then mop it up.
Exactly.
But I have noticed that in both teams so far, they didn't have any special leaving that section. So they're using their full-on clip.
Well, we can see right here that Mida user has 22 rounds in his sniper rifle, 55 in a machine gun. He's going to jump up here, still taking a bunch of damage. Hopefully he can get that jump. Okay, he did make it. We can go back over, see what they're doing at the tank side of things, see if they're able to get through there.
Check out their damage. See, there's actually just a guy sitting. He's, you know what? I'm tired.
He's relaxed. You're just gonna take a little bit of a break. You know. Okay, here we go. He's actually not using Black Spindle. He is using the 1,000-yard stare. Most likely, let's see. Triple tap proc. Okay, he is using the vendor version. I think that's, I think that might actually work out a little better because you have a little more ammo and you're not entirely reliant. Oh man, that tank is already down. That was
very quick, much quicker than the other team.
Much quicker.
They didn't even need to use their primaries there. So
and see the definitive Ryan already over here. They are ready. They're ready to get teleported. They already switched their weapons. Sleeper Simulant is active. They got their heavy ammo built up. They are ready to get through to this next
I really
section.
like the optimization here that they're getting ammo, they're getting gear, but this is why you want the Hunter here.
Yeah.
Some of the classes
good.
before it was Titan always, but I think in this section, a Hunter is the way to go.
Hunter with Mida, as we see.
Just like we said, would be very, very good.
Very good.
It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Maybe a little bit. So we saw that invisibility grenade there. I think we'll probably see that a lot for the remainder of running this. It's just, you run too big of a risk of dying and then getting teleported, and it's not too good. Okay, so he is switching away from Mida now. We're probably going to see...
Hungary.
Oh, no. We see a Void exotic sword. As is heavy. This should be interesting.
Is he going to be the AoE guy on the
He's
on the
most
enemies
likely
that spawn?
going to... I'm willing to bet he's just going to stay right by one of the doorways and just use that.
I really liked that he knew the exact second when he could do damage.
Well, once the health bar pops up on Valis, that means you can damage it.
He did not want to be wasting shots, wasting ammo, because that could delay things a lot.
I really like his hand cannon there, using the old school, or he's using an Imago loop, which is styled at the old Fatebringer.
It looks like a Fatebringer with that reload speed.
Exactly. Well, it has he obviously has a roll that's very reminiscent of the old Fatebringer.
The PvE king for a long, long time.
What are you talking about? It's still king. I would much. Okay, so
he's going ham with the sword, up close and personal.
Okay, they already killed the original guy. They're already here, and he is. Yep,
he's fleet. Nice, very, very nice. So he's going to run into that smash, but now he's going.
I don't know if you saw that, but he knew if he went by that explosive barrel, that he was going to jump there and explode, and that could have easily killed him. That was a very, very smart play.
We actually saw the team before shooting all the explosive barrels just because of that risk. If someone slams down, it's going to explode. You're going to take bonus damage. You're going to be pumped, KO'd. It's over. Throw in the towel.
Okay, so here we go. The ads are down. They're using. Yep.
Look at this. He's up close and personal. He's getting the double AoE.
He is getting both.
Very nice usage here. He just got slammed away. He's not going to be able to do any damage right now.
He still should be fine.
This is the only thing is he is starting to do some movement around the map. He's not going to kill him very quickly.
Oh, his health is so low right now.
He is fractions of a health point.
He can't go in. He can't go in.
It's okay. At
You
this
can't
point,
go
we've
in.
got the kill.
Oh, you need to wait,
It's
wait
over.
for the strike to finish. Yeah, wait for that strike to
Come on,
finish
boys.
before you leave.
Great time, though, I think,
Very
overall.
good. I think that might have been the fastest time of this particular strike that we've seen thus far.
I really like the sword usage, the double sword. I didn't even think about that.
I wouldn't have thought about it. Usually we see people using like the solar sword and just kind of double, just hitting the boss there. Let's see if this we can see the time here. I want to see where they fell.
416 below 420. These guys are not messing around.
They are not messing around at all. They look so calm.
Yeah,
too.
they don't even care. They're like, yeah,
we just
we do better than that normally.
We just set the best time. Usually we do it in under 3 minutes.
So these guys are leading right now. I think overall they'd be the leaders simply because their time before was pretty solid. I think they had the 6:04 as well.
And
going in with the 4:16, they're
I think
doing
they
really
have
well.
a very secure place in that top spot for sure.
Man, this is getting exciting. Now we know people are starting to make their way into the finals. People are starting to fall off and get their plane ticket home written up, sent to them.
Yep.
Trying.
We have another team pretty much getting ready to get queued up right here.
Yep, they are all getting prepped,
I
ready to go.
think we should send Pao over, get a little bit of a pre-interview going on there, see what she
Sure
thought.
thing.
Yeah, I want to see what. Want to
Pao's
see
just on her way back.
On her way
Grab her mic.
right over there. Okay,
Yeah.
we can stretch a little bit longer, guys. Are you guys enjoying this? I want to see. We are able to see the chat down right here.
We see you talking about Redeem a lot. He must be very good at PvE.
Okay, so wow, 10 minutes 20 seconds is the total time to try to beat right now. I think Team Notice Me Deej might have a little bit of an easy time here. They are the ones that are up next. So if they can have a repeat performance, and they will easily secure their position, definitive with that 10-20. Also a very strong spot here.
There is a lot of room for error.
Yes,
which is.
I don't want to call it too soon.
You don't want to call it too soon. But there is a lot of room for error here. I think though, if we're looking at what they did in the first strike, these guys know what they're doing. So let's go with Pao. She's gonna go talk to the guys back there.
Indeed.
All right, guys. Notice me, Deej. Notice me these sick jackets over here. Where do I get me one?
Oh, it'll take you like 2 weeks if you're trying to find one of these.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to earn mine. I'm really curious. You guys have 3 Titans going in here. Is there something that you guys have changed now that you've seen what's happening?
No, our strategies, we've been refining them for a while, so we're pretty set in our ways at this point.
I'm liking the hyper pink.
Oh, thanks.
All right. Well, one thing I am curious about, the time that you guys beat, do you guys think you guys are going to go same or maybe less?
This one really for us is just about not messing up. We don't really have to be that fast at this point, so we just have to not wipe. We should be good.
All right. Well, don't mess up. Holding you to it. All right. Good luck.
The bets are on now.
Casters, take it away.
Okay.
So they did set a previous, the fastest time. They were the only sub 6 minute that team that we saw. That doesn't give them a free pass though. That does not give them a free pass.
No
they
way.
still.
It's only 6 seconds, even from the
exactly
second and third team. So 6 seconds, that's nothing. That's one misplay, and you're already on par.
After that interview, do you think they'll play just a little bit safer because they had such a good time, or do you think they're just gonna
I mean, they did say the only thing we want to do is not mess up. We just want to play safe, throw our time in. They know obviously what their average times are, and if they're looking at the scoreboard thinking literally all we have to do is show up, then Notice Me Deej might do okay. I think they're gonna do okay.
The big looming question still is, will Deej notice them?
If they get 410, noticed for sure.
Noticed.
But
for
until
sure.
then, I mean, I wouldn't even notice them. I mean, and that's saying a lot. I noticed
those jackets are very loud, just like their characters in game with the very bright pink. I'm sure they farmed the Sparrow Racing League for quite a while to get those those shaders just for this competition. They clearly got some.
They got the
very
pink.
very unique armor.
They got the pink. They got the jackets. Some hair. My goodness.
All right, so finally loading in. That question last round was finally answered. We saw that Mida multi-tool get used from the guy that was running ahead, and I think it paid off. I think it paid off.
It did.
There.
I think it's saving time for sure. That was our best time on that strike, was it not?
That was the best
And
time.
did he use a Mida? And was he a hunter?
Yes.
Oh, he was?
Oh,
Yeah.
he was,
Wow.
yes.
Wow, what do you know?
So we'll see if they can actually. So we'll see if they can actually, get a repeat here as well.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I am excited.
If they do both the best times, it's going to be really cool, really exciting.
I mean, I don't want to play favorites, but they are from Nashville, and we have really good food there. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but we have very good food.
It gives you skill.
Yes, it gives you skill. These guys actually packed some of some famous chicken. Some hot
Even his
chicken
Titan is
now.
using Mida right now. He's moving with the Mida. So that means he's not going to have he's not going to have the Black Spindle. He's not going to have Sleeper Simulant. So is he going to be the guy that's jumping to? They're all using Might at this point. They're all moving as fast as possible.
They're not caring about later on. They're like, right now we need to get there as quick as possible. Use Midas. We all get there. And I have to say, these guys' Titan skating is a lot more on point than some of the other teams.
Yeah, it does look very fluid. These guys know what they're doing.
Exactly.
And is this long stretch here? Is that long enough that Mida is again going to make a change? You know, this is something that they're.
Mida is pretty much the only weapon that will increase your sprint speed in the game. A lot of weapons have like plus agility to them with the lightweight perk, but the Mida multi-tool perk itself will end up, causing it to go a little quicker. See, right here, they've already killed the Centurion, and they've caused the next area to trigger. So what they are doing is just farming for a little bit of ammo.
It's not
so
blue,
they
but it's
can
turning now.
easily use that ammo on this tank right here. Again, we're seeing they're not even waiting for the doors to fully open.
They're just shooting us.
Yeah. Okay. So
he actually helped. He
helped. Okay. So maybe instead of risking it with having two people, okay. So we can hear in the background the tank has already exploded. He's just getting ready to run forward here.
This is a very different tactic. Completely different.
They may not have just wanted to risk it overall. They had such a good time in their first strike that, like they said, they just don't want to screw up. And
they don't want to take damage from the tank. They want to kill that tank as quickly as possible, initiate the next phase.
And I'm going to be curious if this strategy with their really good use of Mida plus Titan skating, if that will lead to a quicker time. If it's really more about the execution of getting from point A to point B. Oh no, taking a ton of damage.
He needs to get out of there really quickly.
Oh no, he goes down. He goes down.
He's out.
He is out. Hopefully we can get a res off there.
We're still waiting for the doors to open though.
Yeah,
so this doesn't change much.
You need to be right there to get the doors to open. So once that audio cue actually triggered and it's happened, probably about 3-4 seconds shaved off the total time there. It's going to be very interesting to see their total times here. As we've seen in the final fight, though, I think these guys they have been so coordinated the entire time. Aside from that one little flub right there, if they can kill ads just as quick to get the bosses to just come out right on cue, then I think we'll see still a very respectable time from them.
What's interesting is we have never seen this tactic.
Exactly.
We have never seen Mida the entire time. They used that the entire strike. They said, who cares about our damage at this point?
Yep.
We just want to move as quickly as possible between zones. And it works. I mean, they were moving so quickly. But does that slow things down? I mean, they threw the extra guy in for the tank.
Okay, see, we are seeing the crouch strategy here.
He's not getting punched. He's not even taking damage.
Yeah, so he's not really wasting his Sleeper Summon touch too much. They got him to flee almost immediately. Very good time there on that one. Ooh, nice out. Oh, Nerwin's Mercy, I think, is the rifle he is using. Looks like it. And he is using the Outlaw version, getting those really quick reload times. That's one of the other things that I've noticed is a lot of the competitors here are using weapons with the Outlaw perk just to increase that reload speed.
It seems like they've actually farmed for some of these guns, so they're making sure to kill people as quickly as possible.
They've definitely farmed some of the armor as well. I mean, we saw a team, Deej, with the perk to increase the time or decrease the time of summoning your Sparrow.
Yes, yeah.
We saw two teams do that.
Absolutely.
And I think this is the only time we'll see the supers here. They are just annihilating these guys coming out. They're not really even getting able to jump away too quickly.
And I mean, the thing is at this point, there's no point having a super. It's not going to be optimal DPS on the bosses. They want to kill the ads as quickly as humanly possible.
I think that was the fastest we've seen those ads.
Are we going to see the Night Stalker bow?
No.
No Night Stalker bow. There's no Night Stalker bow. They're all Titans.
It doesn't matter. Oh, he is just crouching right by it to keep them right by there.
They're all up close and personal. And the double shot with the Sleeper Simulant takes out both of them with the exact same shot. That was almost as sexy as a punch.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was pretty good. That was pretty
very
good.
Beautiful.
I don't remember what you promised. But hopefully we can go to orbit and we can see them see that time there. I'm really interested in seeing if the different strategy, but using Mida and playing it a little bit safer overall, ended up leading to a faster time.
Yeah, until we see this time, I'm so curious. I can't wait to actually see if that was faster.
Indeed.
If the Mida the whole way was the way to go, and if teams are going to start thinking, holy, we need to change things up.
We need to change things up a little bit. It puts some pressure on the rest of the competition, seeing these guys.
4-14.
I think they have secured their place in the finals.
Yeah, they're there at this point. Almost impossible.
That's almost the exact same time as the previous run.
And I would say that's a lot safer. A lot safer. They were able to kill that tank very quickly. They had 3 people there. They were directing fire. They were able to take it out. And you know, the Mida movement it's obviously proof here that in those long stretches, over long periods of time, Mida is killing it.
Yeah.
Killing it for that speed. Also, as you said before, the Titan skating.
Titan skating.
Very well done.
Like we talk a lot about hunters and Mida and like these really odd combinations of armor and perks to go really quickly. You know, these guys are just doing it with Titan skate. They have Titan skate plus Mida. They're good. They're the fastest things in the world right now.
And they all kind of moved as a team into that final room. There was someone that died that he was a little bit ahead that could have saved some time. But they didn't need the hunter. They didn't need to tank it with that hunter or to go invis. So those tactics, everything was slightly different there, and it worked out very well.
Exactly.
I would love to hear Pau ask them, you know, what they were thinking they're going into.
I think we're gonna ask the next team coming.
Well,
up
we're talking the next team. We're actually moving on to the next team.
We're moving on to the next team. Just how quickly this strike runs. We need to talk to the next team here and see if they are they intimidated by that. Are they intimidated by that display? Because that was impressive.
All right, are you guys feeling a little intimidated after that?
This is a new strat we've never seen, jumping over the door. This is brand new to us.
So, are you telling me you're gonna wing it right now?
Oh yeah, big time. Big time. I mean, we have to. Either that or we going home sad, really sad.
You know about it, but if it saves time, might as well try it.
Well, I think what's interesting is that you're gonna go for it, but if you guys stick together, talk to each other, I think you guys will be good. I've been watching you guys play.
Yep.
I'm handsome enough to like make it. Hi, future ex-wife. What's going on? I see you out there.
Well, one thing I want to know, now that you're going to wing it, are you guys going to change the loadout?
No, it's mostly the same. Just try and stay focused and make the jump.
All right, guys. Well, good luck and have fun out there. All right, casters, back to you.
So they didn't even know about the tactic. They're learning now.
Oh, we can see
the new tactic.
Oh man,
Let's talk about the scores.
Let's talk about the scores. Notice me, Deej, like still setting 10-12. 10-12 as the time to beat here. A lot of the other teams are just going to try to get close to that. Definitive with 10-20. Delight with 10-47. Boston Tea Party, unfortunately, with 11-01. That's not looking too positive
for them.
And
so with those bottom two times there, that's with a few mistakes in them.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
that's with a few mistakes in them. But they still could be competitive. We don't know what
Yes.
the other teams are going to do. We know that some of the first strikes weren't done amazingly.
This next team here, they are in fact going to try to wing that strategy. They have
they're
never
winging it. They're
practiced
winging it, boys.
They've never practiced it. They're just kind of throwing a Hail Mary. I don't play football. That was probably a horrible.
No, it was. That's
Was
okay.
it good? Okay.
Yeah, great
Okay.
usage. I'm a Canadian. I play hockey, but I know Hail Mary when I see one.
Okay.
Right? I think at this point, though, that they have to. They have to be doing whatever they can to try and speed things up. But we saw Mida. Mida carried them.
Exactly.
Team before team. Notice me, Deej.
We've been talking up Mida this entire time, and I think that was a perfect execution of using it. They said one of the fastest times, using technically the slowest strategy that we've
exactly.
seen.
That's the thing, is they're using technically what you would assume is to be the slowest strategy, because they have to cover a lot more ground than some of the other teams, and they're not getting dragged through. But they still competed with that
Yes,
time.
exactly.
And
Titan
very,
skating
very well.
was just so powerful. The whole team of Sunbreakers, and they really don't care. They're just moving through it. Hopefully, we can see another repeat performance here from this team. This is going to be very, very interesting. At this point in the game, the teams are probably feeling like, oh, we have to perform really well. Unfortunately, like the first teams that we saw had some pretty rough times here. These guys are going to have to do really, really well at this point in the game. Militarium saw these guys beforehand running the Fallen Saber strike. They were doing really well. I liked how they were using the Arc Exotic Sword a bunch here. They're taking a more direct route instead of going underneath this part right here. I wonder if that'll end up saving time. They do have a hunter, but he's not using Mida Multi-Tool this time. And they have another hunter right there who's using the Black Spindle. They're not going for the increased movement speed from that. I think that might end up hurting them in the end.
Yeah, both players being a hunter there. I'm curious if that is the right choice.
Most likely, we're going to see them use Black Spindle here to try to burn through the tank as quickly as possible. But we saw the 1,000-yard stare
do just as well.
Doing just as well. I think
maybe
it's
Black Spindle's overkill at this point.
It might be. You might be better off just saving your ammo for a different exotic, not have to switch up a bunch, because that one legendary is actually doing really, really well. Okay, so
it looks like they are sending one person over there. They're going to try the tactic out. They're going to make sure they get this Colossus down, because he's going to put a lot of pressure on them.
Yep.
down very quickly.
Okay, good.
They do have some smoke bombs here, though, so maybe they can get through.
Maybe at this point, like they said, they are winging it. Best of luck to them. That's going to be very difficult. They're just kind of killing time here by killing some other Cabal. The Goliath is already out. They're a little bit slow on that.
A missed shot.
Fortunately,
he got Mulligan.
Mulligan brought.
That was a saving grace there, at least. Thank goodness. He strafes out of the way of that.
Black Spindle still just does so much damage. Even if you have 2 people there, I think that might be a better strategy. 2 people with Black Spindle will pump out more damage.
And they ended that with the end of his special, so it looked like they really managed their ammo there. They killed it very, very optimally.
Mulligan, thank you Bungie for the buff to it a while back.
Exactly.
It
Mulligan
clearly
saved that.
It just saved
run.
that. It just saved that. Is this Sleeper still not fully upgraded? All right. Okay, so he's already getting the heavy. They're going to try to run forward ahead here. Oh man. Watch out! Don't get wombo comboed by a phalanx. You don't want that.
He just got a little ruin to drop, it looks like, from the one phalanx. Let's see if he can go to the Court of Oryx and get some loot.
So they're waiting to get teleported forward. Hopefully we can get the perspective of the guy that's a little bit forward there. See if we can get teleported in at this point.
All they're doing at this point is just grabbing ammo.
Grab ammo. You want to have as much ammo going into this play into the next stage of the fight. If possible, we might if they are low on special right now. They are low on special.
Yeah, I don't see any sniper ammo for Dakota.
They are finally joining. I'm not sure if this strategy was optimal for them to try to do it the first time. That felt about the same speed as the Mida. As the Mida.
And I honestly think the Mida running is safer. It's just so much safer.
So they are doing something a little bit different here, popping a bubble off in the side, trying to stagger him using... okay, well, fortunately, he still went down really quick. Okay.
And a bow already being used.
Okay.
Very aggressive usage here.
Very aggressive usage.
Seeing if they're going to take out these PvE enemies, these ads as quickly as...
Well, really what they're doing right now is they're trying to generate as many orbs as possible, because I imagine these guys know that, look, we need to kill these ads as quickly as possible.
You're thinking they're going for a super chain.
Yeah,
going to get things done as quickly as you can, AoEing it.
Yep, we'll see.
Was that a Blade Dancer across the map there?
That might have.
I thought it was.
No, I don't think it was.
I hope
not. Blade Dancer is. I'm not going to critique these guys that hard, but Blade Dancer is a god-awful class for PvE. Please fix.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So, Valstor
pretty quick.
already fleeing.
And another bow. Yeah, they're spamming these. They're trying to make as many orbs as possible.
Okay.
The bow, I think, was misplayed there. I think he needed to place that a little closer because they missed 2 enemies there.
They're going to be jumping out anyway. Sometimes the bow does travel a bunch too. If he had placed it right by the doorway, it would have lasted.
Been able to do it.
Yeah, he might have been able to do it. It would have lasted the entire time.
Small little errors like that can make a big difference, though.
Indeed.
Maybe that one orb is enough to do another bubble. Is enough to do another. But look at us. They have another one.
They
They're
already
ready
have
to go.
another one. They are not using the strategy to. Oh no! His Sleeper Sim was immune by that shield. That is bad. They are not. Oh, he is doing a ton of damage to them. He is about to go down. Okay, we have the super used there. He jumped away. Hopefully it stays there. Okay, it did. Good.
Still grabbed by another one,
man.
actually.
We need to see a little more damage from him to go down. Okay, and he finally goes down.
I like how aggressive he was there. He had almost no health, and he said, I have to get in there and get the bow off now. Doing whatever he can. At this point, they are fighting for their lives.
Exactly.
They want to get that best time possible, and they're not going to mess around.
Hopefully we can go to orbit here and see what their time was. I'm not sure if trying to wing it was better. I know this is a really high-stakes environment, but I think sometimes you just got to go for the tried-and-true method that you know how to do. I'd be interested to hear if that was a faster time normally.
For never doing it before, they did pretty good.
They executed that very well.
443. Look at that gap. That's a 30-second gap. 29-second gap.
Exactly. That is a very, very large time gap in there. So what key moments did you think were actually that came up in that strike?
The shield. The shield on the Sleeper Simulin shot. That's one shot down, forcing a reload. He got low because it pushed into him. There is a lot that went on there. But I think the shield did cause a lot of drama. Even how quickly some of the other teams killed those guys. The shields didn't even come into play. So.
I was interested in the strategy where they, instead of, I'm not sure if they knew about crouching down there would cause them to just kind of sit down there, and they wouldn't even have to tether them.
Right.
They automatically go on you. I was interested that they went off to the left side. And wanted them to fight over there. I don't know. That didn't seem well too thought out, I guess.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you know, the teams didn't feel comfortable getting all up in the grill of the Valis because maybe they haven't practiced that mechanic.
Or maybe they've practiced it and, you know, they saw they just died a bunch and they didn't want to risk it.
For sure.
During this final portion.
So we're going to go up to the scoreboard now. Take a little peek here.
Ooh, 11:26. That unfortunately means they will not be able to get into the finals with that time.
Is the first team that we can see here. They're not going to make it. Unfortunately, they just do not have the competitive time to get into that top 4 for the playoffs, if you will.
The playoffs, the finals, you know, something. Crota's boy band was another team that, you know, they had some fumbles in their initial strike. Maybe they can make up that time and, you know, get into that, you know, 11:01 around that time period as well.
Mm-hmm. If they can, they have a chance of getting in there.
Exactly.
They're going to have to be very aggressive in this strike. They have to play this strike very well. They got it speedy, super speedy. We're going to jump over to Pow now. She's going to go talk to the team. Crota's boy band.
Crota's boy band.
All right, Crota's boy band. This is going to have to be some monumental stuff that you guys are going to do right here. It's going to have to be practically flawless. How are you feeling right now?
Awful. In order to stay even remotely in the ballpark of competitive, we have to change pretty much everything that we're doing because we didn't know that door jump existed. So, so it's basically just gonna have to be like we're gonna roll with it. But yeah, it's just gonna we're gonna have to Red Bull wing it. So
Red Bull wing it.
Make your own wings.
Make your own wings. Well, you know what? I think if you're having fun, I think you guys can maybe do some some boy band magic here. So let's get it together and let's have fun. All right? Good luck, guys. All right. Casters, back to you.
All right. So
Are they going to do it?
I think they're going to do it. I think Backstreet might be back.
All right. All right. All right. I like to hear that. Are they going to sing during the whole strike? Will that speed things up?
That might be a valid strategy at this point. I'd be interested in seeing that. A new Bard class. It's
a Bard class?
A Bard class.
The better
in Destiny.
you sing, the more damage you do.
Yes,
That'd be insane.
That would be a reason to use voice chat in this game, I think.
We finally have a reason.
We finally
Fantastic.
have a reason. It's great.
Can't wait. Can't wait to see
Get on
that
it,
actually be
Bungie. Get on it,
implemented.
Bungie. I want to see it.
Yeah. This has been a really fun event, though. Really cool seeing all these different people compete, see the different tactics. And, you know, now people are getting kicked out. It's starting to get emotional.
I like the honesty from Crota's boy band there. How you feeling? Not too good.
Not too great.
All right.
We're going to see, though, if they can make the comeback here. I really hope they get at least a really competitive time.
I want to see a comeback happen at least one time during this tournament. Right here, you know, we've seen some really good times. Team Notice Me DH has a big dominance on the competition right now, setting those really quick times in both strikes.
Yeah. They're the forerunners right now.
Is that a Halo reference?
It is.
Okay.
Or I guess you could say the Architects.
The Architects. Yeah. That's going to be Bungie's next game because we get killed by the Architects all the time in this game. I'm sure we'll hear something about that in like 10 years, maybe.
Yeah. We'll see. Well, at least you know, they fixed some of the issues. People aren't running around and randomly dying to the Architects, which is definitely huge. It's not like
good. I'm glad that
a memento where people are just running around.
I'm glad that little issue has been fixed. Indeed.
Someone goes to fist a boss and gets instantly killed. GG.
All right, so using that Titan skating, coming up with it, still being a little bit slow with it. I really think we should see just Mida usage across the board from the teams.
Why do you think they crashed?
See, he's not stopping to get that worm spore.
That's massive issue. Very poor play.
No, I think that's a really good play because, you know, it's about speed here. And
that's what I said.
Unless like one of their armor pieces is unupgraded and he really needs that worm spore.
Bold move, Cotton.
Bold move, Cotton. Let's
Bold
see how that
move,
plays
Cotton.
All right, coming up here. Are we going to see them do it? You think we'll see them do that strat?
Are they going to risk it? I mean, they've seen the Mida works, but
yeah,
they don't have equipment.
They didn't even know it existed.
I think to compete at this point, they have to.
They have to.
They have to do the jump.
to
if they don't have the Midas, they're not all set. They're not doing the same strat.
We see someone with a Mida multi-tool here. I think we might see it. Is he? Nope. He's going off.
He's going to go.
If someone ends up going off, I want to see it. I want to see it happen. But they are clearly just kind of doing. They're killing this Colossus here. I think they're all going to kind of stick. Nope.
Someone's over there? Is someone over there?
I think
I see him on the radar. Maybe he's just super
radar
slow.
over there.
He's on the door.
He's on the door. He's going to go for taking a little bit of that burning damage from those jets. Oh, he's getting up there.
He gets through. Thank goodness.
Okay.
It would be very, very terrible if he did not know actually how to get up there. And but he made it through. Obviously, he figured things out.
So at this point, he just has to rely on his team. Oh, he missed a shot with his black spindle.
That's a time delay right there. 3 seconds.
Okay. They are moving through his health.
and he didn't shoot it fast enough.
He missed.
And
No,
now
he-
he's only got
he-
2 shots in it.
He
So
hit
this is
a he hit a non-precision shot. They need to get in there. They need to get in there, finish off that last point. They are out of special ammo. That back right one is the last one that they can really damage here.
This tank is going down really slow.
Very,
Unfortunately,
very
very slow. And look how much it's moved up on towards them. They got to speed things up here.
The tank is dictating the course of the battle in this fight, and that's
And a
no
death at the tank. We have someone down.
One of the ads from the previous portion of the fight. The tank is still up at this point right now. They are. Oh no! They should have had that third person there. They really should have had that third
I
person
think
there.
risking it for the biscuit wasn't.
That was not the correct call.
They went into the
Yeah,
fight.
he's-
Oh
and
God,
he
he
knows, he is
knows, he
grieving.
knows.
No.
But at least they have some class, some
Exactly.
beautiful grieving from Matt Scott there. He
You
knows
gotta be able
that
to
at
make-
least he has his music career
Wait,
to
let me
save him
get
because
killed.
he is not winning this
A
prize.
music career is a
Why?
good thing to have
Actually,
as a backup
I need to-
plan. Being a
I need to
competitive,
switch my
Destiny
weapons. Brandon, let me
speedstrike
know
runner is
when
probably
you
not
switch your
a
weapons
safe
right
plan.
Or,
over
you
there.
know, like a commentator. We're pretty well nobodies compared to even these guys. So we didn't even get to play.
I know. We got to play last time with the Rift.
All right, I've got
event.
7
So
super
hopefully,
shots.
I hope in
Not
this,
looking good,
I hope
but,
the other guy on their team
you know,
is
we're
able
gonna
to pull it
just punch
through
the
here and get him
boss. We just gotta
teleported,
punch the
but I
boss.
think it just took too long
How's it going?
at this point.
Should we take
and,
as much time as possible?
you know,
I still don't have
we
any.
just-
Grieves,
the
again.
continual
No, you'll have it by then, 'cause
grieving.
we have
And
2 rounds of
it's
that.
tough.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's right.
once you recognize
I-
that you've made
yeah,
enough
I can't
mistakes that
believe that.
it's out. It's over.
We could get the camera on the other guy over there.
Hey, let's check
possibly.
on, see if we can switch the guy running ahead, see where he is at.
Oh man, so this guy right now they're just kind of grabbing ammo. Okay, there we
Yeah,
go. We are
finally
finally joining up the allies.
So are they going to be pulled directly to the boss here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they're right
Oh,
there
wait,
on Valis.
hello,
And he
hello.
takes damage. He's not able to hold him still.
Oh.
This is another misplay.
No.
Valis is going to continue smashing. He's going to be going ham. Unless you can stand right up close to him and stop these slams, get there right away.
I don't
he's going
think
to be
that's
moving.
going to be possible.
They're just going to do as much damage as they can. Get him to flee. Get him out of there so he's not doing damage.
Okay, he's fleeing finally. They can focus in on these ads, but at this point it's too far gone, I think.
If you do, let's say you don't kill Valis, but you do a bunch of damage, does he come out with the exact same health as he left?
I believe he always comes out with half health.
Okay, and I figured as much. So as long as you get him to half, you're good to go.
Yes.
But you can see again, using the Sunbreaker.
It works
Killing
well.
all
There's a
these
lot of
guys.
solar shields from the enemies right here. He has not reloaded his sleeper simulator. He should probably do that before the enemy comes out, because it does take a while. No special ammo at all on Matt Scott over here.
I want to comment and be like, this could be close, but I think unfortunately with that tank run and with the fails before,
I like the Jacqueline Hanter or
the Jacqueline Hanter.
I'm sorry.
Jack-o'-lantern.
The Jack-o'-lantern.
Jack-o'-lite.
There we go. The Jack-o'-lite helmet that he has on. Right. They're clearly just trying to have fun.
They're
at this
going out
point.
fancy. They're going out super fancy.
I can respect that. I can really respect that.
And you know what? This is a fun event. People are saying sometimes in the chat, what is this? Destiny's competitive. We're having fun.
We're
doing
having
some
fun.
strikes. These guys are having a blast, and we're going to go grab some In-N-Out together later or something.
Oh, definitely. I could go for a hamburger right now. That'd be
Little
really good.
hamburger.
Okay, they finally have the ads down. We're going to see both Valis brothers come out. We have the tether there, and we are seeing a lot of damage come out, but
that shield is going to be in the way, though. It's actually blocking some of their shots. Luckily, he jumps out of it, though. They're able to kill him.
I think this strike is a very good example of what can possibly go wrong.
Absolutely.
In this one.
And the thing is if you aren't killing these guys fast, they are going to be moving around, and the ads are going to overwhelm you.
At this point,
it gets very stressful. A lot of damage.
melting point has fallen off of them. They're not getting that increased
Oh,
crit
he's
damage.
going for the punch
Oh,
to
no.
get the minus 10 seconds. They get the punch in. That is minus 10 seconds to their score. I don't care what anyone says. I'm calling it now. Minus 10 seconds. This could save them.
As
Okay,
much
we
as
can't do that?
as much as I want to say that can happen, no, that we cannot.
Oh,
we
okay,
cannot
so
do that.
Sweden's got the final word.
The producers are speaking to me
They-
saying no, we in fact cannot do that, and yeah.
I tried my best, Kuroda's boy band. We tried to salvage your run. They did the punch. These guys went out with style. Thanks for coming to play. Great luck, with your music
I
career.
still appreciate the enthusiasm that they displayed here. The dancing, the grieving, the jack-o'-lite helms on for some fun. We'll see if we can get the final time here.
Let's see where they're at.
We're going to go over to 5 minutes 32 seconds.
Yeah, let's go chat with Kuroda, see what went wrong there.
Yeah.
Pal, is Power around?
Are we ready to go over to Pal? Okay.
Yeah, Pal, go give him a little chat.
All right, Kuroda, you guys did awesome. I was having, I feel for you guys because that's a lot of pressure, and I think that in this sense you were, in the end, like, screw it, let's just have fun out there?
That's exactly what happened. I mean, we had what we thought was a good run, and we had like good times originally, and then we came in here and then people are beating our times by a lot because they're just using these things that we didn't know. So changing everything up and just expecting that to work it just doesn't work that way. So you can wing it as far as you want, but in the end, what really ends up happening is you just sort of fuck it. So
I mean, we did end up killing the boss with the punches though, so that's minus 10 seconds, right, Mike?
Yeah, it's still, it didn't cut it, guys, but you know what? You can still go enjoy some In-N-Out now. All right, well, thanks for coming out, and it was fun, and you guys want to say anything back home?
Hi, Mom.
Go Rams.
Go Rams.
Hi, I made it. Hi, Mom.
All right, casters, well, back to you.
Great attitude. Great attitude.
I love it.
I mean, maybe if we minus 34 seconds, we'd be okay.
I think
but
it still needs more. Maybe
Come
I
on.
don't know. I'd like to see the scoreboard brought up here. See where that time falls. Ooh, 30 seconds would still unfortunately not be enough there. Tash from Crota's boy band. So,
okay. Well,
you know,
we tried. We tried.
We tried. Big Blue Esports getting ready to come up next here. Hopefully they can set. If they set that sub 430, I think they might be able to get in there. I'm trying to do quick math here, and I'm very bad at it. I apologize. I think they need to do better than 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Around that time should net them.
And the 6:11 time, that's kind of the middle of the pack. It's not amazing. That's a middle of the pack one. As long as they do well in this strike, they have a very good opportunity to get into the finals.
They need to play with some haste in their step. Fly, you fools, and they will be able to join into the finals here.
I'm excited. I hope they do. I hope they come and sweep it out. Because right now we've pretty much got the 4. The 4 we need. Let's see if we can get some upsets going. People that are excited, saying, "Hey, we're going to the finals," and then they realize they're going home.
Oh yes, I would like to see some upsets happen. I would also like to see some upsets where maybe some people that weren't doing so hot just suddenly get in gear and dethrone some of the top teams.
Yeah. So we're gonna jump to Pau again. She's going to talk with the team before they get started.
All right, guys. All right. Hey, game face. Let's go. All right. How you feeling? Are you getting a little bit like the nerves? Because we're getting down to the wire here.
Just a little bit. I mean, we've certainly learned a lot just watching the other teams. So we are actually changing a few things. So a little bit nervous that we haven't been able to practice what we're going to be doing that much. But we're pretty confident that we have the teamwork and all wrapped up together.
Is there anybody at home you'd like to say hi to?
Just all my family. I guess there's too many to name right now. So.
Well, you guys have a big fan base, so they're counting on you. I think you guys, if you're gonna wing it, you better bring it.
Oh, yeah,
all right.
bring it hard.
All right. I want to see some good stuff today.
You're gonna see something. That's for sure.
All right, guys. Well, casters, good luck. Have fun, casters. Take it away.
All right. So, do you think was that confirmation that they are in fact also going to be winging it?
I think they're winging it and bringing it. So that's a lot.
That's good. That's more than just winging it.
And we're going to see something. Does that mean something we've never seen before, or just something period? And they're just saying we'll show up.
They're going to do the new meta. They're going to be using the Kvostov. They're going to be using Kvostov. New meta formed here. Kvostov. Secret
and they
weapon.
They win it all.
If that happens, I will eat my own shoe on live stream if they get through it with Kvostov.
I need my shoes to get from point A to point B, but that's a great thought.
I need my Mida multi.
It shows me what kind of character.
I need my Mida multi tool to get from point A to point B.
Jumping into the next one here. Shield Brothers.
The Shield.
We're closing things out though. We're getting closer to the finals.
I'm excited.
I know. I think Sunless Cell is going to be the way to go. It's going to be the fun little strike to do, and a lot of opportunities to make mistakes.
Exactly. This is going to be interesting.
I would argue that boss fight has the biggest margin of error. Like if you do not kill him fast enough, he's going to start moving around, cause some drama.
In the practice sessions that we saw yesterday and some of the stuff that I've seen beforehand, the Sunless Cell is the one where it can go perfectly to, oh god, we just failed so quickly.
It's over. It's over right
exactly.
now.
Big Blue Esports loading in right now, getting ready to take out the Shield Brothers.
I see a Mida. I see Mida. This is Hung Jury 2.0 here. Moving with speed.
It's better than Hung Jury. It's better than Hung Jury in my opinion. We've been talking about it more than Hung Jury, by the way, I think.
Hung Jury. We'll just say it a bunch of times.
Hung Jury. Hungry.
We've been lucky here seeing that no one has spawned into the enemy moving against each other. Anything like that?
That would be unfortunate.
A round ender.
It's you can get by it. It's not that big of a deal. I'm personally excited about the development of that little jump right there. So I think people at home are definitely going to start using that. Hopefully in your fire teams, not everyone on your public. You just join in doing some strikes, and you can join in this one, and you're the guys that you can't even talk to. They're like, "What's this guy doing? Why are we getting teleported?
Why aren't you helping us?"
Okay, so they are both winging it and bringing it by jumping up here. Looks like he's going to try to help out his team there with Colossus. He needs to kind of jump up there really soon, or
do you think he has enough time though with that Mida? Maybe those helping shots are enough to keep them safe.
Well, the Mida does stagger the enemy, so it's probably staggering the Colossus a little bit for them to get closer and start using some of their special weapons. So we're seeing that Titan use the Mida multi-tool, getting over there as quickly as possible. If we can go see how the situation is with the tank, because that thing has been known to end some runs. Oh, yes, a tank. A tank.
Yes, it is a tank. Goes.
Oh,
and he takes a shot. That could have been a round ender right there.
Round ender right there. That would have been absolutely horrible. He's still very. Oh, and he goes down.
He is
out. He needs to get
destroyed by that
immediately.
You cannot eat a rocket slash
He's
tank
out
shot
of
to the
special
face.
ammo too. That tank still has so much health. Fortunately, he's using the absolutely fabulous Hung Jury, procking triple tap every time he gets 3 crits.
Look at that damage. The Hung Jury is probably better than the Black Shield at this point. Hung Jury is OP.
Wow, that was really good damage. I am surprised.
I can't believe it.
Hung Jury.
Was that the first death from the tank we've seen?
The first one that we have actually witnessed. We saw some shenanigans happen with one of the phalanxes earlier. We could switch back the camera over to see what's going on at the other end, because right now they're just kind of collecting ammo over here. Hopefully this guy he's going around the other side there.
That's the first time we've seen that.
Oh, and we see the different enemy.
That's the elite one.
That one has a chance of spawning.
Maybe.
Usually it's just the Colossus, but that one is a little bit different.
I wonder if that's safer. Probably does a little bit less damage to you. He can't ground stomp you.
He can't ground stomp. Yeah, it's probably definitely a little bit safer. But he is a bigger threat. Shield, larger health bar.
For sure.
So they are moving forward here. Just getting all the ammo in the world. Hopefully he can pick up a little bit more because he's
got to run and get that special.
I'm pretty sure he's just waiting. He has the sleeper simulant in his heavy ammo slot right there.
It does warn you when you're gonna get dragged, so he does it a few seconds. So it's not really a big deal.
Oh. Black Spindle?
But he just switched weapons and he didn't go get that special, so he's going to actually be down ammo right now.
And he's seeing immune. You're waiting for the team to get for it. He can jump up to avoid that damage.
Is he going to get close enough though?
Yeah, he's crouching. He's crouching.
Perfect.
Good. Interesting strategy. Oh no! He's gonna try to bank on that crouching, but he missed the crouch. If he stands on the stairs, that won't work. You have to be on kind of even footing there. Have they done enough damage to him? Is he retreating? I wonder.
I did see it in the bottom corner. It's just taking a couple seconds. Can you delay that in any way? Like if you drag him away from the door, is he going to stay a little bit longer?
He does stay a little bit longer, so it's better for him to try
you want to kill him as close to that door as you can.
Right? Yeah.
And that's another tactic that I didn't even really think about.
The reinforcements don't come like when he leaves. The reinforcements come based on his health percentage. So really it's just there to get something out of the way.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
So that
these enemies are stuck on the door. They're not actually pushing up. The phalanxes are.
That happens if you shoot them too close to a doorway, they will stay there.
And they're just going to shield up.
And the phalanxes, that's just part of the way they're programmed. They will do that. Okay, so getting the sleeper simulant shots in here, trying to bring him down. Oh no, not killing him quick enough. He's jumping away. This is not looking.
He's still
too good.
not fleeing. This is a massive waste of time here.
Exactly.
They gotta kill this guy.
Exactly. Okay,
I
finally flees.
I think they didn't even realize at that point that it wasn't going down.
Yeah, they already scattered.
They were scattered. Ready.
Okay. Seeing the supers get used here, starting to do some work around everywhere.
Nice shots with the hammer.
I love that perk for the hammer, where if you kill something, it'll explode. So he killed something that was behind the wall there with that explosion, and then it exploded towards something that was behind the wall.
6 shots.
There.
He left.
All right, let's see how quickly they can kill these guys. So we've got one guy on the inside here, pumping with that sleeper simulant, and now a shotgun up close. What we said before, they're just using whatever they have.
Oh,
melting point
no.
with a slam, though.
He still got the melting point in, but it doesn't matter. Everyone is so low health right now. This is not looking good for them. He has his shield up. They need his health again. We're gonna see another death.
So this is falling apart here. If they, thank goodness, they got one of the revives off.
They got one
We're
of the revives
okay.
off. Oh no!
But another low health
is so
opportunity here.
Low around. This is getting.
Dallas is really
okay,
weak.
Okay,
Thank
it's
goodness they
down.
killed
They just have to kind of survive for a little bit longer
Proof
here.
right there how quickly things can fall apart in this strike.
Yeah, like we said, things can go wrong. Things can go from perfect to oh god very quickly.
There was almost a team wipe there. That would have been the first full-on wipe, other than when the guy was running through the darkness zone.
Exactly. Let's see the time here. Will that be able to put them into the finals? I'm not sure if it will. And we have 5:38. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Let's get a little talking.
Let's get a little bit talking how they feel about that run overall.
I mean, yeah, it sucks, but it is. I mean, it wasn't going to save us.
All right. We ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so how do you feel about that? 'Cause
Awful. Like if I could redo one moment in my whole life, it might be that strike.
yeah, that was really, really close. I mean, that was like nail-biting stuff right there.
If I was nail biting, then I don't.
Chew your whole mark.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling? Because you seem to be kind of like the zen of the group.
I guess I don't get worried about stuff, but I used a different character for this mission, and I was missing something from my other account, which caused me not to have any ammo, which is really bad. Or not my other account, but my other character. So that was really bad, really bad.
All right. Well, guys, you did your best, and you know what? Maybe something can happen in the future. So.
Jesus is not happy with us today.
Oh, well, we're glad that you're here. Are you having fun though?
Oh yeah, it's been a blast, but I think we're going to be escorted off the premises now.
All right. Well, we can go have some In-N-Out. All right, casters, back to you.
It's crushing. It's crushing.
It's
Seeing
crushing.
these people get taken
It's
out.
crushing. Okay, we see the times here. 11:49. So close to beating Team Delight. So close. That's a shame. That's a shame. If they were just a little bit quick, they got too chaotic at the end.
They're
there.
actually a minute away. They're a minute away.
Okay. I'm very bad at reading time.
Yeah, no. They actually.
Yeah.
They're
okay.
quite far off. They would have needed to beat.
I was, a whole minute faster. A whole minute faster. I'm bad at reading.
It's okay, but we have one more team. So
we have
this
one more team.
Vengeance needs to come with vengeance and really take this on. Go ham.
Because right now we have team Notice Me Deej, Definitive, Delight, and then Boston Tea Part. I believe that is the bracket that we're going to be looking at for the actual finals.
Delight,
yes.
Definitive, Notice Me Deej, and
indeed. If they can do a really good performance here, they'll be able to get into the final round. We can see a little bit of an upset. Our first upset. One of the teams get knocked out of the finals here.
I hope so. I want to see it happen. I don't care if they're going to be crying. I want to see it happen.
Oh,
I want the drama. I want some drama in here. You know? Like we come to the clash course for a clash. You know what I mean?
I think we can have that.
Okay.
I'm rooting for him.
If not, I mean, I'm fist fighting in the lobby.
I think we're going to take it back over to Pau to get a pre-fight interview here.
Man, you guys are like making me nervous over there. So you have to beat 4:42 is your time. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty confident. You know, we just got to do what we got to do and kind of winging it, as other teams have put it. So yeah. But I got a quick shout out to my man Sabins and Thomas McComb out there at Crawfordsville, all the other Crawfordsville people, you know, that are supporting us. Thank you, and you know, hopefully we can bring it home, guys.
All right, 4:42. That's the magic number. So get in there, get crazy, and have fun. All right, casters, back to you.
See someone in the chat saying they respect me for wearing my microphone on the right-hand side of my face.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
I like it too. I prefer it. That's the way I wear it at home too.
I can't even remember. Do I? Is mine on the right or the left?
I do right-hand side, but then I have like another. I don't actually use it.
Oh, you got an external mic?
I have an external microphone. It's really nice. It's really nice.
Is it just for show? Or that one's good?
No, the one that's on my face is usually for show.
So you like things usually in and around your mouth.
Okay, yes. So moving on here, we can see they are getting ready to load into the strike here. I mean, this is going to be very difficult for them to get to get in the end there. I hate you so much.
It slid through, and I don't.
It would slid through. That's great. Fantastic.
Let's just watch them kill things and
I
run
am
really
all for
quickly.
that. I'm face palming so hard off camera right now.
I'm really sneaky with those.
Clearly.
Savage. All right, boys. I'm glad you guys are participating in the chat. And there's almost 5,000 of you in here. Well, I mean, there's
I want to see
45.
You guys should definitely retweet this. I want to see, at the finals we get like upwards of 5,000-6,000 people watching this.
If we could get 10,000 people in the finals, I will eat Holtzman's shoe or whatever you said before. You're gonna eat one on the.
No, I'm not.
What? Okay, don't worry about it. We're gonna watch the strike.
They're using the Titans game. We see the beloved Mida multi-tool on the Hunter. The rest of the team just skating up the hill here.
With the Twilight Garrison boosting forward, speed. And look at how quickly they're, gapping between this guy in the back here.
The Titan skating, really, it's like Titan skating plus Twilight Garrison plus Mida multi-tool. That's the combo for absolute max speed. These guys are so far ahead of this lowly Hunter running around. I think we also heard that they're going to be winging it.
They're winging it. They're winging it, and they're bringing it.
Excellent. They need both to get into the
which is somewhat interesting.
Yes.
No warlock.
23 fucking snipers.
No, zero warlock classes.
No warlock.
I mean, not there.
Maybe it's
That's
just because
bullshit.
of the
He's not
strike.
there.
Maybe we'll see it in another.
They're
not in here. Not even in here.
Like we said before, it's really about it's really good at killing ads, but so is a Sunbreaker, and you don't have to run up to someone to do that. You can just stand back. Okay, we have the 1,000-yard stairs in this one. I bet. I don't think that is the vendor one. I saw Hot Swap pop up on it.
Watch out.
Okay, they are ready right when it happens.
Oh, he gets one bang! He gets one bang by the Goliath tank.
No!
That is not something you want to happen on this tank. You've got to kill this thing. You've got to speed through this thing. And he's getting lined up again. Can he get out of the way? He almost dies again. He almost got banged twice.
This is
Lord.
okay. I think nope. Don't look away yet. It is not dead. You have to do a little bit more damage. So they have their guy ahead there. They're just waiting, trying to live. That set them back a little bit. They need to be really, really good on this final attempt here.
They can make some gap closes with the boss.
Exactly.
The boss is where it needs to be. We've seen a couple teams decimate these bosses, really, really do it well, and do it quickly. No deaths. The boss is hardly even moved. So if they can kill these guys as quick as some of the other teams, they might be able to salvage the run. The death won't matter that much on the tank. They might be in the running here still, do okay. But going into this, they didn't have the best time.
Yeah,
the 619 is not
they can still recover from this point. They are getting some ammo. They are going into this last fight here with guns fully loaded. They're hunting for bear at this point. Getting a little bit of dancing in. I love it. I love it. Hopefully we can see the other view here. See what's going to happen.
Getting the weapon swaps.
Weapon swaps.
Getting geared up.
Mida is good. Oh, are we going to see?
They're going ham. They're going up close and personal. Solar sorting.
We are seeing some flame sword action here.
That's a Halo reference.
That might be a
That's
Halo
a flame sword reference.
That might be a Halo reference.
So he's got the flame sword, but he's getting smashed. He's getting away. He's not doing any damage here.
He's waiting for his team. The solar sword, it's a fantastic use, but you need everyone there for it. You
got
need
to be up close
everyone
and personal.
there. Oh God, this
gang banging him, taking him out with the solar swords.
This
This is huge damage.
So
Did you see his health drop there?
Yeah, his health went from full to pretty much dead.
We got to see the next boss, though. We got to get this next boss. They need to do it just as quickly. They have to execute this next round here perfectly.
I'd be interested to see if we can see some people out there that are better with numbers than me. See, is the flame sword or sleeper simulant better for this particular boss fight?
I'm really curious too, actually.
We're really fortunate. He's gotten some heavy ammo bricks, and he is very low on heavy ammo.
And maybe the Dark Drinker with the AOE on the two bosses. It's so tough to say.
I don't think he noticed. Oh, he's gonna use a heavy synth. He's saving it for later. All right, good. This is crucial right here. Okay, so we are low on ammo. I guess he's just saving it as well for later. This is interesting. He's already fleed. Now still a really quick time. They're really focusing on killing the ads here.
That solar sword hits like a truck. I'm really surprised
using it right
how
here.
much damage it does.
This is still a really good run here. If they take out these major enemies a little bit quicker, I think they might be able to get into the top spot. If the start of the run was bad, but it's not unsalvageable at this point. They can still make it.
At this point, there's maybe 20 casts of this sword in between, but they did. Oh no! He gets through, knocks away the sword user. As soon as that happens.
Oh, they are all standing in very bad things. Okay, they got the. They are
They got the revive.
They are very loud.
Oh, they're so low.
They're
Can
so
they get
low.
the
They
kill
don't
here?
care.
They're taking through.
Oh,
There's
no.
a revive. Are they going to get wiped here?
Oh, no. Another just went down. Another just went down. They're all rezzing up.
They're just getting res after res. This looks like Trials of Osiris right now with all the revives, spamming it because they don't know how to kill things.
They're still going. They're still going, but I don't. It's not enough.
just
When
not
he's
enough
out of
time.
sword ammo, you can't do good damage with the sword.
But can he punch it for the minus 10 seconds?
Oh.
And it's done. He
That
catches
was
all the engrams before they fall.
a valiant effort at the
They
end.
tried their best, though. They
It's-
did. They tried their best there.
It was a valiant effort at the end. I don't think that was enough to get them into the finals.
I really don't think so. The boss fight, it fell apart at the end.
It fell
That
apart.
is a lot of time.
That is
wasted,
that is
unfortunately.
why the sword tactic probably isn't the best. It has such high highs, but the lows that we have seen are.
It's heart-wrenching. I feel so bad for these guys when stuff like
we
that
can
happens.
see the time
Let's
here.
see the time, boys.
See if that.
Flip it on over to
what was the time they had? What was the time they had to beat
We
to
don't know.
get
We're
in?
on the wrong camera. We're gonna go to it. 5:09. They beat some people though.
They did beat.
Even though they fell apart
Yes,
again, they still
yes.
beat some people.
That is unfortunate.
Well, here's the thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, they died on the tank.
Yes, they did.
died on the tank, like right at the start, and they started falling apart at the end, and they still beat people
still
by like
had
20
a
or
very
30
respectful
seconds.
time. If they would just kept that boss fight at the end
My
there,
goodness.
good. That's unfortunate.
That's brutal. I feel bad. That was fantastic. Pal, are we going to jump over to you now?
Yes,
hello.
guys. I'm kind of like freaking out here. Why did you guys do swords and not the sleeper simulant?
We were just comfortable with it, so that's what we ran before, and we just thought we'd give it a shot. So
So this was a new tactic?
Oh yeah, it was brand new. The swords was same, but me jumping over was different.
Okay.
So we kind of winged it. We didn't expect somebody to die right off the bat. It's whatever happens, you can't expect it all. We had fun.
Hey, you know what? That's why we're here. We just wanted to, we're just testing this out. This is like a new thing. So we just wanted to see what would happen, and you never know. So, glad that you guys came out. Did you guys have fun at least?
we did. Yeah, we
We're
did.
gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna have fun tonight.
All right, well, we're going to celebrate no matter what and have some In-N-Out or something. Some drinks. At least. All right, well, thanks for coming out, guys. Holtz, guys, back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we have the final teams set up here. If we can, go to that in just a little. What do you think that? We saw some really good stuff happen.
I wanted to see a spot be taken.
I really wanted to see that too.
It wasn't taken.
I really wanted to see that too.
But these teams are all
unfortunately.
doing fantastic.
They
I'm really
really
proud of them, and the fact that they're coming out here, it's a emotional thing. You're stressed out, and mistakes are going to be made, and they're still salvaging out some pretty solid runs.
All
Let's
right.
do a recap here.
So recap here, as we saw, Notice Me Deej having like the fastest times of, I believe, every single strike, and it really shows in that final score there, with 10 minutes and 20 seconds combined time. 10 minutes 12 seconds. Definitive still putting up a valiant effort there and having 10 minutes 20 seconds. Still very, very close here. Gets a little bit further down. Boston Tea Party 11:01 in fourth, and in third place Delight with 10:47. That's a pretty wide spread for times. Notice Me Deej, they're going to be the team to beat here. They are clearly going to be the team to beat here. We've only seen them, fluster once. One person
Yeah, seriously,
died at
it's
one point.
crazy.
It's very well orchestrated, very well rehearsed. I think it's going to be tough to. I'd like to see an upset, but they are from Nashville.
Who knows?
Who knows?
One of the things I do like, though, is anything that just happened in the past, it's over. It's
is
done.
over.
We're moving on to the next bracket play, the playoffs, and we're starting fresh essentially with these top 4 teams. So if they messed up before, they can salvage it here. They might be the top team now. Notice Me Deej might be the worst here, and they just played lucky.
They might be horrible at the. I believe we're going to see the Sunless Cell strike. They might be horrible at that one, and then they go in losing to this next bracket here.
Exactly.
So this could be where things start to get shaken up, and we might see some upsets. I still want to see that at some point today.
Can't wait to see it. We are actually going to take a quick break, get the teams rested up, bathroom breaks for the casters.
Yes.
And we're going to jump back in. So make sure you guys are tweeting this out, coming back to hang out, and we're going to do the bracket play in just a few moments. I think we're going to take a 5-10 minute break. 10-minute break.
Yeah.
And we'll be back for some awesome Red Bull Clash Course
Thanks for
action.
tuning in, guys. We will see you in just a little bit for some starting the finals a little bit.
Can't wait.
first.
Welcome back to Red Bull Clash Course. We're going into the bracket play.
Yes, the final section. The 4 teams have been determined. 4 teams have been eliminated. We got some exciting stuff here. There is a very clear team that is in the lead. They've had the fastest times on everything. But
everything's wiped. Everything is wiped clean. They're going into the Sunless cell. And any of their times from before, regardless where they placed, is only affecting where they're sitting in the bracket. But this is a fresh start. They need to come prepared, show up, and do a good job.
We've yet to see them run the strike. We don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We don't know who's the strongest. Historically speaking, I think Team Notice Me Deej has been playing the fastest times.
They obviously are talented players. They're 2 in a row that they had the fastest speed. So
yeah. So basically, what's going to happen here is we are going to do team that is in the first in the bracket and the 4th team that's in the bracket, and they're going to be going head to head, doing a best of 3 speed strike match. The first team that won, I believe, Team Notice Me Deej, is going to be going up first, and then team that's in 4th place is going to be going right after them. The one that had the slowest time will then pick the next map that is going to come up to be played. And then we'll keep going until one team has won twice. You can see the times here.
We've got Notice Me Deej running at the front of the pack at 10:12. Very, very quick time, but only 8 seconds behind. Definitive.
Yes,
8 seconds. So these guys are so close here. Boston Tea Party coming in. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, they're coming in 4th with the 11:01, but Delight, 3rd place, stealing 3rd place at 10:47. So there is definitely some gaps between 1 and 4.
Yes,
but
it's a little bit closer.
There's a couple
here.
mess ups, and I think they can close the gap here.
Exactly. There we could see an upset happen.
We're praying. We didn't get one earlier, so we're praying it happens as soon as possible. So we can see some tears.
Exactly.
I mean,
so I want to see some tears.
I think I'm more excited. I think I'm more excited for this one than I was for even the Shield Brothers.
Okay. See here the overall brackets with the first finalist and second finalist being in the middle there. Boston Tea Party and Notice Me Deej on the left, Definitive and Delight on the right. We're getting ready to get underway here in the first game very shortly.
Yep, so everyone's just getting set up here. Going to get dropped into Orban really quickly. And we're going to grab some commentary from Pow. She's going to go talk to the team that's setting up right now.
Team Deej, or Notice Me Deej. This should be very interesting. I hope.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We're just going to wait 1 second.
Wait 1 second. Go.
You're going to just stare at us. We're going to toss it over. Sorry to Pow. We had a little technical glitch there.
All right. We're getting ready to go over there.
All right, guys. Well, we're here. We got our jackets on. It looks like Holtz wants to see some tears. Are you going to disappoint him?
Maybe.
Well, I think you guys, everybody, all the eyes are on you, and I feel like there's a little bit of pressure. Do you think that that's going to affect the gameplay?
Definitely. Yeah, we know this team is actually really good, even though they messed up their last strike. We expected to play them in the finals, so this is what we've been preparing for.
What would it mean to you if you won today?
A lot. This is like, for us, we're seeing it as the first, real Destiny tournament, so it's really exciting to be here. And, we're just here to have fun and hopefully put on a good show.
All right, well, good luck, guys. Holtz, Dash, back to you.
I think we'll see a good show here. I'm
so
still loving the jackets.
Look snazzy.
They did get in the finals, and they are first seed in the finals, but I think they're going to have to win. They're going to have to go all the way to have Deej.
Notice them. If Deej is going to notice them, they gotta win this thing. But I'm really excited to see it all unfold. We still don't know. Yes, they are doing fantastic, but maybe Sunless is their worst strike. They could fall apart here.
Yes.
And we don't know.
This is one of the more interesting ones where it's going to be very similar to the Shield Brothers, where you're just kind of running around as quickly as possible. There's a lot of point A to point B action. It's fairly linear strike overall. You're gonna be skipping a lot of stuff in the beginning. Then you have to kill stuff, and you have a very set events that you have to do.
Right.
Then after that, there's gonna be a large section with the dreaded Shrieker room that they're gonna have to run through. A lot. That's the strategy that we'll probably see happen. And then the very end here, the boss. We've seen a lot of sleeper simulant usage, but this boss has so much health that it's going to be very difficult for you to kill him really quickly with sleeper simulant.
There's just so much delay in between shooting it, reloading it, and all that stuff. I've seen a lot of tactics on YouTube where people are using the swords. They're getting up close and personal, throwing the bows down, and then they just pump them with swords. It's over.
These bosses, statistically, have a lot of melee damage as well. You guys can be doing a ton of work, but that boss will be doing work to all of you. You're all
Right.
very close to him, so we'll probably see some guys, fall down at the very end. They'll have to, get their reses off as quickly as possible, or we might see, safer strategies where
They don't want to risk getting
they don't want to risk
one-banged.
it,
Yeah, no, for
and,
sure.
and end up, dying. So they might just stay back, use the tried and true sleeper simulant plus 1,000-yard stare method.
Yeah. The thing to remember, because they're resetting things, is, everyone is going to go for that really quick, amazing time. But the other thing, too, is if they recognize that in the first game they lost because they were going too slow, they can adapt right now against
Exactly.
these teams. So
And
I
if they,
really like that.
If they go too slow and lose, they can easily pick their strongest strike
Some
here.
creatures of the
It should be
hive
very
stream
interesting to see what
against
happens.
Yes, it's going to be good. And I like the change of pace. Now, instead of watching the same strike 8 times, we only have to watch 4 different teams here start to compete.
Maybe anyone, maybe every single team ends up going, oh yeah, we're going to run Shield Brothers. I would love that. It's a very short strike. Lots
do
can go
Shield
wrong.
Brother.
Every single-
I do want to see another war set. If I see another war set,
we're going to end up seeing another war set. I think.
However, think about it. Notice Me Deej, if they did so good, they could use that to their advantage. You guys don't know how to run that first map? then we'll do it.
Exactly. Exactly. Although we could see an upset where they pick that and they're not going to be able to have a repeat performance for their third round or something.
Exactly, yeah. Very true, very true.
Yeah. So they are getting ready to load in here. The first of the finals, the first of the semifinals. I forget how tournament brackets work. You guys want to be sure to go the right way as well. You
Don't jump up to the Shield Brothers getting
don't
bad
go-
habits.
I do that so often when I'm streaming. Yeah, I'm going to run some strikes, guys. It should be really easy. And then I just go off here. I'm like, why isn't the tank spawning? And then my entire chat's like, you're at the wrong strike pad. You are at the wrong strike.
You have no idea what you're doing. So for this first section here, we've seen some Mida, we've seen some people skate through. Probably the fastest way. You don't see any major bosses here that you need to take out.
You technically don't have to kill a single thing in this section, if I remember correctly. You just need to get by the doorway, much like in the Shield Brothers strike.
By the
all they-
Colossus.
Yeah, by the
Right.
Colossus.
To
You
the
just need to
cloud.
get by that door,
Alright,
and
I
it'll
passed it,
trigger
I
it
passed it.
opening up.
I'm curious the tactics on the next room, though. So the next room, there's going to be some drama. There's going to be some wizards spawning, some knights. You do need to kill some stuff, but there's also some shriekers.
You have a
pad.
big choice coming up right here.
the
Yeah, it's
check
going to
going.
split
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
This is going to be
Yeah,
the
yeah.
first time that we've ever really seen the
don't die
teams
here.
required to go to 2 separate locations.
Exactly, yeah.
we
Some of them have
some
because
of them
they want to, and it's the fastest, but this one is you can't do it. All group up.
Clearly, the fastest
I'm
way
gonna
is
throw
going
mine
to be
as well.
splitting up and doing
Alright, just
either
be
left
careful on
and
these
then
jumps
right or
in.
right and then left.
Yeah,
But you want people go. Oh, we saw. Okay, grenades getting
Yeah, I
there,
got
killing
this one.
all the
Can't see
acolytes
yours.
as
Beautiful.
quickly as possible.
Alright, just keep checking for
This
them.
team
Keep
is really
checking
in
for
sync with both. Their grenades. Their clothing. I think these guys were just coming here to.
This is risky business,
make the
but he makes a jump.
And
We're
he
okay.
makes it.
We're okay.
He
Thank goodness.
knew he wouldn't have gone for it if he knew when.
I remember when the Nightfall first came out on this map, I was so scared of these wizards. I just was so terrified of them.
We saw some teams using shotguns here, but I think Sniper definitely is better. Kills in one shot, better use of special ammo. And he's going to be taking cover behind this little thing right here.
So is that actually going to block the damage from the Shrieker?
Most of them. Most of the damage,
Very nice.
which is what matters. And he's out of ammo, unfortunately. Still going to be using that Mida. The last little Shrieker Blast finally hitting him there. O'Reilly Beast on the other side there just triggered his. You can't do I don't believe you can do them at the same time. But, these...
They're already in the room, though. They cleared all
They
those
cleared that
hives.
so quickly. And they're already in the room. They're going to be taking out these mobs right here. They need to move on to the next... basically what happens in this room is there's going to be a set number of waves of ads.
Right.
And the faster you kill them, the faster they will spawn in. They know that there's going to be one coming up in the top here. He has his super already ready. Taking him out. There's going to be another set spawning in on the bottom and then on both the sides. They're taking out the explosive barrel because that would be very bad if they died.
Take a
to
risky
this.
death to a barrel.
So we're seeing the first appearance of, I think, the Taken in this competition.
It is,
now.
yes, it is.
They happened once or twice in the Shield Brothers strike, but in this one, we see an extended period of them, and we see the dreaded Scion enemy as well. We should
They
see them.
split up. If you don't kill them fast, they're actually going to split up and be a very,
big
nuisance in the strike.
Oh,
You got to kill them.
we were in sync there with that. Oh, it was so good, so good. So we're seeing him switch to Defender Titan now. He knew exactly when he needed to switch there. He's picking up all
He
the
used his
orbs.
hammer, got it out of the way, and
Yep.
now he switched to get his super for later.
And we are just seeing chain super usage here. This is fantastic play by them.
What a different strike this one is. Not even just the mechanics, the layout of the map, but the fact that most of this is going to be some of the smaller
taking a
enemies.
ton of damage here.
Luckily, he didn't die.
Luckily didn't. That would have been really bad. But it looks like right here at the start, they're just going to Titan skate down. And at this point, this is how quickly can we run, and oh god, can we please not
Yeah, this is
die.
drama phase. This is the drama phase.
Yeah,
here.
so
these Shriekers are going to pelt them. There's going to be enemies going to the door to the right. They actually have to make the decision to go right or left there because only one door opens. So they actually need two watches, call it out, and make sure they do it. No one can die here. They hardly take any damage even. It looks like
I got it. Careful on this bridge, okay?
Yeah. Everyone behind is
everyone, you know, they Notice Me Deej was, you know, he's making sure everyone noticed him right there.
Yeah, don't punch
Seriously, he's just trying to show off.
And at this point, I don't. Yeah, they're not even going to kill.
Do you need to kill these thralls here?
No,
you can just run past them.
Yeah, just run past them.
It's just a conga line of thralls showing it.
Like the really only thing, the real threat here is the damage of the deal, but that
you
might accidentally get pushed off the side of the ledge there. So we're probably seeing some
remember, Sam, don't shoot
seeing some heavy ammo get. Okay, we are going to see the sleeper simulant used here. Oh,
very interesting. And the fast res, they're going to tank it and spam revives. This is Traswasars all over again.
This should be really interesting. Okay, so they pinged him, so they know where he is. They can see his silhouette now. They are going to do some work right here.
They're critting him too. This is huge.
Yeah, this is.
So it looks like he's gotten to the second phase now.
So
he's
what they're trying to do is, and he's already down.
Look at that damage. This literally takes me
0 teleports.
3 minutes to beat that boss. They just did it in 10 seconds.
Okay, so one of the key mechanics of this fight is that if you take too long to kill him, which, I mean, it always happens, is he will disappear, and then he kind of ambushes you. He's cheering right there. He knows they just did really well. So basically what happened here is they negated the entire main mechanic of the fight. He's supposed to be hunting you. You're supposed to be afraid.
Right.
Nah. He needs to be afraid of
us.
Of
the
us.
Guardians.
The
They're
Guardians
terrifying.
of Notice Me Deej. They made that fight look like a joke.
I guess with the way they played that, they had one sword. They had a couple sleeper simulants. Oh, look at this, 501.
501. So it looks like the time that we're setting for is a sub 5-minute time.
I'm so surprised. I can't even beat this in 10 minutes. So 501 is the time to beat right now.
Yes.
Notice Me Deej historically has been doing very well in these strikes, so I'm guessing that is going to be a very strong time. I didn't see any major issues there. I didn't see really any errors, so I'm guessing the 501 is going to be a very solid time. It wasn't a sub 5. I mean, it
wasn't as cool as it could have been, guys. You can do better than that if you want Deej to notice you.
I like the way they threw one person with the sword though. They had a couple people sitting back. So if that guy dies, it's not all over. If everyone's up with the sword, you can do crazy damage.
They were prepared. They were prepared for one of their team members to die.
Yeah. And I think the other thing to remember is it's a best of 3.
Best of 3 here. Right? So
they can salvage things later. If they have to be super aggressive and that's the only way they're going to win, they can do that. But they are the first runners doing their tactic and. It worked out nicely.
That worked out really well. That was a very, very nice display from them. So hopefully if we see that strike come up again, that'll probably be one that's the time to beat. Sub 5 minutes for Sunless Cell is what we are looking for, guys.
We are moving some systems around, getting people to log in. It's going to take a few seconds, but we're going to jump over to POW, talk to the team that's signing in, I think. Just, see how they're feeling going into this, knowing they have to go 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
5 minutes.
Actually, let's look at the bracket first. Let's break it down. So we've got Notice Me Deej up against the Boston Tea Party.
Indeed. And
Notice Me Deej with the 501. Boston Tea Party.
They had some slow times. They had some good. I mean, they obviously made it to the finals, but they still had some slow times in comparison to the team that is in first.
The other thing too is to remember, Definitive and Delight, they don't care about Notice Me Deej. They do not need to worry about those times. They just need to compete against each other. So realistically, Boston Tea Party is the only team right now shaking in their little Warlock boots, thinking about Notice Me Deej.
Do they actually have a Warlocks?
Probably not, because Warlocks aren't good at PvE.
Oh, that's going to cause some issues in the chat, I'm sure.
Oh boy, let's see what they say. Pow, do you want to chat with some of the boys over there, see how they're feeling going into this gameplay?
Thanks, Tash. Guys, how are you feeling right now?
We're glad that we made it this far, I guess. And now we're playing our friends in the first round, so it's kind of awkward, but should be fun.
Are you gonna go with the similar strategy that they're going with, or are you guys also gonna wing it? Because it seems like that seems to be happening here.
Our strategy is pretty much the same. It has been forever. Same exact thing. Yep.
So now that we are here and you're playing against your friends, what would you say to all your fans out there? Do you have anything that you'd like to shout out?
Give a shout out to the Echo 184, Zona Pelagrosa, and all the other guys we play with, besides those groups. Hobo's fiance, Emily, yeah, and my wife. Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, well, guys, Holtz, Tash, guys, take it away.
All right, so fortunately, the chat was on the case, and they were very angry because Warlocks are the only class that have soloed the end raid boss of the expansion.
Very true, very true. They are the raid kings.
They are the raid
Not
kings.
gonna lie.
Yeah, not
gonna
gonna lie. But I think it's kind of safe to say the Titans so far seem to be the strike kings.
They're dominant. They do have a damage buff on the class. You don't have to change classes to get that. You have to change classes, but you don't have to log out and go to a hunter to get some buff or anything like that. You can do the AoE of the Solar Titan. It's a really great class for doing PvE.
Exactly.
No strikers though. No strikers. Not in there today. Theirs is too much kind of one-shot burst in a small area.
Yeah, and
it's not worth it.
You can just do so much with the Sunbreaker plus Defender Titan combo. There's so much that you can do there. You have so much damage potential.
Yeah, and even with the melting pot, you have a damage buff on the strike.
You still have yet to realize that it is called melting point.
The melting pot is actually a place where you can do. It's a food place, isn't it?
I don't know. It's
you
America.
dip.
I hear
You
America
dip
is a
things?
melting pot.
Fondue. That's the one. Fondue.
I hear it's America is a melting point. Pot. Now you got me messing up.
So the melting pit is my favorite perk. Now, Holtzman.
Yes.
Do you think that these guys back here can muster up the strength to beat that 501?
Well, they said their strategy is very similar, so really it's going to come down to execution. If they have a very similar strategy.
The skating, killing those ads as quickly as
The
possible.
one thing that we've seen is Notice Me Deej is they are really good with using Mighty Multitool plus the Titan skate, and that's been propelling them forward. They've been able to get from point A to point B just ever so slightly quicker than every other team, even doing other strategies that are technically slower. They are just so quick with that they're going to be able to probably come out ahead here.
Right. So we are just waiting for these guys to sign in. Unfortunately, the way it's all set up with the consoles, we have to get people signed out and signing in, and it does delay things, so we are sorry. But, it's a little bit of a dance, moving people in and out of the seats there.
That's really good. That's really good. You didn't come out with it yourself, I know.
Thank you. Doing a little jig over there back there. But you can see the studio looks pretty cool. I mean, hello.
We are in the Red Bull eSports studio. Thank you for hosting this event, guys. This has been really
having
fun
a ton
far.
of fun. I mean, a little shaking in my boots here. The heart's pumping the whole time, but hopefully you guys are enjoying us up here. We're just coming out here to do it for fun, show that Destiny could have events in the future, and they would be so much fun.
This is
much fun.
This is a really good thing. I think this is awesome to see. Yeah. I'm ready to see this next team get in here. I want to see that upset happen. We've been saying it. I want to see it actually happen now.
It's coming.
Hopefully
it's coming. It's gonna come. Maybe against Delight and Vengeance.
We might see something there.
Maybe if Notice Me Deej gets pumped here, gets kicked out,
that would be huge. That would be huge.
Shoes would be eaten.
Deej would just end all contact. If he ever contacted them, he'd erase it.
Yeah.
He cannot ever notice them. Sees them on the street, no, I can't notice you, even though you're right there.
DJ will delete their accounts. That
is mean.
He's logging into the server and he's like, no.
He's got his hand over the band hammer right now. He's wielding it, just waiting to just knock him down.
You don't tarnish my name and survive another day.
You want me to notice you? I'll notice you. Account deleted. Gone.
Peace. Right after they got Twilight Garrison, which I still haven't got.
It's like we are finally seeing the teams get ready to go down.
All right.
The Sunless Cell Strike.
They're moving in. They're flying in, going to the Dreadnought.
Some creatures.
The last two were on the Dreadnought, were they not? They were.
Yes.
Shield Brothers.
And
this one on the Dreadnought.
On the Dreadnought.
The new Taken King ship.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to see the next strike be the Fallen Saber, just because.
You love Warsat.
I like the Sparrows. I loved seeing that Sparrow trick.
That does add a pretty funny mechanic to it.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll pick that because Notice Me Deej did have the fast time. That's a really interesting thing. Is like no matter what they pick, I think Notice Me Deej might have the fast time, unless it's this one. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna do this one again. I'd be happy with that.
No, for sure. If they notice they're like slaughtering in a particular map, they might do it. I want to see Sepix Prime. I want to see Sepix Prime.
That is not.
I want to see Valis to Arik.
Neither of those are available in the pool of strikes that they can possibly. Okay, so they're going to be doing this little strategy.
Yes. This is sneaky.
Yeah, you didn't know those were there, did you?
I don't even know this room existed in the Dreadnought. That's how little I play PvE. I'm Crucible only.
You can name all the cheese spots for a PvP map.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But you cannot name it for.
I'm curious how much time that would save instead of having to run around that little circle. Like maybe only a couple seconds, but noticeably. Missing that jump might be tragic.
Yep, definitely. And because he made that leap on faith as well. He didn't let that second bridge form.
Right. Yeah, that was literally just practice and letting his heart guide him there. Jesus took the wheel on that jump essentially, and he succeeded. I like it.
Well, we're seeing them go to the very end here. Hopefully, hard landing. Don't break your ankles there, please. You're gonna take out that wizard just so they,
Don't have to take that extra damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and the door is open. Hopefully, the door doesn't close behind him. That would be rough if one of the members is a little bit too slow there. All right, moving on ahead here, we're going to see them hopefully split up to try to, reduce their time as much as possible. They said their strategies were pretty similar. I imagine they'll be doing the same thing there.
I'm wondering where that middle guy's going to go. If he's just going to roam, kill the enemies that spawn, focus on that.
So the person that's in the front, I imagine they know who's statistically been the fastest among the group if they've rehearsed this.
They
enough.
didn't even bother killing those ads in the middle. I think probably there's going to be so much AoE coming out later on that they can just hopefully clear it up.
Oh, using the double fusion grenades.
Is there normally 2 wizards on that platform?
Yeah, there's always 2 wizards.
There is, really? Interesting.
I think when Notice Medivh ran through it, they had killed one of them beforehand with maybe sniper rifle bullets. Okay, so you have one of the triggers down there already transmitting to get that door open. Are we seeing some sword usage? Yeah, we're seeing some sword usage from there on the other team. Or from the other member there. Yeah.
Cleaning things up with that. And now he's going for the AoE, going to start pumping it.
Let's get to the other battery.
Oh, man. I'm not sure if that was the right call to use their super there, but these guys have
the next room just has so many enemies.
Yep.
It's tough to say if this is the optimal time. It doesn't generate a whole ton of orbs. No one else is using their super, so most likely there's no way
he's doing that to try to control the amount of enemies that are going. I think they're going a little bit slower here.
It for sure
it feels
was a slower room.
It feels slower.
Notice Medivh cleared that very quickly.
Yeah.
Before the one Shrieker was even blown up, it was pretty much door open, ready to go. So that was very quick. Maybe they can salvage it in this room though, but there's not a lot of room for error. There's not a lot of room for error against Notice Medivh.
Yeah, we know exactly how the mobs spawn in this. If you've played it, a couple times, you know exactly how they're going to come in. So we get these back ones. We're going to get the ones down the middle with the Scions, and then start moving around the sides back into the back there. So using his super there to kill the Scions, we haven't actually gotten to see the Scions. Okay, there they are. There they are. One of the deadly things about them is that they will endlessly replicate if you do not kill all 3 of them. So that would be bad.
One of the hardest things about getting the black spindle back in the day was dealing with those Scions because they would just multiply so much if you didn't focus them. A lot of people had issues.
I've done many a carry of that. I did one 12-hour stream where I tried to carry as many people to get that weapon that we're seeing used so much here.
It doesn't seem like as many supers. I mean, we've seen a bunch of strikers, but there was no bow.
So they are doing this section very well coordinated. I mean, they are using their supers properly. They're picking up all the orbs. They have a super available every time one of these blights spawns an enemy. They're going to just annihilate them as quickly as possible. They're getting ready to move forward here.
Just don't get stomped by the ogre here. This is the only risky part.
Oh, there can be either a wizard. There can be either a wizard.
Oh, it spawns different enemies.
It sometimes happens, but it's it's not that big of a deal. The ogre there can wipe a group, but we're good here. At this point, we're going to see them run. Still using that Trials of Osiris scout rifle.
I must like it. Must like the feel.
He just must really like it. I can respect that.
I'm happy that he does have a scout rifle. It's not the hung jury, but it's a scout rifle nonetheless, which I think at this point scout rifles are king.
Okay, so they are making this always so hairy going through here. Fortunately, the person in the back isn't taking really any damage. Guys in the front are soaking up most of it, taking all the attention. So they're going to move down to the bottom of this bridge, hopefully not kill anything. I'm interested to see, basically it comes down to the execution of the end boss here. If they are too slow on it, then, oh no!
Does he fall off and he gets back on? Increased control there, probably saving him.
That thrall almost bonked him off the side there. That would have been horrible. Okay.
Do you need all 3 players to start this strike up in the boss?
Only need 1.
As long as someone's in the middle.
One will kind of start the whole thing out. Okay, looks like we're going to see some sword usage from one member. Okay, we have weapons of light.
Okay.
We have weapons of light. Do we have blessings of light as well? No, we not just weapons. Just weapons. Oh, yeah, you can't see him. There we go.
He's pretty much invisible in the darkness here until you start actually doing some damage.
Okay, so man.
That's a quick charge, very quick charge.
So quick.
So they went with the 2 swords this time instead of the 1.
Instead of the 1. And we have someone die as well at the end there.
He tanked it. He went risking it for the biscuit.
One person is down, and okay, strike is done. Very good job. Very good. Using a sleeper simulant to do some fun
Suicide
ricochet damage. That is interesting. Okay.
That was very, very quick. As you can see, some of the guys are leaving. They're actually logging out, so we're trying to switch things up, get people
exactly,
out. And
exactly.
We're gonna get the people in the
go
strike
ahead
as quick as possible.
Yeah, go ahead and go to orbit so we could see that time. I'm interested to see. I mean, that was still a very quick execution of that invite. He never teleported. 5:17. Still just a little bit too slow. I think the execution of that initial phase where they had to split up on each side. I think that was where they slowed down. Everything else was
the boss,
was
fantastic.
wonderful.
Shrieker room was fine, but that one room, unfortunately,
Everything else was executed so well, but that one room that added that 16 seconds, 16 whole seconds. I can do math too.
Very well done.
Yes,
I mean,
I'm learning.
It's not impossible here. There's a very, very good chance that they can make a comeback. Because how do you know that Notice Me DJ doesn't have a rogue fall off of the
they could have
the bridge. There we go. I don't know how to speak
flat tire on the Sparrow if they choose fallen Saber strike.
Actually, I'm not sure if you knew this or not, but they can't actually bring a Sparrow into the Dreadnought, so that would never happen.
Well, if they choose fallen Saber,
and they don't have tires.
You got me on both. You got me on both accounts there. You got me on both accounts. You are technically correct, which is the best.
I play a ton of Destiny, zero social life. So I know these things.
Oh, I know.
I practice.
I can see the chat. They say you don't do anything else aside from play Destiny.
The Tash better not be bullying me. Because if they are, I'm hurt. Come on, boys, gals.
Okay, so I think we're going to pull it over to Pal and get some interviews with Notice Me Deej.
All right. All right, guys, we're here. It's like down to the wire. Do you feel like there's something that from what you've seen that you might change now that we're here?
No, I think that, we're best off sticking with the strategies we use just because we've rehearsed them so much that, some strategies are, technically potentially faster than ours, but right now it's more about consistency.
What about you? You have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think just sticking with the strat is the best way. Like, if you try and change it, you don't know, something might go wrong. Because we've practiced with, if this goes wrong, how do we recover? So we want to stick with what we know.
All right, well, makes sense. Well, we want to see you up there. I think everybody's rooting for you guys. Tash and Holtz, take it away.
All right,
ready to go.
I think we are ready to go here. So obviously, Notice Me Deej has won the first round. It's still very close. That was surprising. It's still very close between these two teams. I'm wondering what strike we're going to see come up next.
I'm very curious as well. Or is it always Sunless Strike? I don't think so.
No, they get to losing team.
So the losing team.
We are going to be actually going to the Fallen Saber Strike.
So how's that mechanic working? The losing team is now picking which
losing
map to do.
team is now going to pick which strike they do. And that's interesting because,
they had the fastest
these guys
time.
had the only sub 6 minute one on Fallen Saber. Unfortunately, this does mean that we're going to have to return to the dreaded Warsat.
Yes. But hey, at least we get to talk about Hungary again, hopefully.
We might see some
There's not as
Hungary
much
action.
Mida used in this one. There's not as much just running, period. There's Sparrow usage.
Exactly.
Some inside stuff that you don't even really need the Mida that much.
So yeah, the Mida is not going to come into play really at that during strike. Hopefully, I think we might see them. Notice Me Deej take it away here.
You think so?
I think so. I think so.
They're too calculated.
Everything they've done is just so calculated this entire time. It seems like they're on another level from most of the teams here.
Were they the first team to do the little Sparrow glitch?
Yes, that's the first one that we saw. There was another team that did it.
Great usage, actually.
There were two teams that did it total.
Okay. The one team did it better than Notice Me Deej, but Notice Me Deej did it first, right?
They did do it first. They are the OG Sparrow glitch people.
What are your guys' thoughts in the chat? Who do you think is going to take this away here in this first round of the bracket play? Notice Me Deej, or are we going to see the upset of the century here?
It might happen.
I'm really curious.
I still want it to happen at some point during this event. That'd be cool.
I know. I hope
it's not a proper event without some sort of upset.
Some crazy hyped up upset.
Yeah. Mango doesn't make to the final round of Smash Bros without losing at some point too. So I think we could see it here.
Very true.
Exactly. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
We're still waiting for them to sign in. It takes a few moments, unfortunately. They're checking out their loadouts here, getting their gear all set up.
Okay. So we're going to see the sleeper simulant usage. He's probably going to change it up just a little bit, I imagine. No reason to really have a res chest piece, I don't think, unless you're really wanting to make more orbs. We're waiting to the final person to join up on the team here so we can get in. And we're seeing a defender Titan.
All the Titans. All the Titans. And apparently he's Batman. You can see the little boost over on the left side there. Is that the respawn bonus?
That's the respawn where it doesn't it didn't give you a bonus. It just makes you have like a
You hope that he doesn't have to respawn.
Yeah, well, when he initially spawns in, he's going to have a bunch of bats fly around him. So, yeah, I guess it's a bat.
He kind of looks like the Dark Knight with that dark armor. I mean, the arm pieces are.
I like the water wings that he's
unmatched.
wearing. I love that.
Oh my god!
Oh, and there's
he switches to the pink.
And the plays.
His speed just got tripled.
The sick plays. Did you know that adds at least 12 horsepower to your Sparrow?
And I figured something like that had to have been. Does the SRL gear help whatsoever for top speed, or is it only boost speed?
Basically the only thing it gives you different perks, like when you're in the air you can do different pitches if little things like that. But then obviously
I think your boost comes, or like your side to side boost, but that only matters in
Sparrow Racing League. So the only thing that actually happened was them using the helmet, which
is cool. Great mechanic
awesome.
use.
Yeah, I would not have thought to do that.
So we're almost ready, guys. We're just
waiting for
seconds away.
Waiting for this to get underway, so we can go sit at the Warsat.
Looks like we are over 5,000 viewers right now.
Oh,
we did it! We made it over the 5,000.
I think you said if you got to 10,000, you would eat my shoe.
I would, yes. Eat your shoe.
Okay, guys, retweet it. Get more people viewing this. I want to see Imtash eat my shoe. I'll post
tweet all the big YouTubers and streamers and say, hey,
get him in here.
Check
Get him in
here. Notice me, Deej, Frank, checking his gear out, getting pinked up, looking good. So is that 2 Defender Titans now? 2 Defenders, 1 strike, 1 Sunbreaker.
Yes,
Is that
I
right?
believe that's what we were seeing. In their original loadouts, they were just running all 3 Sunbreakers, but they've started to change it up a little bit more. Right. Use that bubble to their advantage in different sections. And I think this is the team that we saw where they were using the Blessing of Light bubble in the arc section to they don't care. They're just not going to care at that point.
It just their speed.
It's too good. It's too good.
They do it very fluidly. I think really the only trouble rooms. So no one has been failing for the most part on the Warsat. The only trouble room is the electricity room. The boss is easy peasy.
That's where we saw the most upsets happen, where a team was on like a really solid run for the most part. That electricity hallway comes up, and then all hell breaks loose.
Right. I'm excited. I want to see who's going to the finals here. At this point, if Notice Me Deej gets a sick time, like a really, really,
are they going to get
time.
a sub?
Are they going to
get sub 5 minute? They broke that original record. I think they were going to play it safe.
We need the 555. Wasn't that the time we said 555?
If they can break 555, then Imtash will eat my left shoe or something like that.
Well, that's only like 3 seconds away. I don't want to risk that.
I said it's going to happen.
We'll see.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
But a 555 would be massive. I mean, even with the run that they did, they beat everyone by what, 6 seconds?
About 6 seconds.
So
yeah.
To now expand that another 3 or 4 seconds from the top teams, this is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah,
they have to play it perfect, literally perfect. They can't miss a crit.
I still think they might just play it safe. They might not go for that 555 time. They might just go for what they know how to do, and just execute it to the best of their ability.
We're going for the total time between the strikes that have been done right now. So it's not a matter of just beating their time on this one. It's the best overall time, and their first run was very good on the Sunless cell. So they've got a 16-second buffer here.
Exactly. That's I think that's still a very close buffer for the most part, but they showed how well they can execute this strike.
Right.
So really, it just comes down to them loading in right now, and let's just see what happens. Hopefully, no one explodes on their Sparrow when they jump off the cliff. That would be a big.
Or like the first team, they jumped off the cliff before the Warsat was actually done. That was a tragedy.
Did you see him use his Sparrow side glitch there?
I missed it. I was staring. At the
oh
show.
no!
He missed it.
He missed it. And he
falls over. Look at this. The Sparrow usage right now is.
This is only the second time that we've actually seen them, do something out of character,
right?
Flubbing.
I think Deej is shaking his head right now, thinking, "Oh my God, what is happening to this team? They're falling apart."
Yeah, he was actually getting ready to follow them on Twitter, and then he saw that. He's like, "No, you are not worthy."
The big scheme of things, does that matter? Does that little flub really matter? Not a ton. It's only 2 or 3 seconds that is going to change things. There's still other people on their Sparrow to save it. If he was the only guy, it could have been tragedy, but not a big deal.
Exactly. I see some people in chat wishing that I could wear my tinfoil hat. I'm sorry, but my hair just looked too good today. I couldn't wear the tinfoil hat. I had to show that off today.
It was either be fabulous or slightly less fabulous. I mean, Holtzman made the right decision here.
Yeah, the less fabulous decision. It would be too much to see the tinfoil hat, honestly.
Yeah.
Plus, I didn't want to give away my tinfoil hat making secrets. I have to.
Exactly.
I've been asked many times.
Exactly.
Please. I see spamming the tinfoil hat emote in the chat. Thank you, Planet Destiny viewers.
So, Warsat.
Warsat.
Did they, wait, did they already kill the... I didn't even see them take out the...
Yeah. You looked at the chat for half a second.
Seriously,
they
1
already
second,
killed.
I already missed the turret getting taken out. These guys are really focused, though, just using their primaries, killing these enemies as quickly as they can as they fall. Not a lot of AoE, not a lot of grenades.
And there's a grenade.
A blue engram drop, too. This is huge.
You know, I as much as I want to say they should definitely go pick that up, I think their heads are in the game here.
They're not going to risk it on a little blue engram?
Yeah.
What if it was purple, though?
Oh, if it's purple, it's a different story. If it was exotic, I mean, you have to. You just have to. All right, getting ready to see the next skiff come down here. Hopefully. Maybe something different will happen. Probably won't. Oh, using the last of his little special ammo. All right. Probably has enough drop there from that initial skiff.
Most likely going to have his super up for the next room, so he might not even need his...
Yeah, he's the Sunbreaker. He'll probably use the super in the first little room here to kill everything. This Defender Titan here is most likely going to save his bubble.
Looks like he's actually got the double melee thing, so he can get a double melting pot off. He's going to be using that for the boss, saving it up.
Yep, the melting point does work here.
Melting pot. Jesus, I cannot get that one right.
We will go home and you will still get it incorrect.
Probably. Mostly. I'll never learn.
No, you won't.
See, what's funny is now that we're talking about it, I still have to think.
Don't get killed by this guy.
Yeah, Gandhi.
Is it melting pot or point?
It is melting point.
Okay, now we know that it's melting pot. Moving on to the next
When you
one.
think of it, point with your finger, so melting point.
Melting pot.
Yeah, maybe shoot these drags.
90 seconds left. I have seen
Not
a
90
little bit
seconds.
higher.
It's at 90%.
We're 90% here. I've seen people being at like 94% when that skiff comes in.
Yeah.
So this isn't the fastest time, but honestly,
it's still pretty good. Okay, so we're seeing a really beast. Okay, they at least confirmed that the Warsat would go away. I don't think any team wants to have that repeat of what happened.
Exactly. That was a run killer right there. They send someone ahead, get someone on the Sparrow, and we're going to see if he can do this
that would be
Sparrow
really
run.
cool. Yeah,
this is the same Titan as before, and he is fast through these caves. Let's see if he can do a repeat.
And
he's speeding. He's catching the walls, though. This is a little bit slower.
It's actually pretty interesting how you can kind of use the geometry to your advantage here.
Yeah. Sometimes ramming into something.
Look at that. Look at that.
Great speed. And he even gets through and for the boost. Last time he actually ran into the wall.
He ran into the wall. He ran into like the ceiling there. So he's already started.
Sexy.
He's already started killing things. There's still people that haven't entered in the room yet. And he's doing work.
Those plays save seconds.
Exactly.
Seconds.
And he knows exactly where he needs to go to. He's not just waiting to see enemies. He knows, okay, I kill these, I go over here.
Things aren't even spawning, and he's already looking at where they're coming out.
I'm
curious to see if
should be the last wave of Explodey Shanks. He's running over. We're having two people sit there. Because, you know, this part right here, you have to wait for these to open anyway. And they're going to get back over there so quickly because they know how to Titan skate. They've been doing that really consistently this entire time.
Yeah, they do it well. A little missed jump, not a big deal.
The shank at the top there kind of blocked him.
Lightning round, though. This is always going to be the most drama.
I think we're going to see.
Is that a defender in front of him throwing down a bubble?
You know
he's just running through.
No, you know what I think he did? You know what I think he did? He used. Nope. Okay. He has his. Look at those gauntlets that he has on. He probably got his overshield on from punching that initial shank.
Right.
And then,
so this is reacting to the scenario, the environment. He recognized I have my shield, I can tank through. I'm just going to run through.
I'm not going to waste my super.
The only other time saver I can think of right now is the little grenade into the servitor room.
Yeah, that definitely did help a little bit. You know, and in the finals, you might as well do that. You might as well do that. That saves 1 second, and 1 second could be the difference in the end here. At this point, got to get in that last
slide or do anything weird on that.
Gotta go fast.
Just like practice.
I honestly am the worst Titan skater, though. There are some people out there that are insane with Garrison.
A. Gabriel's so good. I mean, that's the guy that's at the pinnacle. He is the, you know, as KJ Hovey is the best sniper. Debatably.
Hey, let's not say that on.
Okay, they didn't do the grenade trick.
He's fast.
You know, then A. Gabriel, Titan skating. Everyone needs to look at that guy if you want to learn how to Titan skate properly.
I played against a guy in trials, this guy named Eddie, and he was so fast.
Okay, here we go. Don't blink, don't blink.
Melting pot on. They've got the weapons of light boost.
Oh my god.
Saber is getting melted here. Look at all these crits.
Oh no, we have the
Colonel is taken out.
I think. Oh, two deaths. 2 deaths. They think they still made it. They still made it.
They got the kill off. That could have been One of the nice things is there was a lot of damage put on him before the guy died.
I guess that's why they were
It
using.
wouldn't have changed too much.
I guess that's also why they were using that res chest pieces. That could have been a little bit quicker, but they still did it. No, they still did. I think that's going to be a very difficult time for the other team to beat.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
They're cheering. They're cheering. But you know what? They made some issues. There's some errors there. They can't be cocky. They cannot be cocky because the other team could easily do better than that.
They messed up the sparrow trick that they invented.
That they invented.
That they invented.
That they showed us.
That they showed us. That they debuted it to the world.
6:01.
6:01.
Even with those mess ups, they're only
those mess
3
ups. That
seconds
is
slower.
so impressive. 6:01. Not a sub 6 minute, but still, I mean that would be second place if we were looking at. I think that would be tied with second place in the original run.
What's funny is even though they messed up so much, they beat, like in that same strike, they beat 80% of the teams.
Yeah,
right there. Even with mistakes, people dying at the final boss, they did that.
We did not see the 555 though, so my shoe is safe. You do not have to eat it.
Yeah.
Good.
I am kind of
Good.
hungry though. Not gonna lie.
Oh
Wouldn't
yeah,
mind.
I could. It's not leather, so I don't think it's that edible. But you know.
So going into this next one here, the Boston Tea Party.
Boston Tea Party.
They need to beat some of their times. They have.
Yeah.
They have to kind of close the gap here. Essentially, they have to do amazing. They have to do amazing on the strike to do it. There's a 16-second gap, and if we're looking at all the times, we're doing all the math on it, they're going to have to get like a 540. A 540 no scope.
Their initial run is probably going to set them back a little bit here.
I think so too.
Yep.
And even based on the stats that they had before, I don't know. I don't know if there's enough time savers in that strike to get that crazy of a time.
Exactly. This is going.
I'd
to
really
be,
like to see it, but it's going to be very, very tough, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah. This is. They're going to have to do some really cool stuff here to actually make it. I think we're going to take it. Yeah, it is by round. It's not total time.
It's not total time. So, okay, so it's actually by round.
Yeah, so they're still.
They have to beat them this round.
They have to beat them this round.
That makes things way better.
So
that makes things
everything
way
is on the line now.
Okay.
Everything's on the line.
Sorry, guys. I messed up.
Sorry,
I got
human.
things messed up. So they have to beat their time here. As you can see, Notice Me Deej won that first round. We don't know what's going to happen in this next one. If they get under the 6:01, it's going to be a tie game. It's going to be a 1-1 for this best.
And then the next one, wins it for getting into the finals. So we could see an upset. These guys are going to have to do better than their initial performance on this map, I think.
Yeah, they're going to have to do better than almost everyone's performance.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing is this number that they got to put up is going to be massive.
I think are we getting ready to transfer over to POW? Get a little bit of pre-interview.
I think so. In a couple seconds.
A couple seconds.
People are still logging in, getting all set up.
Get everyone set up.
Trying to get everything ready.
This is, it's tense.
It looks like the people in chat are still thinking, "Notice Me Deej." They're gonna take it away, but I don't want to gamble on that.
I think Notice Me Deej is the chat favorite. Also, hello Dado in chat. I can see you.
Dado.
Hello. Please stop texting.
Apparently, Mr. Fruit is in here.
The whole community. Is
That's the
great.
thing I wanted to say too. Is just thanks everyone for popping in. Every person that's been in the chat all day, talking to us, tweeting at us, and everything it's really cool to see some of these big players in the community and this smallest players that literally just picked up Destiny and decided, hey, we want to watch some strikes today. Thanks.
It's a good learning experience for everyone out there. I think POW is ready for the pre-fight interview. This might be the last one for the Boston Tea Party.
We'll see. Make it good.
All right. Guys, we're here. How confident are you feeling going into this?
Well, we picked this one because we think it's our best one. So we've gotten sub 6. We usually average under 6. So if I don't die in the lightning tunnel, then we should be good.
And are you, after seeing what the team done before, are you feeling like this could be a really close match? I mean, we're like seconds here.
Yeah. I'm not sure where we're gonna split there, where we're gonna make up time, or where we usually do make up time, but it's probably the electricity tunnel. If that goes well, then we'll be good.
Yeah. Kill those ads. Don't die.
Correct.
Yeah, don't burn to a crisp. All right, guys. Well, guys, casters, take it away.
All right, so we're getting ready to go into the final, or the possible final round here. They need to do better than 6:01, which, all things considered, that's a fast time. It's a very fast time for them to try to beat. Best of luck to them. I want to see that. I want to see it happen. I want to see it possibly happen.
If they do, I'm going to be really excited because now we're going to the game 3. It's going to be kind of our first playoff thing. If they beat that 6:01, competition is fierce. It's getting to the point where now we're going into the next round where they're picking the map. And, you know, it would be Notice Me Deej picking the map that they feel the most comfortable on. And did they pick the first one, Fallen Saber?
No, everyone's just Fallen Saber, the very first one.
Oh, okay.
When we go in first, everyone's going to play the same Fallen Saber strike, and then and then from there we'll see the new maps get picked. Perfect. So I'm still interested. Yeah, for Sunless. I'm still interested that you know they chose this map. They chose this map because that was the time that they Notice Me Deej. They set a very high bar on that one. So these guys are probably feeling very confident as well. Maybe the cobwebs have shaken out, you know, from their initial run of it, and they're going to be able to beat that 6:01 time, so they can get another chance to possibly go on to the final round here.
And I hope so. I want to see as many upsets and as close as possible. I want to see people really competing for this final. I don't want it to be running away.
Think maybe they fished one of their Sparrow Racing League helmets out of the bank, and then maybe they'll try to do it. Maybe they'll try to do it.
They're pulling it out. They're doing it.
There are so few ballet fans left, Guardian.
There's so few ballet fans left, Guardian. I love the small little jokes. Is Hovey in the chat?
Yeah, Hovey just said I love you, and I just kind of like shunned him away. He's my biggest fan, KJ Hovey, really big fan of me. But
he carries you in trials too.
Exactly, he carries me to the White House. Really, really loving the support in the chat from everyone in here. But honestly, it's the players. It's the players you guys got to be hyping up. These guys are amazing players.
Yeah.
I can't do a strike like this even if I tried. So I'm really, happy to see these guys.
Looks like we're not seeing the glitch. They're just using these standard or some of the new Sparrow Racing Sparrows. Playing it safe. That I can understand it. But that means they're going to be starting it ever so slightly quicker or ever so slightly slower.
Will it play a big effect? I mean, when you got to get it better than a 6:01,
when you got to do better than a 6:01, everything can play into effect here.
However, they failed the glitch or the mechanic last time. Yeah. So Notice Me Deej, for the most part at this point, have a very limited, if any.
What's interesting to note is if they hadn't failed that originally, they would have that sub 5-minute time probably.
The 5 minute.
Or the sub 6-minute time. I'm sorry. Tired.
For sure.
All right.
The deaths at the end too could have.
Yeah, that could have affected it as well. Oh man, yeah, we could have had that 5.55 time. Could have had it. All right, and transmitting the Warsat. It's going to be so nice if we don't have to see this ever again. And it'll probably be the Nightfall next week, I'm sure. I need to run. I still haven't run it on all my characters. I'll probably need to do that when I get back.
Yeah. I mean, big thing is before we leave here, I'm logging in, going to buy some chest engrams for my Twilight Garrison.
Oh yes.
But if not, I got to keep grinding the Nightfalls. And I hate Nightfalls.
I know.
I'm so sick.
Not many people really enjoy them. It's more of it feels like a chore at some point. So, still using that Trials of Osiris rifle. You got to respect it. And I also saw the other member using that hung jury as well. Still, I don't know if you noticed.
The hung jury. Tell me more about it, Holtzman.
Well, you see, it's this really good scout rifle. You see, look at that. It explodes things, has triple tap on it. It's safe. I think they're doing good. I think they're feeling confident.
He's
they are rocking out.
He's ready. These guys
are ready to go. Using some sleeper simulant on that one, trying to get those. It's a really difficult shot to land with sleeper simulant because it's one of the few weapons that has actual travel time.
That inward lamp really does shoot quickly, though.
Yeah, no, it's basically an automatic Might multi-tool.
I think really does damage. Is it the same impact ratio?
I can't remember. I'm going to say sure.
We'd have to Google it.
Yeah, I'm going to say sure. And then so people can tell me I was wrong later in chat.
Perfect. Take the dive on it. So we're in the Warsat. The second skiff is now in here. Essentially, they just got to kill enemies.
These ads before the other ship
most
comes
boring
out.
part of the strike because it's a time gate. There's nothing you can do other than kill enemies really quickly.
Stand in the circle and not die.
Watch out for the ship. Watch out for the ship.
I wish you could kill the skiffs and speed up the time, but that's not implemented yet.
Not implemented yet. I don't think it ever will be. But if Bungie's listening, that'd be cool. Put it in.
Explode those skiffs.
That'd be great.
We got a couple more seconds in here. There's going to be people starting to move to the door, but they're not moving. There's no one here. They're all grouped up.
Yeah, I see that.
This is going to be a time waster. This is a couple seconds that are going to get wasted because they're not sitting on that door ready to open it.
Team Notice Me Deej, when it was at 99, they had one guy that was already moving.
So they probably missed 1 or 2 seconds right there. They don't have someone on their Sparrow. Now they do. It's okay. I didn't think they'd have enough time, but we're still behind. We're definitely behind here, unfortunately. If they can navigate this quickly, they might save a second or two. But going into this, they're already falling behind a bit.
Exactly. And it's still.
And that boost was still pretty smooth.
It's
Not
good.
perfect.
It's better than I could do. It's way better than I could do as well. And we're still seeing that awesome usage of the Sunbreaker super there, exploding.
And he's
all
landing
things.
really nice shots there.
Yep.
He got them down the hallway, killing them. Prepped for the stalkers,
next stalkers come up.
invisible
These guys come
Look
up.
at that. They're right on top of it,
Yep,
ready to
and
go.
we're getting ready to see the last 2 waves of exploding shanks come in. We're going to toss the grenade into the hole. Oh, you missed. Oh, no.
They need to call that out. Get someone in there.
Oh, wait,
it's okay.
yeah, it's okay.
He
Yes,
had
yeah, it's okay.
armamentarium.
Armamentarium. Saves the day yet again. Saving me.
Honestly, a very, very minuscule mess up there. It wouldn't change anything for the most part.
Yeah, it saved like 1/4 of a second overall.
Not happy.
He's not happy.
He's not happy about that grenade he failed.
Yeah, I know, right?
But did you see that hung jury as they fell down?
Oh,
wow.
have you
so
seen
good.
that hung jury lately,
Have you
man?
seen it?
I hear it has a really good roll this week. Okay,
Goes
so
for
we're
the
going
defender
to
bubble, runs
defender
past.
bubble.
He didn't even take damage from that first electricity, so that was very nice. He's got to be careful here. Gets the melee off.
Okay, so he's using his, I think he uses Cauterize there to heal up. Yep, uses Cauterize to heal up there so he could go to...
Oh, he
no,
goes past
overshot
it. He now has to go
overshot
back.
it.
If he gets
Oh,
picked by
no.
this electricity, he's
That's
dead.
bad. Oh.
Wow, that was
He is
very,
hell.
very fortunate
His
that he
health
didn't die there.
is so low right there. Yeah, go get that blessing, buddy. Get a little more health. Oh no, it's cool.
Oh,
Shank.
oh.
Yeah,
I thought the Shank
he's
might
probably
be a
gonna
hero. Not a hero today.
I don't think he prioritized picking up those orbs. He probably could have used it there. So at this point, they're just going to try to. They're going to try to make up lost time. They need to make up lost time with that.
Yeah,
that
this boss needs to go down instantly. They got to pump him.
It would be really interesting if, we saw them at the very start there. They didn't do the Sparrow glitch, which didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But they didn't have one person leave the war set, so
That's
that
a
could
mistake
add.
right there.
That's a mistake. That could add 1, possibly 2 seconds. They overshot that. They overshot putting the orb into its home. And that could add another 1 or 2 seconds. If the difference is all of they're making up time here, killing those servitors, and they're using the side strategy over here.
They're
as well.
the only team that did this.
Yes.
Everyone else
did
in front.
straight ahead. Oh, did the grenade just a little bit too early, I
That's
think.
a little
Getting
missed
the
grenade,
punch. Okay.
unfortunately. Great
Okay,
shots.
here we go.
Got to land these crits,
He
though.
is
They have to
going.
land these crits.
He is. Oh no.
They have definitely missed a couple here, though.
Okay,
didn't go
okay,
as-
he's down. He's down. Okay, this is going to be very close. This is still going to be close. I think it was maybe 5 seconds slower.
That's your
on
guess,
there.
5?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess 5 seconds.
I'm gonna guess
slower.
they're
I'm excited
at
to
a
see.
6:12.
I'm excited to see. I hope you guys are hyped.
See where they're at.
See where they're at. I am.
This is the first moment if someone is going to tie it,
Come
go
on.
to the third game,
Come
or if they're
on.
out.
Yep, I think there were just 2 small things that they could have done there, and I think that was the difference. If it ends up being 5:59,
They were faster. How in the world were they
5:59?
faster? They just beat them.
Okay.
5:59. So they're going into the third game. I'm shocked right now. I had no idea that they would be
felt
below
slower.
6.
They had some very blatant missteps there, but they were still able to do it. I think what ended up happening was they made up time at the Fallen, actually killing the actual Fallen Saber. They didn't, even though they
felt
missed
like
a couple
it was
crits.
slow.
No.
Is this real life right now? I cannot believe that was a sub-6.
That was a sub-6, and
sub-6.
we saw very obvious missteps
This
over the
is-
entire thing. Let's go over to Pal.
mind-boggling.
She's ready to interview him just a little bit. I
Pal,
want to see how
go
they're
talk
feeling.
to those guys.
Tash, this is real life, man. This is happening. I am so excited for you. This is crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. We did we killed the ads pretty fast. The only time you really have to kill them right there in that room. So.
You took that Saber down pretty quick too.
Yeah.
Do you think that there was like something that, I could feel the nerves. You guys were really intense. Like nobody was smiling. Like you guys were just in it to win it. Do you feel like this was your best time so far since you've been in qualifying and practicing?
No. No.
Our best time was our best time's a few. It's better than that one. So we usually get it on their 6.
I was slow from the relic in.
Yeah.
I was slow from the thing in the electric room. So, but we didn't die.
Yeah, you almost died. You almost died. That was really close.
That's right.
All right, one more strike, guys. So good luck. All right, guys, take it away.
All right. So I was reading in the chat here, SC Slayer Age, one of the big PvE community members out there. She, oh my God, we got people going in our head. This everyone's hyped right now.
Yeah.
SC Slayer Age actually ended up telling me that they jumped up, melting point of the boss. That's the first thing that they did that no other team did. So I guess that's the reason why they're doing it. They could be a little bit closer, get that
Couple
jump.
seconds there that are saved.
Get that jump, land it, and then without... so we might see our first upset Notice Me Deej has been.
I can't believe it.
I am excited. I'm excited to see what strike we're going to get.
The only other thing that I can think of that was executed well, even though they missed the grenade in that one room, was their usage of the Sunbreaker.
Yeah.
They took out this. They took out the ads so
Exactly.
quickly there. That mixed with maybe the jumping melting pot.
Yeah, I think melting point.
Oh!
Hey, you corrected yourself this time. You got it this time. You got it this time.
Those are probably the two redeeming factors there that are going to put them a little bit closer.
Exactly. So the next strike is going to be the Sunless Cell.
So Notice Me Deej is tactically doing this here.
Yes.
They just beat them by 16 seconds, I believe, on the first one on Sunless Cell. So they're confident saying, we can do Sunless Cell better than you guys. They're, they're throwing the shade.
They're feeling very confident here. Right. Throwing some shade in the fights.
And
in
that's
the shade.
a very smart tactical choice. They beat them there once, but I mean, they could argue we beat you on Fallen Saber before.
Exactly.
But not this time.
Not this time. The time where it really counted, they didn't win. So this is coming down to the final minutes here of this round. I'm excited. We might see the upset.
We have to see, though, can Notice Me Deej do it that fast again? Or are they going to get that amazing time where they're winning by 16 seconds again?
As much as I don't want to talk bad on here, but they have been getting a little bit worse. They've been getting a little more inconsistent. Now they've been overall consistent, but as that first run that they did was huge. Huge. Second run they did, they had one small little thing happen, and then every single run after that, it's like one small little thing keeps happening. Right. They need to buckle down, get more consistent.
I mean, even the Fallen Saber, they did die. Two people died. So those mistakes can't happen.
And clearly,
and maybe that cost them the run.
That cost them 2 seconds probably. Yeah,
it's crazy. Crazy how close these teams are going to be, how competitive it is here. Doing some PvE, having some fun at the Red Bull Clash course.
Indeed.
Having a blast. Really having a blast. Look at these guys. They're ready to go.
Getting ready to get loaded
Swanky jackets. Looking good.
They're trying to channel their Deej with those jackets as well.
Yeah.
I wonder where they got those. I need to ask them that afterwards. Clearly, it's a place in my hometown, Nashville, which is why I do want to see them fail, actually. I kind of want to see them fail.
What? Oh, what kind of attitude is that?
Maybe they can come back.
They can bring the championship home.
Oh, they can bring it home, and I'd be happy to have the Nashville as the home of Red Bull eSports, Destiny, winning stuff. That'd be great.
I suppose. You don't want the thunder stolen from you.
Yeah.
You won the Rift event, didn't you? We won.
You were on my team.
I was on your team. Jesus.
You were on my team. How do you not remember that? I just remember you like, yeah, I'm doing so good, and like no one could see you.
No one could see me. I got like a triple kill, followed up by like 2 doubles. No one saw it. No one even knew.
Oh, and I was playing a Stormcaller in like its most unupgraded state during that event.
And you needed to upgrade it.
You needed to upgrade it. So I was like, oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna be the slow guy. No one likes me in this event, and I did nothing of worth in that event aside from
some funny callouts during some of the Rift pulls.
Yes, the Rift pulls. That was great. That was a fun prank to play on Deej.
I think the next step, if we're gonna do a PvE thing, I think it would be the raids.
I'd like to see the raids.
So
I'd like to see the raids. It'd be a little more difficult to organize.
And the mechanics. I'd love to see some people pump Golgoroth as fast as humanly possible and taking out Oryx, not making any mistakes.
Exactly.
The only thing I'd like to see fixed is some of the little glitches that could be end running. Because if we're doing an entire event like this and someone gets screwed out of a position because they missed a jump that they should have made.
Yep.
That's not really fair.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that happen as well. But I think right now this is doing really this is interesting. We're getting ready to see what they're doing here. Okay, so notice that they're probably going to be using the Might Multi-Tools again.
They're going to rush through.
They're just going to rush through the entire thing again. You don't really need to use Sleeper Simulant until the very end anyway. And they use their supers so well throughout that first little portion there where you have to kill wave after wave of ads.
I think they have so much AoE during those phases with their supers. They don't even care about what their secondary weapons are. They just want to move fast. And
exactly.
From what I've seen, their skating is a little bit better than a lot of the teams.
Yeah, it really is.
They really move well.
I think that's one of the deciding factors here is, maybe they're not able to execute some of the stuff as good as the other teams, but they are, in fact, getting from point A to point B quicker. And that's what can make all the difference.
And during this strike, other than those 2 real major rooms where you have to kill things, it's just move fast, and there's a lot of ground to cover. A lot of ground to cover.
Might Multi-Tool definitely helps out, and these guys are the most consistent as
It's been proof in multiple different strikes now that Mida and skating are bar none, the fastest way to move around the map without a Sparrow.
Exactly.
Without
Exactly.
Sparrow. You might be able to be a little faster than Sparrow if you practice. But.
Well, I mean, the Sunless Cell Strike is coming up here, and I think they've set the fastest time thus far on that one. I think they killed cool really quick. They made it through that one little portion with the thing. I can't remember.
Shriekers.
The Shriekers. Yeah, the Shriekers. They made it through that section really quickly as well. I think we might see a repeat performance. I really hope we do.
I'm hoping to. I'm hoping to. Notice me, Deej. Get noticed.
All right, getting ready. The final round, almost the final round. You know, they need to put on a really good performance here. Just beat their best time. If they beat their best time, I think that'd be really difficult for the other team to follow up on.
Yeah, especially considering they had a 16-second gap last time. If they do better this time,
that's tough. That's
really tough.
That's going to be a very difficult thing to.
And now awaits the mercy
Sorry.
of the hive. Given
A
the
little
chance,
hungry.
the Dark Blade will step in to take Oryx's crown.
So,
He
I think the
loading in
tactics are
here,
going to be the same.
guys.
Really similar.
Loading in here.
One of the things I did notice too, Mida moving around was quick from these guys, but this first room with the 2 Shriekers and the Wizards, they did very well. Notice me, DJ did very, very well in that Shrieker platform
Dark Blade
room.
suffers his judgment in the depths of a hive prison. I am feeding an energy marker to your ghost.
So we're starting things up, moving the room. You can see, notice me, DJ didn't take the risky jumps.
Tell Power to cut her mic. We can.
And I'm
hear her right
wondering if, at this point, because this one, it doesn't matter your time for the full 3. It matters who does faster right now. I don't think people, and maybe they are, but risking those jumps across those things, if you miss that, it's over. It's done. It's
exactly,
done.
Exactly.
I don't know if it's. I don't know. If
this is
people are
one of
gonna
the most platform heavy of the runs, I think. Aside from that little glitch that we saw earlier in that 1 second, and also platforming. Really, here you got to go quick. Got to go quick through this little section. I'm interested to why they're going up on the sides instead of jumping over, because I mean.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Maybe because you can't skate efficiently because you have to jump over a
Okay.
ledge.
I can see
I'm not
that. I can
sure.
see
I'd
that.
have to look at the geometry of it first.
Whoa, using big words there.
However,
Mr.
though, I think I
Tash.
did see other people go through the middle last time. So maybe that's just a decision what they feel comfortable doing, and they don't want to change it up. Look at these guys. They're just popping.
They are
cow.
just going as quick as possible up here. The other time we saw, there was a fairly large gap in between. These guys are staying
Hopefully I
right
can see
next
him.
to each other.
Throw your nade.
Yeah, there's no gap. Other than right here where they actually have to split. There's a Shriekers, some Wizards on each side.
Okay,
and a
and
platform
looks
down.
like they're not going to be killing those guys right there. They're just going to save their grenades. Doing it again.
The risky jump. It's always so scary. It's always so scary. I'm wondering if they're going to.
All right. I don't think he's even going to bother killing the wizard.
He missed a scan a couple times there. Not massive error, but.
Okay, he's already okay. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're synchronizing that so it just happens at the same time, so they can transmit at the same time.
Right.
Oh, are they going to even kill the Shriekers? Do you have to kill the Shriekers?
Are they waiting?
Let's get to the other battery.
I think so. Oh,
Are the
you're out of
Shriekers
special?
He's very careful here. There's a wizard there, kind of looking at him too when he jumps across. If he's too weak from the Shrieker,
I think they can make it. They can make that.
So they've got this door open already. They're going to start moving in there. They're already moved into the other room. That was way faster.
Now the
than
door's
other
open and they can get through there. Oh man, just that quick Titan skating. They are ready to get in here and start hammering all these mobs down.
And look at that, the grenade on their feet. The second they spawn, he's got a super up. They're going to be able to start pumping. All the enemies that kind of spawn in on that lower level.
We got the Scion waves are getting ready to spawn right after this. They take out this back one. Okay, taking them down. Taking up. Hammer a little bit early there. Okay, good thing those explosive waves just kind of cover up everything.
They're generating orbs though. The AOE from Sunbreaker is so powerful in these runs.
Hopefully they. I think they're just a little bit too early. Okay, good. They got all the Scions down. Next wave's getting ready to spawn on the left, or behind here. They already have the other Sunbreaker moving in there, taking out this wave. We're going to see another wave come down right here.
Taking out that wizard. Take him out. And the quick swap. They know exactly when they're allowed to switch. They know when I have time to change my weapons, change my loadout, change my class.
And they're doing it when they know they're going to have enough orbs to get that super back up as well, so they can have that damage buff going into the
management
fight.
of all their resources here is phenomenal. And he's throwing some hammers, trying to waste it, get rid of it as quick as he can. He can still run though. He can still skate. It's not a big deal.
Jumping past the ogre, get through there, get through there. Don't
a little
die,
bit slow,
don't go
a little
down.
bit slow.
Okay, we're
He's
good.
all right.
We are good.
He's going to be moving in now to the Shrieker room. The only room that I thought would maybe cause some issues, but they get through so fast, it doesn't even matter.
If you go fast, the Shriekers, the bullets can't really hit you that quick. Okay, and it looks like the right side is the one that's open up. They're going to move on through there. Just Titan skate away. Titan skate away. Titan skate past him.
Frank is going a little slow here. Not going to lie, his skates are a little bit weak, but I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter. He's just along for the ride. The guys at the front are going to initiate the fight, and Frank just needs to stay on the bridge here. As long as he doesn't fall off, we're good.
Yeah, once he gets an extra checkpoint.
I'm right behind. Curious, what this
Just start
time
shooting
is
like 2 or 3 of them.
It would almost be cool if we had a little stop.
Got it. I got it.
We could do it.
That would be nice.
We
but
could guesstimate.
It's weird. It's weird how the times work in Destiny, or it works like when you enter in like the darkness zone. There's a bunch of stuff.
And it's really fun because we don't find out until the very end.
Until the very end.
Like last
it
one,
increases the suspense.
I was convinced.
I was sure. I'm not going to switch to the chest.
NoSpeed was moving on. It was over, but no.
Exactly. I was so convinced that that we were done. We were getting ready to move on to the 2 and 3rd seed.
We're going to see some fast kills here. Let's see what happens. They've got the 1 sword, 2 sleeper simulant, so they've changed up their pattern here. Or sorry, they're doing the 2 and 1, where the other team
feels slower. This feels slower.
They did not kill him.
If he teleports, is going to be in. He teleported.
No, he's there. He was still changing form. But there's a death. He's got to be careful. There's our thrall right on top of him.
Okay, and he went down.
Thank goodness
he got the kill. That was
risky business.
That was slower, and we got the Dark Blade helmet
as
well.
Got the fancy little helmet. That could have been tragedy there with the death, with him teleporting.
I think that was much slower than their initial run, though. This is going to come down to the wire.
Every time I say it's slower, they're way faster. So I'm just gonna wait.
It's going to be interesting to see if that is faster than their initial run.
I'm really curious what it is compared to their first one.
Indeed. I can't wait.
The first one was a 501, I think. A 501. Maybe?
Sure.
I'm not sure. We're going to look.
We'll
I might
have
be
the graphic
way
come
off.
up. My memory's crap right now. Moving on. And the time
is the wrong
5:22.
Okay.
Very slow. Okay.
That was much slower.
Okay.
Much slower.
They won the best of 3. They just won one.
Killing Alacool was a little bit slower than it should have been. They're just kind of talking amongst themselves right now. This could be the upset that we were wanting, that we were waiting for.
Is it?
I think it
is
might
this
be.
it? Is this happening right now?
It might happen. It might happen.
You have to remember that it is not based on the total times. It is a
round
who
versus
wins
round.
this strike. So the first round, it went to Notice Me Deej. Second round, to the Boston Tea Party. And now we have to see if Boston Tea Party gets the better time here. They're going on to the finals. They're going to the finals.
Notice Me Deej has been dominating up
everything.
And then the 4th seed, the team that was almost a minute slower with the total times, could upset and overtake the 1st seed.
That's crazy. And it's funny to see how, even though you're the 4th seed going in as the underdog, you're still going up against the top team, competing, doing well. And these strikes, I mean, there's lots of variables to them. If things don't go your way, if RNG doesn't go your way, you're missing that one shot, it can completely change things.
Yeah, that missing that one shot could add all the seconds. Yeah. So next team is getting set up right now.
I'm really excited to see which map they're doing,
it comes down
how
to
they
this.
play it.
It comes down to this. I'm so happy that we didn't see, just a simple 2 wins and we're done. Okay, so over 21 seconds slower than their initial run on the Sunless Cell. And they chose this one too.
Yeah.
They chose one. They were very confident on that one. And I mean, look, Boston Tea Party's time was faster than theirs this time. If they can just do exactly what they did the first time, then we are going to see the upset that we were so wanting to see.
Look at this though. Even though the first time that Boston Tea Party ran it, they got 5:17. That's still faster than this time that NoSpeed did.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a lot of potential here. Maybe the 5:17 was a phenom run. Maybe it was their worst run. It's really tough to say. I have no idea. I'm not even going to gamble on this one because I'm wrong every time. Because I'm wrong. I'm just going to lose.
Do you want to bet eating a shoe on it?
I already have to eat a shoe if we get to 10,000 viewers. So,
this is true.
I mean, that would be 2 shoes.
We are climbing up there. We're at 6,000. Thank you, everyone,
this is the first
for tweeting
time we've
this
been
out.
above 6,000, I think.
Yes,
today,
thank you, everyone, for tweeting this out, coming in and joining. I'm seeing a lot of the community members still in the chat. Rabby. Hello, Rabby. How are you doing?
Wish you were here casting with us. A little try.
Yeah, that would be great. I miss my angry Rabby.
Yeah.
That'd be good
the Salt King appears. We're going to see some salt here if someone loses.
If Notice Me Deej loses, we might see some salt content coming in.
I'm really curious to see who's going to rage the loudest.
The thing is, if that happens, then this is going to open it up entirely. Because they've been so dominant this entire time. And if that upset actually happens, then I was so confident saying, yeah, Notice Me Teach, they'll probably be the ones to win off those 2 initial strikes. But this opens it up.
Changes everything. This changes
yeah,
everything.
It's great.
I'm still shocked on the Fallen Saber.
The Fallen Saber.
The fact that they were faster on that one and it felt so mediocre.
I know, dude.
You know?
As Slayer H said, I think it came down to them jumping up, meleeing to
Get the
get that
damage.
melting point on, and then going.
Just execution.
Yep.
And the Sunbreaker in that first grenade room.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
really watching where those enemies are going to spawn and doing it effectively. We're just getting set up here, guys. This is going to be intense. This is intense. This is the first time someone might be going home.
I don't know. I want to see them go home. I don't want to see them go home. I want both things to happen. Can we have both things happen? Hello, everyone. And we're here in the Red Bull eSports studio. They're getting set up right there.
Still logging in, getting all their gear. Lutations ready to go. Got to make sure they got all their gear ready. Because if they go in, have to change weapons, that slows things down.
Yep.
Do we know which map we're playing yet, guys? Do we know?
Oh, it's the same one. Same one. We're doing Sunless Cell.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's based on round.
Oh, man. I guess. Yeah, I forgot. They got to do the same one. They can't just like change it up midway through. Oh, we're just going to do Crota's End. Probably beat it in almost the same amount of time.
Honestly, it would be about an 8-9 minute run, probably, in Crota's End if all these teams went in there.
That's a crazy thing. People are beating Crota's End by the time I can beat a strike.
I know.
It's insane.
It's such a quick one. All right. These guys are almost done. These guys are almost ready.
Milliseconds. Or milliseconds.
So close. So close to this final one. It all comes down to this.
Yeah. At the Red Bull Clash course. Number 1 of hopefully many. Lots of fun here. Thanks, for having us out. Patrick and I are having a blast. Patrick, are you having a blast?
I am.
He's having a blast too.
I am indeed.
Okay. Look at this. Boston Tea Party getting geared up. That's a beautiful skull. He looks like terrifying. That's all I can say is terrifying. And he's got a hung jury. Oh my god.
Oh, the
best gun
hung
in the
jury.
game.
I hear that's a really good gun.
I
hear it's really good. I hear it's really good.
Now, I think we're just going to jump into the strike.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're just jumping into the strike.
We're just going to jump right into the strike as soon as we can.
We want to see who wins, who loses.
Exactly.
Check out their gear.
They're getting ready to join up on the parties right now.
There's just seconds away here. Can't wait to see this execution. I just cannot wait.
I'm a little bit speechless at this point. It's all coming down. If they can just do exactly what they did the first time, they're in. They win.
Yeah, they win. It's over. So
can we mute?
We're just waiting for them to jump in.
Can we mute Pow's mic in between this? We're hearing her talk like behind the scenes there.
Okay, so we're still waiting for them to join in. A couple seconds here. Inviting them all to the game. Getting geared up. Sleeper Simulant. I never got the Sleeper Simulant. I never got it. I don't have the Touch of Malice either. And those are huge PvE.
Yeah, exactly.
Is Touch of Malice in any of these strikes, do you think it'd be worth it?
No, Touch of Malice, we're seeing how low their health gets in a lot of these scenarios.
It could be the killer.
And it would probably kill you. Its damage is good, but we're seeing a lot of situations where, Sleeper Simulant is much less risk. You just pow, they're down. Done.
And I guess that's the thing, too, is if you're using the Touch of Malice, you'd be losing an exotic slot for a primary weapon. I don't think for a lot of these bosses where you're bursting,
the Touch of Malice was built for the raid, I feel. Yeah. And any other activity, it just doesn't really work that well. Right. There's very few weapons. Maybe Dragon's Breath would work. Of the new exotics that come in, Dragon's Breath could be interesting. I don't think that it'll end up doing as much damage as a precision Sleeper Simulant shot.
Right.
It's that is too good.
The other thing too is Sleeper Simulant is doing that crit damage on these bosses. They're doing that crit damage. Even if you had like a Thunderlord and you thought that was really good, keeping that on their crit spot when there's so much drama going on, they're using the swords and stuff.
I think we're getting ready to start here.
We're getting ready?
I think we're getting ready.
Getting pumped. Are you guys ready? I hope you guys are ready. This is exciting. We're ready.
I hear they are so ready.
They're so ready.
The producers are like, yeah. We're good. We're getting ready to go in here. I'm excited. I'm excited.
See them move through the dreadnought as fast as humanly possible. Take out the boss in the darkest.
Against the will of all.
Here we go. We can hear them talking. They are flying in. This is the fun. This is. It all comes down to this right here. We've said that so many times, but this is the key moment. This is the key moment. I want to see so many things happen. I want to see Notice Me Deej make it in because they're from Nashville. I want to see Notice Me Deej get eliminated because they've been so dominant this entire time. I want to see these guys just have one moment where it completely blows out in both either a good or bad way. I want something to happen here. I think that'll come down to inspecting the final time.
We're moving in. Boston Tea Party has the opportunity to make it to the finals here. They need to beat the time of 5:22, and they're going for the jump. They're not messing around.
They're using the jump. That saves time. That does save time. I'm really confused as to why Notice Me Deej didn't use that in that run, because that does save probably about 2 seconds.
And it's do or die here. It's do or die. You go risky. I think you got to go risky. And the fact that now they know they didn't do the jump, so we just save time.
I think
it gives them an advantage.
I think we're going to see them maybe get a little bit more riskier here because. They had that initial really good time, but they want to secure it. So I'm hoping we may see some, not necessarily new strategies, but they may get a little bit more aggressive with some of their pushes. They might, right here, jump up in the center. Oh, is he going to jump in the center? He is.
Yeah, so you have to actually land on that platform if you want to make it. Is this faster? It might be.
I think it is. I really do think it is.
Look at that speed. He got there pretty darn quickly.
Exactly. Taking down that wizard, saving his melting point charge, and they're moving ahead. He is... Jesse is the fastest one of the bunch, it seems, using that Mida and Titan skating that we've seen used so many times in today.
Yeah. It's the main way to move around. It's like a vehicle. They're just so quick. They're so quick with that Titan skating, getting around the map.
Do you think the new chess that came out, the Twilight Garrison, do you think using that in lieu of double fusion grenades that he is using here to add a little bit more speed, would that work? You think that might be viable?
I suppose, but then you gotta take out these wizards a little bit more swiftly using your main guns. You don't have that one bang grenade, so it's tough to say. Is that Twilight Garrison going to save you that much time?
They are taking that Shrieker
really
out very quickly as well. The second he was able to damage it, he did. And we are seeing some aggressive sword usage yet again from the team here.
It seems like that's the main tactic, is they're going to be sorting these knights, getting them down as quickly as possible.
I love that double slash that you can do in the air.
I think all these enemies down below
once again popping the super. I mean, I cannot not fault it. They put out a really good time in that initial run.
Right.
Using their super right here. I think he's probably just building the super up for the rest of the guys. They may not have killed enough stuff.
I just feel like the Sunbreaker is so strong in this room. To not have it is a little scary. Not a lot of AoE right now, unfortunately, and there's a lot of enemies spawning. They gotta start clearing this room. This feels a little slow right now.
It feels a little hectic.
I don't see a lot of grenades going down.
It's always a little bit hectic right when you go into there because
at this point they're going to be spawn killing. They're doing it very, very quickly.
Their grenades are on point right now.
They're coordinating their supers too. They're not spamming them all at the same time. I like to see this. Hunter's Impulse going ham.
It's interesting that two of the final teams are all 3 Titans.
Yep.
And another super pop, we're probably just going to see him, and we're going to see him already switch to Defender, I think, there. Yep, he is in this menu, still switching to Defender.
So did he not use his Sunbreaker there?
And he did. He did use it. Okay. He is the one that initially used it, so he's going to go pick up. They're both all going to go pick up orbs now. We have another super getting used. I think he just wants his super up, a little bit earlier, just in case.
Just in case. Their game plan is we're going to move so fast, we need it up and ready to go sooner rather than later.
Very good. They're hearing some shouts from them saying, very good timing, very good timing.
Okay, awesome. I'm liking the positivity. These guys are getting excited back there. They know what's on the line. This is do or die. They have to beat 522.
And I think, so far, I think they might. It's going to come down to either not dying right here, which, I mean, we haven't seen it happen. It might. And it's going to come down to killing Alcool.
Yeah. They're going to make sure they see which door is actually opening here, or else that could be a little bit risky. Going to the wrong door would be a absolute run ruiner.
Good. Go on the left side. And no particular side is faster.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Yeah. The room is mirrored. Oh, that would be brutal if one of those phalanxes knocked you back right there.
Oh, man. Yeah, just slam you back.
Okay, they are staying very tightly grouped. In a lot of the other runs, we've had people kind of hanging back a little bit more.
Yeah. These guys are on pace. They're all set, ready to go. They know 522 is the time. They want this. They're fighting for it. Boston Tea Party wants to knock out Notice Me Deej. They want to be noticed. They want to be noticed.
I think that would be the cruelest of fates, to have the team that so wants to be noticed by Deej not get noticed by Deej, because the Boston Tea Party ends up taking it from them. And we all know Deej won't notice them if they don't win.
We got to see this time, though. we got to see if this boss goes down as fast as they did last time. They did a very good job
Switching away
last
from
time. They've
Mida,
got the double
going to
sword.
sleeper simulant. Yeah, that double sword strat. It feels
I think
like
it's faster. I think it's
it
faster.
might be faster.
Yeah, they got 2 people moving in.
Okay, so we can
So
see
they got
him.
double swords. They're punching.
Oh, no.
He did not get his melting pot off. That could cost them a lot of damage there.
He just took a ton of damage right there.
This is very,
Oh,
very
this-
risky.
they're
If he
still
dies
doing-
here, this is going to be an absolute tragedy.
Okay, he
needs to
jumped
move in.
back. He knew he wasn't going to be able to make it. One
Just
down.
got taken
One
out.
down.
Boston
Oh,
Tea Party
no.
is floundering here. He's got the revive off, but he died as well. They're now trying to chain
Nope.
revive. He needs to get this revive off. They got to get this DPS up. This is a huge
No,
time
no,
waster.
there's too many down right now. I think this is going to be it. They are unable to press past
Another
this
one down. The sleeper simulant guy is down. They're slamming him. They're trying to do everything they
trying
can.
to do
They've got their
everything they
supers
can.
out.
They got him
Doing
down.
damage. He's
One down,
died.
one left.
They just got it there.
That felt
That was almost a wipe.
That was way too slow.
very, very
everything
scary.
leading up to that felt so good. It
I
felt like it was
can't
going
believe that.
faster, but in the very last seconds, I don't think they were able to make it there.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe that it fell apart like that. The missed melting pot would have been so much damage off there. And then the deaths. The deaths were stacking up there. That's a lot of damage missed. We got to see this time.
I want to see this time in the very end here.
Oh, God. The guesses are going in. Some people are saying 530, 536, 527. Really curious what they got.
I want to see. Here. 535.
That is 13 seconds off. They're not going to make it to the finals. Unfortunately,
That
they fell
sucks.
apart at the end there. They
They
fell apart at the end.
Missed
Was
that,
it that
missed
much
that
time?
shot. I mean,
I don't know.
They just kept falling like flies. They had to end up reviving everyone in the end there. It sucks.
I feel bad. I wanted to see an upset, and now I just feel bad these
Well,
guys are going home.
Don't count it out. We still may see it
In the final.
yeah.
Or into the next bracket
in
phase.
the next bracket. So, I mean, good job, guys. That was
Fantastic.
one hell of a series thus far. You guys made them sweat. You guys made Notice Me Deej sweat, which may knock them out later
Some
on.
PvE sweaties.
I love
Playing
it.
some
I
PvE
love it.
sweaties. We just need to see some more Thorn
No,
shotguns. No? Okay, no more Thorn. You hate
None
Thorn?
of that.
No more Thorn. We're getting
Shame
rid of
on
Thorn.
you. Shame on you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should feel bad.
So, I mean, that was a lot of fun.
yeah.
Now we get 2 more teams coming in.
Two new
Same
teams.
thing happening.
The second and third team are getting ready to go in right now. We have, I believe, the team that is seated second, getting ready to start up here. They're getting ready. They're getting a few things situated behind us there, and they're getting ready to load into
Getting
the
logged
strike.
in, getting ready to go.
We're getting Pow's getting ready in here. We're going to get a little bit of an interview going on in just a
Chat
minute
with the
here.
boys.
Exactly.
I'm excited to see what Vengeance does. I'm excited to see, what Delight does. I think it's gonna be a close series. These guys are closer, honestly, than Team 1 and 4. I think, going in with their times.
There's a lot more at
Way
stake
less
here.
gap. So this is
can't
gonna be
really
competitive.
We
as
can't
heck.
predict this one.
As heck.
We can't predict this one as well as we were able to last time.
Yeah. Well, at this point, I wouldn't even guess, considering how close the times were. Even between Team 1 and 4, Team 2 and 3, they're going to be seconds apart.
Exactly.
I'm thinking. And on the first strike, didn't they have the exact same time? 6:04. I think they did.
I think they
I think
did.
they had the exact same
I think
time.
they did. There were 2 times that were very similar. We'll have to see the original bracket. It doesn't really matter at this point. But we're gonna. Okay, Pow is ready. We're going to switch over to her and get a little bit of a pre-fight interview going on.
Can't wait.
I love it. Love it.
All right, guys, you just saw that match. How did you feel when Alakul brought that hammer down?
Oh man, I know the pain. I know the pain so hard. When you're going into that room and you swipe him too far and they just kind of clips up into that doorway and he can't do any more damage to him. I mean, it's a mistake. I mean, I'm sure they were under a lot of pressure, a lot of blood thrown through their veins, a lot of adrenaline, and
Are you feeling the pressure right now?
not so much. I mean, I'm trying my best to relax. I'm having a great time, having fun, so that's what matters.
All right, well, you guys get started. Good luck. And boys, take it away.
We're getting ready to go into the first of the second little tournament here.
Ready to go.
I'm
Super excited.
I'm
Holtzman, you pumped? Are you pumped?
I'm
You
pumped. We're gonna
Okay.
see. We're gonna get the benchmark set with this initial run here. Statistically, they've been able to run all the strikes very well. I mean, they're the second seeded team.
Right.
So
Again, if you're tuning in, how it works is the team, it's strike by strike. So in this first one, the team times aren't going to carry over. Whoever wins the strike, the first one, they are going to get 1 point, and it's the best of 3 here. So do you have any calls? Do you have any guesses? Guesses?
I really don't know. I like Delight's name, so that's what I'm kind of going on.
They've got the Y. They've got the epic Y.
It's kinda,
And you saw some of their Sparrow tricks earlier on.
I think Delight. It sounds like some new one of those like powders you pour in your water to make it taste good or something. It's like one of those
It does.
fit things.
Sunny,
I don't like it.
Sunny Delight.
Ooh.
Wait, isn't that the actual brand?
And close enough. Close enough.
Don't worry about it.
We're the chat is going furious here.
Everyone's ready.
Everyone is ready to see what happens in this next little phase here.
So
we
we're
are
flying
loading in.
Sunless Cell once again. Let's hope that their boss fight goes a little bit better than Boston Tea Party.
That was so unfortunate. That was such a good run up until the very end. That was horrible.
Now awaits the mercy.
Saw someone in the chat asking if these strikes are on heroic, nightfall, anything like that. It's just the regular one. That is so that we're not getting the different variants of the Taken coming in, things like that, and modifiers that would affect the players. Also, might be a little bit harder with like 900 majors.
Yeah,
around
exactly.
pumping you.
Exactly. That'd be difficult to run past all of that. Oh, they are already going off here using that Midas skating.
They're not doing.
They're not
a
doing
little jump though.
I think they're very confident in their Titan skating though. I think they're actually doing it. We see the Twilight Garrison. We might see some tricky stuff here. They're skating I think a little bit better than Nosmi Deej is right now.
This Elixelis guy is really fast. He's so fast. Zella. Ryan is coming back. He's in second place here, still moving pretty quickly.
All right, so Team Definitive. What? Oh, there's the Twilight Garrison. There it is, using a little boost there. I love it. Oh, using a grenade to kill those. He's probably just getting some super energy right at the start here. Might as well kill him.
Looks like they're going to the middle as well.
Avoid the toxic fart.
Can he make the jump? He makes the jump. See, I'm not sure why people aren't doing that. That is obviously going to be faster than running around the outside. So I don't know why people aren't risking it. Maybe because of that wizard spawning, could you slow you down with the poison?
It could slow you down with the poison, so he had to
Don't wanna
loop
risk it.
around. Yep. Team still staying very close together here, coming through this hallway.
They're a tight little package here, moving through the halls into the next phase, where they're going to need to split up, take out the wizards, take out the. Well, I guess you don't have to take out the shriekers, but they need to capture the zones.
I think you do need to take
Do
them
you have
out.
to take them out?
I'm not
You can do it
entirely
last
sure.
session.
I haven't done my research well enough. Shame on me.
I'm sorry. We need to research.
Well, then I have to do PvE. And it gets a little rough. Props to these teams for actually practicing doing this. Oh,
This
God,
is a very
jump.
close jump here, and it's not even close at all. I just get so excited every time I see that. I want to panic, but nah. That's easy.
They wouldn't do that jump if they didn't know they can make it.
I think
they're
that's the
waiting
thing
for
too.
the
They've done it
transition to
enough.
happen. There we go.
They don't even care.
The wizard just
They're just snoozing. They're not paying attention at all.
They didn't even
Made it a
notice him.
free
They
kill.
didn't even notice him. They're like Deej trying to notice Deej right now. He doesn't care. They're just snoozing.
Yeah. The Mida from the distance. Doing a pretty good job. He doesn't have any sniper ammo though. He's got a shotgun. Very different. Some of the other teams are running snipers here to try and take out enemies from the distance.
They're running that as kind of like a backup in case something doesn't work too well in the later sections. They already have it open. I see. Oh, that jump.
The jumps are so scary.
It scares me. It scares me.
Terrifying.
It scares me. But these guys have practiced this so much. They know exactly when to jump to make that little landing right there. Flubbing the grade just a little bit. It's okay. I'm still surprised that we're seeing
this
some
speed is
mighty
very on this strike so far. It has been very, very good. They're blistering. They're blistering.
Yep. Reloading that shotgun. Take him out with a grenade. Move in there. Scion's coming down middle. Oh, we have someone standing down there instead of being up top. I think it might be
He's
better.
getting close range. He's doing that AoE.
Yeah.
There's no travel time at that point if you're up close.
It does
and
kill
personal,
him.
so.
You don't have to try to predict it.
Your nade?
My nade.
Very good.
Fantastic speed.
Hearing them say,
Need
okay,
help?
we're good. Move on. I like the confidence.
They're calling it out though. This is the first team I've really heard back there calling it out, saying what's going on.
And they're very calm about it
calm.
too. They've been calm this entire time.
They're not raging like Robbie or something like that.
Oh yeah, no, that's how you got famous. You gotta rage all the time.
You gotta be salty.
Just salty. Even when you're happy, you gotta be salty. There's no way to live.
One of the things though is these guys aren't freaking out if something goes on and things fall apart. They're not getting salty. They're trying to focus.
The point when you're playing like this, if you mess up, you don't want people to know.
Yes. No. Absolutely. You don't want to give the other team confidence going into
Exactly.
that strike. They want to, always be thinking, yeah, we did the best. You guys are gonna have to slay it if you want to beat us.
Exactly. God, so fast here. We're seeing very interesting that we're seeing a lot of the final teams just multiple Titans. That Titan skating is, I think, the key moment. Oh, I love it. I love the Twilight Garrison.
So good.
Okay,
So
it's like
good.
they're going left side. So many mobs up there. It's so scary.
They're a little bit spread out here though. There's two kind of in the middle here.
It's intimidating seeing all those mobs. Even though these guys are really that far ahead, hope the guy in the back doesn't end up getting taken out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
he's
little
good.
delay.
He's good at this point. If we haven't seen him die yet,
We're pretty much
We're
set.
pretty much
They're going
set.
into the boss fight now. This is where the tactic is going to see. Are we going to see the double sword? Because it's faster, but it's risky for the deaths. That's the thing.
Exactly.
The last team we saw, their first run with the sword, their boss was fantastic. The double sword with Sleeper Simulant is very quick. But in the second time they did it,
getting
they
in the
fell
way a little
apart.
bit. Okay, looks like he's getting ready to. One person switching his loadout a little bit. Hey, what are we going to see? What are we going to see? Yeah, obviously switching over from Mida and going into the sword.
So there's a solar sword. There's one at least, so we're going to see what's going on here.
Okay, I think. Okay, we got all the damage coming in. Okay.
There's a double sword. There's a triple sword. They are triple swording them. This is a triple wreck of swords pumping people.
Oh my God! One down.
They're going to DPS. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
They did so much damage there.
That was incredible.
Oh my lord!
That was so quick. That's the first 3 sword strategy that we've seen. Team patting themselves on the back.
That is the very first triple sword we've seen.
Exactly. That was so quick.
And how quick it was is impressive, because now looking at the other strats with the Sleeper Simulant and the swords, it was not even close.
It didn't seem that consistent. We saw wild swings of the time.
Missing a crit,
you're done.
Damage.
I think these guys they just went for it.
They just decided
riskier.
it's happening now.
It's way
Sorting
riskier.
It's over.
We saw someone died. Let's see that time. I want to see that time.
501, the exact same.
That is amazing. All right.
As Notice Me Deej.
That is a very difficult time to set. We haven't seen a team break that time on this map just yet.
That was insane. That was very, very.
Other team is getting set up. We're going to try to get into that as quickly as possible.
There's going to be a little bit less delay now that we're into this phase, which is very, very good.
Very good.
It's not going to take as long to get all set up, but that time, 501, on par with Notice Me Deej.
I know.
They need to just continue this speed, but they looked fluid.
Fluid. They were confident. They were confident that entire time. That was very good to see.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yes, it was fantastic. All right.
Will we see the other teams go triple sword now? Now that they saw how fast that was?
I don't know. It's still so risky. You know, we've already seen Team Notice Me Deej say, we're just doing what we know. We're doing, and I think them switching to that, I don't think we'll see them do that. It's a little bit, it's too risky. It's too risky, and they've already seen what happens when they make mistakes. They end up having to, perform really well, or trying to perform really well in that, when they statistically haven't had to.
Yeah. No, I agree.
They haven't had.
They don't want to
that
be
much
changing
competition.
things and then dying and then, hating themselves because they decided to get risky and do something they're not ready for.
They are the only team that in the Shield Brothers strike, they didn't do that glitch. Or not the glitch, but jumping up through that one area. They're the only team that didn't do that.
Yeah. And they still did fine.
They still had the fastest time. They still had the fastest time among that strike.
They're not about to swap to save a millisecond.
Exactly.
When it's going to cost them in the end if they don't execute.
Exactly.
I like that, though. That's smart.
I like the consistency of their
teams
team so
are
far.
getting very close to being set up. Very close to being set up.
Awesome. Okay.
All logging in. We got a little guy right here sniping.
I think we're getting ready to switch over to Pal, get a little bit pre-fight interview going on. And she is ready right now. Let's switch over to her.
All right, guys. How are you guys feeling right now?
Very good. Very good.
Okay, I saw that you changed to the sword. Is that something that you guys thought of going into this after seeing that last run with the other guys?
We're not changing anything from what we practiced. We have a pretty set strat that's going to do well.
You seem really confident.
Very.
All right, you heard it here. All right, let's get this strike started.
All right, so even though they saw that different strategy, they're going to stay. They're going to stay with what they know. I like it.
Confident.
Mm-hmm. These two teams are still very close to each other. In the times.
Yeah.
In the times, at least. I don't know about, if they know each other.
So look at
outside.
that. Notice Me Deej, definitive 501. The time to beat today, still 501
Still 501
for that strike.
Will
That's
we
the fastest
see
we've
the
seen.
sub 5 minutes for at least
If
that
we
strike?
see the sub 5, I'm gonna be pumped. I'm gonna be happy. I want to see the
Will you at
sub
least,
5 on Delight.
Eat the
right now.
shoelaces if we see a sub 5?
We'll see.
It's
We'll
pretty
see
close.
about
It's still pretty close. I wouldn't gamble that
But
much.
the sub 5 from Delight here would be, a little bit of an upset. It would be the fastest time on that strike.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I think both of these
That's my
teams.
guess.
Both of these
That's
teams
my
are
hope, my
more than
pray.
capable of getting that sub 5 minute. We've still actually yet to see this team even run this strike yet. So they could have some secret tech that they're not.
They're not sharing with anyone.
Yeah.
They might have a little sneaky jump that they're doing.
Exactly.
That no one knows
They
about.
might know about a little glitch to jump through a little thing. It may cut minutes off the time.
I'm wondering now.
I'm wondering.
If there's new things we don't even know about.
I hope there might be. I mean, we've already been surprised 2 or 3 times during this tournament with small little things.
Did they say what their tactic was for the boss? Do we know
They-
how many
they
swords
have
are gonna
not-
have?
I don't think
they
they've
haven't
revealed
disclosed
that.
it. They
They
don't
have
want
not
to say
revealed that yet.
Against
Yeah.
They're
your
like
works.
secret agents.
Alakul, the Dark Blade, is once
Ready to go. The Dark Blade
Long
is
ago,
about to
he
get
fomented
his head
rebellion
ripped off.
against the king and attempted to take his mantle.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh,
Alakul
seeing a bad
failed,
juju.
and now
Interesting.
And Ruin Wings. I am intrigued now.
This is the first time we've seen bad juju. Is he trolling? He's not trolling. He's going to leave the bad juju. This is interesting.
Usually when you're going into Trials of Osiris match, you see a guy with like all year 1 weapons, like, this guy, he doesn't want to see what we're going up against, and they switch to, something like this. These guys using bad juju. That's not something that I would have expected. I'm wondering
what does the bad juju do? Why would someone choose that?
So first off, bad juju does some really cool things. When you kill something, you get more super energy from killing. But the really good thing here is when you also kill something, you get a damage boost and it automatically reloads for you. So during that section where there's all those enemies around there, that might be their secret tech that we were talking about. Seeing some bad juju.
So the skating right now isn't the best, not gonna lie.
The Titan skating still is real though. I think all 3 final teams, or all 4 final teams, were all Titans. That Titan skating proving to be unbelievably powerful.
One thing I did notice right here is this team did do the secret little jumps at the start. So they're trying their best to get that sub 5. They don't want to mess around here. They are going
never mind.
camp.
We do indeed see a hunter, the lone hunter of the finals.
And guess where he is? At the back, slow as could be, just kind of
and he just got poisoned.
Yeah. He's way back there. He's way back there.
He's still catching up on his teammate there. This is respectable for someone who's trying to catch up to someone that's Titan skating.
Yeah, and the teams that are Titan skating the entire time, that takes a lot of dexterity and focus to do that for the entire strike and not forget even for a second, because it shaves so much time off.
Indeed. Oh man. I'm hoping they set a really good time here so we can, if they're really close, I want it to be close for the entire series. He's already popping his heavy ammo synth. I wonder if we're going to see.
I'm going down.
Come
get me.
He's got a boltcaster.
He's
got a boltcaster. Oh no.
Oh no.
Someone just failed to jump. This is a time waster right here. Nation just fell off, or Judson just fell off his jump. He now has to watch the movement of the platforms as well.
I think, okay, I thought he was going to use his sword to kill that Shrieker right there. Some stuff already despawning. Oh, that's the initial mobs will despawn once you actually start up. Okay, so using that sword right there.
He knows how much damage this does. He shot it and left. This. He said, no way. Missing a couple snipes here on the wizards. These wizards are not going down very quickly. Doesn't matter at this point.
Oh,
it goes to the no-scope.
Go for the no-scope. Yeah. It's amazing. Sick
There's
plays.
a lot of damage going down on Birdman now. Birdman is very, very weak. He needs to stay alive.
I think he's okay. He's managing his health properly. Never mind.
No, he
never
gets
mind.
taken out. This is the second death for this team. They have to pick it up. They have to pick it up if they want to come close.
He's low as well. Bad Juju does many things. It does not heal you when you kill something, though. That is.
I don't feel like the damage output is strong enough on this Bad Juju.
Not. They are
it isn't killing
right
ads.
They are just struggling.
They
right
are
now.
15 seconds behind at this point. 10, 15, 20 seconds behind. They can't get this door open. They're overrun with 9 million wizards. If I can count
so many
correctly.
Shriekers. I don't think you can.
Okay.
We've established that both of us.
Okay, so I'm not counting.
They need to take those Shriekers
get
out.
something
They
done
need to take
here.
those Shriekers out.
They got to commit to something. They got to commit to something.
They're just kind of aimlessly wandering around right now. I'm interested. Did something happen? What's going on?
I'm guessing
there
here,
we go.
looking at it, it's got to be the wizards. It's got to be the wizards that you got to kill. So they did not kill the Shriekers. The mechanic is kill those knights, kill those wizards. But they got overrun there. That
and
room
he's still getting hammered. Still getting hammered.
One of the best things they can, hold on to and salvage from this is even if their time is terrible, they can still win it on the next
One
two
more
maps.
top wave.
They don't have to have this phenom time here because it's not the overall time here.
Well,
it's
if
who wins each
they
strike.
don't perform very well right here, the other team just may go, hey, they didn't. We can beat them. We can beat them on that map. Let's just do it. Because that 501, they have to beat 501, and right now I can guarantee you that they are not going to unless they do some crazy stuff.
They need the one hit the boss.
Pretty much. Which I don't think there's a weapon that can do it. Bad Juju does many things. It does not one-hit bosses.
We've got some people with stopwatches in the chat. Apparently, they're saying it's impossible. 2 minutes to go. It's tough. But they got to still grind this out. We can see what time they get. But looking at, the other team, they might be thinking, this is the one we're picking. This is the map we're going to. If we get to that point.
Yeah.
If we get to that point.
I mean, that's what I would do. If I was in these guys, if I was in the enemy team's position, I would say, you know what? We're going back to this one. If we happen to have to go to round 3, we're going back to this one because they are clearly struggling in it. Who knows? It could be some super secret tech play that we were talking about. We're going to act like we're bad.
Right.
I see a little screen shake
This is a
there.
mind game. This is a mind game right now.
Oh, man.
Got to land those crits. You need to land those crits.
I mean, they're pulling together with the teamwork right now, which is what this is all about. You don't actually have to kill that light; it just helps you sprint a little bit quicker. Get out of the way, Ogre. You don't.
Come on, Ogre.
You don't belong here.
Get out of my swamp,
excuse me,
right?
sir.
Get out of my swamp.
Excuse me, sir. We have much bigger fish to fry, namely Alakul at the end of this. Oh no!
Did the Ogre pump him?
I think
the Ogre took him out.
He has
this
a misadventure. This is bad. This
they
is
got to
bad.
salvage this.
I don't know. I don't know what killed him, but oh man. I think he's standing right by the Ogre. I think he
can't be respawned at this point without losing some amazing time. They're going to just drag him through, it looks like.
Okay.
And he goes through with his Sunbreaker there to tank it.
Look at this. The secret tech that we so spoke of.
We've been waiting for this.
We've been waiting for something like this. He used that to get a huge speed boost there. I hadn't thought about using that at all.
That's actually really cool.
That's
and
really,
you know
really cool.
he doesn't need that super whatsoever at this point. Is that going to save the run?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. This is a very. It would take a complete miracle to come back from this.
I think if we're doing the math here,
the chat has done the math, and
it's
looks like
impossible.
it looks like it's impossible at this point.
I think it was a minute or two ago, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is a big shame.
But just remember, guys, this isn't over. This whole bracket is not done because going into the next two maps, this map is over.
Yeah.
This is done. They have a loss. That's fine. But the next two maps.
I can guarantee you, I don't think that they would be saying, yeah, we'll gladly rerun this one. Okay, all three are finally there. It looks like I think we're doing 3 swords.
One of the things I'm noticing is the Boltcaster. The Boltcaster on this boss is not great. The Boltcaster is one of the lowest DPS bosses.
It absolutely is. I'm interested. I think he's just using it so he wouldn't have to switch to it later on.
Potentially.
Plus,
maybe he's thinking about the next map.
Maybe at this. Gotta wait for that to hopefully. Don't go just yet. Don't go. I hope. Okay, there we go.
Oh, he should have committed to it. That would have saved a
Nah.
millisecond of our time.
Yeah,
Overall.
that's not what matters. We
You
will
see
be
some
here until
faces
the
that
very
are a
end.
little dejected over there. I think these guys are a little bit upset.
Yeah, Boltcaster against a single target. It's bad. It looks like it's doing amazing things. I mean,
It's just small. It's like the Stormcaller. What we said before. A bunch of really small damage ticks.
6:25. That
It's
is
not going to get it.
That is a depressing time to set, and at this level, that is unfortunate. That sucks.
It's not over though. It's not over.
It's
though.
not
That's
over.
what we're excited
They
about.
can still bring it back. This could be the upset that we were talking about.
This is the right side, like way out of there.
All right.
It's Sunless Cell again. We're doing Sunless Cell
We're doing
again.
Sunless Cell.
Didn't they just counterpick themselves there?
They might have. I
They
don't
just picked
know.
into the same map. That they just
maybe they feel like we messed up so royally, but we've done so strong.
We can do it, but we can do it better than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe we are just seeing some different stuff. Maybe they're like we're gonna. I don't know. I don't know at this point. That is a very interesting pick from them.
Did they fail? Yes, but maybe those are things that they can really fix, and they have this amazing time that we don't know about. They're the Sunless Cell Kings. Unfortunately, things kind of fell apart, and they weren't able to salvage it. But we're gonna have to see. However, going even into the boss fight there, I saw the Boltcaster out. Not a big fan of it. I don't think that's a smart decision right there.
Okay, Boltcaster it does amazing things to groups of enemies that are far away.
Right.
We saw that really cool play where throw a grenade up top, throw the arc bolt up there, and you're done. You know they're gonna die. But the majority of this fight feels like you really need to concentrate on single targets.
For sure.
And I think should have used different heavy weapon there.
I think the Solar Sword is the way to go.
Look at that time difference. Minute 24-second time difference between Definitive and Delight. Obviously, Delight, lost that round. I'm still perplexed at that pick. I'm still very perplexed at that.
Yeah. It's a little weird. Not gonna lie.
It's a little strange. It is a little bit
I
strange.
figured they'd pick one of their maps they felt they're best at, but with the Fallen Saber, they had the exact same time, so that might not be an option. And then going to the next one, maybe they had a worse time. So this might be their comfort map, even though we might not have seen it back.
Some creatures of the hive stray
We'll see.
against
We're gonna have a nice little run here.
the dark place.
See if we got Hung Jury. Maybe that's the only thing that'll salvage
Long
things for
ago,
them.
The Hung Jury does amazing things. If you haven't picked it up already, this week it has an amazing role. Of course, next week and the week after that, it will also have an amazing role. For the Eternity, the Hung Jury will most likely have a fantastic role, unless something new comes.
We got to make sure that these Titans are skating very quickly.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but there are things that we've mentioned, like the Hung Jury and the Mida and the Titan skating, that appears so prevalently in this tournament. It's because all of those are fantastic.
Yeah, they're very, very good, and it's just the optimal way to run it. Everyone's doing it because it's just the best. Simply the best. Again, not doing the little sneaky jump. They're not saying it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they tied the other team for the fastest one. We're seeing that awesome Twilight Garrison getting used here as well. You can fix any mess ups you had with your Titan skating. I think they're feeling very confident after seeing the enemy team pick Sunless Cell. They said, okay, we'll take that.
Yep.
We'll take that any day.
I think Definitive going into this feels a little confident though.
I mean,
seeing that
they look so calm. They're very focused right now. I think they just know just do what we did, and I think we'll make it through here again.
Look at this though. He just grenaded them, and he's got a 3x speed boost.
See,
so they're doing little things like that.
I just realized they're using this Fleet Fire. I don't play my Solar Titan enough just to really know the name of that perk. But if you kill a certain number of things using your abilities, you will get a speed boost, a massive agility boost. And during this portion here where you're trying to Titan skate, agility will help with that just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's what counts.
One little grenade gave him the 3x speed boost. I don't know the math on it, but the fact that they're willing to do little things like that, it must matter.
It must matter. They've probably tested this tons of times. That's the first team that we've seen actually do that, I believe, because it's Snows Me Deep.
That's really committed to it. Yeah.
They just relied on their Titan skating. Well, these guys are both Titan skating plus using small little things like that. So he's going to make this jump over here. going
Finally.
Instead of going high, he's going straight forward.
And the shotgun to the face. Doesn't want to waste any time here. They've got both those up. For 1 second there, I thought someone died. I thought just the way the camera moved. We didn't, though. We're okay. Missed
not
though.
Quite.
They're not going to change things very much there.
They are. So far, they are taking the Shriekers down. Unlike
they decided to.
Unlike Team Delight. Okay, and using rockets, that I think rockets are better for. Okay, and they're getting ready to move on.
Wow, that was extremely fast.
I think what might have happened is, I don't think they all stood in the area. Yeah, I think that was it. They didn't have someone stand in that little thing to transmit the data to open the door.
Right.
That's probably what happened last time.
Gotcha. Oh, and the crispy Midas shots takes him out. This guy looks like an MLG
missed
pro
his
here.
grenade. Missed his grenade, but he has the backup rocket. I bet he's just waiting to use his rockets right now. So
I think it doesn't even matter. They're going to use a synth down the road here before the boss. So
they're just using it to kill these as quick as possible.
They've got some bonus ammo. Yeah. They got some bonus. They're happy.
Supers get used here as well. Take out all the sounds.
These guys are smooth.
I am very, very glad that we are not seeing those Scions come up at all.
Right, yeah. No, absolutely. The Scions could be an end runner. If they're multiplying, you're not able to kill them. You don't have the AoE.
I've done, as I've said, I've done all the Black Spindle carries in the world for 12 hours straight at some times, and those Scions are the bane of my existence. And I'm so, so happy to see all of these teams just sticking it to those Scions.
I'm really liking this run. I think these guys have a solid time going on here. They've done every section so far.
He's not even moving while throwing those. He just knows. He just knows what needs to happen.
Imagine how OP they'd be before they got nerfed.
Oh man,
this would be over. Everyone would be a striker Titan.
I think everyone would be a solo Titan. Using that speed boost again to get by the ogre here.
Too bad the door blocked him.
Yeah.
I'm curious though. We got to Google how fast that actually makes you go.
Hey Dado, if you're still in the chat, get on that, please.
Yeah, Dado, do the math for it, please.
We're busy right now. We're busy right now talking about Hung Jury and Might of Multitool.
Left side.
And don't forget, War Sets skating.
War Sets. I hope we don't see that one again, but we most likely will. Okay.
I'm surprised. I'm wondering, if you just sprinted through this, you'd probably get destroyed. But with the skating and the Might, I think it's fast
I sprinted
enough.
through it a couple times. Yeah, you get
messed up.
I was so interested to see that that one team use the Sun Charge ability to get a little bit extra speed here, but unfortunately that didn't really matter at the end there.
So they're moving in here.
Oh, the master of Titan skating is actually in the chat. Hello,
hey, Gabriel.
Gabriel in the chat, sir.
So we're gonna just shout him out here because he's sick. He is so fast, so fast.
He's he's the guy that defined Titan skating. Okay, we're gonna see him switch here.
Quick swap. They know this inventory like the back of their hand.
These guys did triple. They did the triple swords previously. We're gonna see the exact same thing here again.
They're going absolutely ballistic here. They're not messing around.
Three
Triple
grenades.
sword, solar swords, so much damage.
They
need to be careful though. They don't want to die here.
They've already synced up. They know exactly who needs to punch him at the exact same time.
They even synchronized their melting pot there.
Yeah.
Stopped a sword swipe so he could get it in there. That time is going to be insane.
This might be that
very,
sub
very
5
well
minute
done.
time. This might be the sub 5 minute time that we've been looking for on this particular strike. Don't leave just yet. Gotta see the time. Okay, and go. Oh man, I think this is it. I think this is it.
Is this the sub 5?
I think this is the sub 5. I think this is the sub 5.
We gotta see it.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I think some people are saying 5:02 in the chat. I don't know. Destiny's timing is a little bit weird. 5!
No
So
way.
close.
1 second faster, but they got the 5 right at the 5.
Give them some high fives. Well deserved. They just
well deserved.
Team Notice Me, Deej. Some guys finally beat your time, and
nice.
and if you want Deej to notice you,
So
you're
the
gonna do better than
triple
that.
sword, the melting point punches, synchronizing
that was
very well done.
The most sync that we have seen these teams be in.
It was on the second.
Yeah,
it was down. Next guy.
They
popped
knew
it out.
exactly
It
what
was
happened. So one guy went in, punch, sword, punch, sword, punch, and then he's dead.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but I actually said the ability correctly there.
You messed up like 3 other times.
I know,
that.
but I did it once.
You did
so
once.
we got to be really hyped up here.
No, it doesn't. One wrong doesn't correct all the.
Oh,
Or one right doesn't correct all the wrongs that you've done.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
okay. So that's the math on it.
That is how the math actually.
All right, I'm
works out.
still terrible at casting, and they're never inviting me back.
I think he'll get back.
All right.
I think he'll get back.
Let's do this.
Producers are saying he's great.
I
I think so. I think so.
But here's the thing: they got 1 second different than last time. They are consistent as heck.
That is as heck. Okay, so Team Delight getting ready to sit down here.
Team Delight, are you ready? Are you ready to do 5 minutes?
Okay,
you have
to do sub 5 minute. We have to see a sub 5 minute.
A shoe needs to be eaten so that these guys can continue on.
I know. I think I don't want to eat a shoe. I think you should be the one that volunteered to that. But if we see that, look at that consistency. 501, 5. That is a massive hill.
They're
to have to climb
PvE
up.
robots. It's like an army of dados.
Oh my god. It's
really
like,
cool.
It's Slayer Ages and Dados just all up in there.
Yeah. Not me though.
We
I
suck
literally
at
haven't even beat Hard Crota yet, or Oryx. If I
Have
didn't
you
beat Hard
not?
Crota, I haven't beat it yet.
Have you?
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk.
No, we're talking about it. The team is getting ready to go in. We need to talk about something really quick here. You have not beaten hard mode Oryx.
Okay, I suck at PvE. Okay.
My God, my son.
I do.
What
I'm
has
bad.
happened?
I'm terrible.
How have you fallen so far?
We were trying it the one day, and I just kept Titan bubbling and then like
Dying.
falling off ledges.
I've
and-
killed
oh my-
Dado.
I was
I've
so
killed
bad.
Dado a bunch just by I'll pop a bubble when he's trying to get Oryx to stagger, and I'll just pop it right in front of him. He's like, no!
You just ruin everything.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's great.
Ruin the run.
People are very angry at you in chat.
At me.
Yeah, although they are also being very friendly. We have multiple offers to carry you, so look to the chat if you need to get carried.
Well, I might have to take some of you up on it. I'll get through hard mode.
We'll run on stream sometime. I'll get Dado. We'll get Slayer. I think Slayer. I don't think you can, but we'll get all the Dados and people of the world, and we'll do it. We'll get you through.
Cool.
We'll
Can't
get
wait.
you through.
We're jumping in now to the Sunless cell. Delight needs to salvage this. They have to come up huge here if they want to do well.
We may not get that upset that we were looking for, but these guys, if they are able to at least get that sub 5 minute, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, that's a big feat right there, getting the sub 5. But it's not just a sub 5 to look good. It's a sub 5 to survive here, get on to the third game. If they don't, they're out, and we're going to go into the finals. We're going to be into the top 2 teams of 6 of 3 math. Anyways,
it's not our strong
suit.
suit.
There's going to be some people playing for the
We can talk
finals.
endlessly about Destiny and things that are in it, but when it comes to simple math,
Are they doing the jump? They're doing the jump. They hold up the ghost really quickly just to get an idea of where it is.
That was good.
Very well done. And look at this. All these 3 guys cuddling on the jumps, and no one fell off. That's very well done.
Their last run they had, I think 2 people died from jumping, so these guys
risky.
are serious. These
Risky
guys are
business.
buckling down at the very end here. Seeing all the why the bad juju? I'm still very confused.
I don't think the bad juju is a pick. I think it's a pretty weak pulse rifle for PvE, even though you get your super.
No. It's actually a very strong pulse rifle for PvE.
You think so?
It really is. It really is. I mean, it reloads for you. You never have to reload.
I suppose, yeah.
And it gives you a damage boost, and it gives you some super energy. It's one of the best pulse rifles out there for PvE, in my opinion, as far as exotics go.
I wonder if just like the actual burst damage on it, though, you have to commit an extra shot or two.
It's because it is very low overall damage, though. It's very good in theory. Getting caught up on the little stairway there. It feels like it would be good, but overall it's lower damage. So
you're seeing some people are a little bit low on the special ammo. They're not going to have their snipers up. Might not matter here. This next phase, though, this is the make or break, because this is what slaughtered them last time. Other than the boss, but this was the moment.
They lost a minute. They lost a minute right here, and hopefully we don't see a repeat of that. I want to see. Is he still going with that arc sword?
My scan says the
We're gonna have to take a peek here.
He still is.
He's got the arc sword. I don't think that's the choice, especially for the boss.
It just for this section right here. I mean, this is the sword that's really good at killing ads, and there were still too many ads up last time. It's not. I don't think that's working for them.
Count to 6, Nami.
I don't think that's going to work for them.
So the reason they're not killing those ads in the middle is once they initiate this section, they all teleport away anyways. There's no reason to waste a grenade, waste anything on them.
You see on the radar, they just teleported away. Okay. Oh my God, his health is so low. There's a wizard there.
There's a striker, or the shrieker all over him.
Shrieker blast is chasing him. It's still chasing him. He's just gonna bail.
Let's get to the other battery.
Okay, I think he was still able to get the thing transmitted.
He did, yeah. It called it out that he's going to the other battery.
Okay, we see the force barrier used there. Get that little overshield so he can have a little more room to breathe.
So they need to eliminate the wizards and the knights, I believe, are the main things they got to kill here.
I don't actually know. Hey, Dado, can you go test what actually causes this?
I think it is the wizards, because the last one, the second they killed the wizard, it opened up.
I think that. Yep. And that happened.
Right there.
Wizard dead. There's still some other wizards up, I think, but there must be some specific ones that you have to kill.
They got to clear this room out. They got to use AoE on here.
Much better than the last run. You have to give them that.
Yeah, they're doing it way better than the last run. Is it fast enough to make it to the finals? I don't know. I don't know at this point.
I mean, it's going to come down to the boss at this point, I think. And they're executing this room really well. I still think using that arc sword is not the way to go.
It just doesn't hit hard enough. It doesn't hit hard enough single target.
We saw them die over and over again, and he would have been staggered a little more for extra damage. Yeah, he would have taken more damage. The fight would have been over quicker had he been using that solar sword.
Couple wasted hammers there that I would have liked to see him hold on to there, just to give him that millisecond longer with the super.
If you hold on to the hammer, like if you don't throw it, it's not going to take away as much time from that. He could have used the hammers on this, made 1 or 2 more orbs for his team. Although we are seeing Tether get used here. They looks like they're still going to be making a ton of orbs here. Do we have a Defender Titan
for the next round?
Oh yeah, we do. I believe he still has it on. He has it up from the original one.
This is. I'm excited to see what's going on here. The time, I'm not sure yet. Is it going to be a 5-minute run? It's tough to say. I think at this point it's not as smooth as I would have liked to see under 5, but we were shocked in the Fallen Saber Strike. We thought those guys were 20 seconds slower, and they had one of the fastest times. So we have no idea. We have no idea at this point. Minute little changes.
So far,
effective.
So good. Getting really dangerous with that jump there.
Falls off the map.
Falls off the map.
Ends the run.
I mean, that's what. Not only last time did they have, that death early on. They had 2 deaths early on, and then they had someone die, like in this section right here. Or at the ogre. Okay, using the sun. I'm interested to see.
Look at that speed.
Oh, he just knocked his teammate off using that strategy. He's too far back.
Can he drag him through?
They can drag him through, but he just killed his teammate.
That was the first
misplay. First PvE team kill of the tournament. Shaking
He's
their heads.
suiciding them. Yeah, I can understand why they'd be upset here. That's a big misplay.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think that actually gave that big of a speed increase. He was behind his teammate when that happened.
That won't be.
He was behind his teammate, and he hit him.
Looks like all those thralls decided to give up, though. It's time to go. We're going to see what happens, but we're still waiting. It looks like the guy has respawned, though, so they're not going to miss a lot of damage on this boss.
Still, though, he's out right now. They could be damaging him. They could be damaging him right now. They're having to back up, wait for the other guy to jump down, get the bubble down. Weapons of Light is available, and they're getting ready to go.
The Bolt Caster.
that little bit of time there.
And Stone's already
down,
dead. They're getting the
down.
revive. They're trying to get that revive up. Everyone is up now. They're able to do some damage, but he's going to
They're
start
still
pounding
doing
them.
a very good, a solid amount of damage.
Yeah, they're
Not
doing
enough
great.
ammo in that
That was
bullet
actually way better than the last time.
way better. That was
Even with the bullet caster, they still killed
that
him very,
one
very
thing
quickly.
though. That probably just took it away from him. That I don't think that was a sub 5-minute run overall. It felt like it was a little bit slow.
There was a
Don't
few
go out yet,
seconds
don't
there.
go, no. Okay.
Oh, perfect timing. There was a few seconds there, though, that they weren't able to damage the boss when he was already out.
When he was already out.
That's
Yep.
seconds. That's
Yep.
seconds right there. They're
Yep.
throwing away, unfortunately. Let's see the time.
5:38.
So that's a 38 second
38.
change.
That was.
but
that
you know
sucks.
what? Team Delight still did fantastic. Those
Yeah,
guys did very,
they had
very lovable time.
They brought it back from that original run that sucked really bad for them. They were still able to improve on that time. If it hadn't have been for that for that Titan, I think they might have been able to
It would
make
have closed the gap a little bit, at least. I feel bad. Those guys did fantastic, though. They worked very hard.
They still
they
made
had
it.
some great runs,
they made
too,
it,
the
they
whole
made
time
it to
consistently.
the Final Four, which
Yeah.
is still that's
better
something.
than the other teams can say.
So
if we're gonna be honest here,
Hey,
they beat 4 other teams, and good for them. Great job. I don't know about the Sunless cell pick. I don't know why you would pick that again.
I am still very
knowing
confused
you're
at that
going in
pick.
with a bolt caster.
We saw them, even if the other team, they had their first one was 5:01, which is tied for the fastest time already.
Yeah, exactly. That's a risky
They are
pick.
clearly very good at that. Choosing that, I don't know.
And then right after, boom, 5-minute time. So it's very apparent those guys know what they're doing on that map. And to now lose that map substantially and then pick into it with a team you know is good is tactically not the best play.
I don't think.
I would not have made that.
They might have overthought it a little bit there. I don't know if maybe they had that secret tech that they were going to use, and I think that secret tech.
They thought that the Sunbreaker burst
would
was
help.
fast enough. Maybe.
Nope, killed him. I think that's what killed him in the end there.
Yeah. So that was the bracket play. We now have our final 2 teams. We want to see what's going on, but first we're going to take a break.
We're going to take a very short
So
break
who
here.
are we playing in the finals?
We have Team Notice Me Deej and Team Definitive.
For the finals coming up in just a few moments.
I'm
Thanks so
excited.
much for being here, and we'll see you in a few moments.
I'm very excited to see this, guys.
It's super. Welcome back to the Red Bull Clash Course. We're going into the finals.
Final round, guys. We got Team Notice Me Deej. They made it all the way to the finals. They've been crushing it this entire time. But during this last 2 rounds, Team Definitive back there, they
were massive. They were so
slayed
fast.
it. They slayed it the entire time. So we have a big finals getting ready to come up here.
I think these ones will be the closest. The closest matches we've seen.
I hope they will. And this is also going to change up the format a little bit. We'll be getting into that in just a second. But I think we're going to take it over to Pal, and they're going to get some team captains interviewed here just real quick.
Can't wait.
I can't wait. This is going to be great.
This is going to be awesome.
I'm very excited here.
We're just waiting for the transfer.
Just waiting. Don't worry, guys. All right.
Okay.
Pal is now ready. We're going to take her over there. Sorry for that.
All right, this is the finals, guys. I know there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot on the line, brag rights, a cool prize. How are you feeling? And I know I've told you this before, but now we're here. What would this mean if you won today?
I'm pretty nervous because these guys have wrecked Sunless twice in a row. That's a really good time. And our last one was pretty rough. So a little bit nervous, but we do really want to win, and we're definitely going to try to.
What about you?
You know, it's just an honor to be here, honestly. Just coming out, playing some Destiny over at Red Bull eSports Studio, and just having a bunch of fun. I mean, playing these guys is making me sweat. I mean, I don't know if you could say that about PvE, but you're a sweaty striker, bro. But yeah, we're having a great time. Just really great to be a part of the first Destiny eSports sort of style tournament.
All right, so I want to know, what makes your team more superior?
Ooh. I don't know. We've practiced a lot, so I'd like to think that consistency is where.
Wait, so it's not these jackets?
It's the jackets. I just didn't want them to know what our real strat was. Yeah, it's the jackets.
All right, what about you?
I would have to say consistency as well. And I mean, my boy Zila over here, Alex, one of the fastest Titan skaters next to A. Gabriel. Gotta say, proud of the guy. But you know, yeah, we work really well together as a team, and you know, got everything worked out. If there's any problem that comes up, you know, we try to get on it as fast as we can and try and find a solution. So.
All right, well, let's get started. Take your seats. Good luck. Oh, shake hands, shake hands. Come on. All right, good luck, boys. Take your seats. All right, let's get these finals started.
Teams are ready. They didn't throw any shade.
Very respectable.
Respectable. I love that. I love that.
This is a proper finals here. So this is going to be a little bit changed up. Instead of best of 3, it's going to be best of 5. Hopefully we get to see it go to, like, you know, the full 3 rounds. Or
5 rounds.
5 rounds. The full 5 rounds, indeed.
The 2 to 3 win.
I can't. We just have us. We cannot math. So teams are going to Notice Me Deej will be up first on the Sunless Cell Strike. And I gotta say, Team Definitive, you know, they have a much more consistent play on the strike. So Notice Me Deej could already be put into a defensive position, having to pick a strike they think that they're better at.
Definitive had 2 amazing times right there, a second apart. So they know what they're doing on this map. Deej, yeah, they can go fast. They can definitely go fast, but you know, if we're just looking at the statistics,
they've been
Definitive
sloppy.
knows what they're doing.
They've been a little bit sloppy in their execution of the Sunless Cell Strike. So this could be the first time we've seen Notice Me Deej get put on their heels a little bit during this final stage.
I think so.
I'm excited.
Going into this, it's going to run exactly like the bracket play. The loser is going to pick the next map all the way down until we have a winner. Best of 5. So
best of 5.
First to 3 wins essentially. And it is going to be based on each strike. Whoever gets the fastest time on each strike wins. It isn't the total time.
I gotta say, Team Notice Me Deej, matching shaders, matching jackets that they're wearing here in the studio, matching ships. This is they are all about consistency across the board, and also looks. All Titans, all wearing all Mida skating.
Oh, they fancy, huh?
Yeah, they are very organized. I don't think all that. I hope we see that sub 5 minute time come from one of these 2 games here.
Yes,
I think that will happen.
They're closing the gap. I think it's going to happen very soon.
Another prince to rise.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Do you think we'll finally see them do that jump, or they're just going to say nah?
They're going for the jump. They're going for the sub 5 jumper.
Are they gonna jump right here at the start?
They're wheeling and dealing.
Oh, they're gonna do it. Are they gonna do it? Are they gonna do it?
They're not gonna do it.
Nah,
they already did.
They don't care. They don't care.
No,
no. Never mind. Never mind.
They said we're gonna go around. We're gonna take our sweet.
These guys know. These guys know they don't need to do that. They're just gonna try to do what they've been doing this entire time.
Oh, and there's a little missed jump on the doorway. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
not going to affect things too much.
I think these guys are amping it up on their Titan skating too. They feel a little bit faster. They realize they're in the finals.
They're getting ready. They're pumped.
They have competition.
I think this is the first time that it's this close.
Yes.
This is going to be
indeed.
the closest strikes we've seen so far. I'm hoping. Seconds away. Seconds away. And again, notice Medivh goes to the right side instead of up the middle. I'm really curious if that affects things. We did notice before, though, that they did this and they got a 501. So it can't be that big of a difference. Only fractional.
Fractional in the second, but I mean, when the other team did a 501 and a 5, like, these guys got to be on their game right now.
Yes.
They absolutely have to be on their game. And so far, they've been doing good. They've been sticking to what they know.
I wonder if watching the past boss usage, if they're going to change things up. If they're going to go with the triple.
I don't think they will. They have yet to change it up when they saw a clearly faster strategy. Well, I mean, I think it very is clearly faster, but they just did what they knew, and they were still able to pull it out. They went faster than the other team that was using an unknown strategy at the time. A lot of other teams, they try to jump. Makes me scared every single time.
We've seen it so many times, and I still
they've landed it every single time.
Scanning right now.
Where's the wizard?
Nah, it's just chilling.
Just hanging out?
Chilling somewhere else. I think they might have.
Maybe they already sniped her off.
I don't know. They are very consistent with getting these wizards down. He doesn't care either. He doesn't even care. There's
one's down.
Christmas night.
Oh, that wizard moved
the
me
PvE
up.
enemies. I love it.
I missed the one on the wizard.
I got one bottom knight. One bottom knight down.
You can miss sometimes.
Other bottom knight's out. Other bottom knight's out.
We're moving in here. We're going to kill some knights, kill some wizards. The second they kill all the wizards, I believe, and the knights, it opens the door. Yeah, look at this. The door is already open.
They have determined exactly which enemies to kill here. That is fantastic.
They waste no time killing extra enemies.
Already got the super going.
Yeah, this is
generating some
great.
orbs.
They're doing some massive AoE with that
Usually
Sunbreaker.
we saw him wait.
Yeah, they usually do it like kind of when the enemies spawn underneath the ledge there. They're not going to go too early.
All right, you're probably going to see some other supers get used right here. We saw a rocket get used, which is pretty fast. There's the super, killing all the side. Oh no, he missed his hammer throw. He hit the little ledger. I think that's why we saw that other team going down on the bottom. So they didn't.
So they
miss
don't risk it.
So they don't risk it. It's very at the end. Oh, still able to land it.
Not the best hammers we've seen today, but fractional differences. But when both teams are getting 501s, 5-minute times, you're going to have to play this perfectly. This is going to be very close.
This is all about the perfect execution. We're seeing more supers get used here. They're going to pop. I think the team should be switching to their defender Titan just now. Hopefully, it's not one of these guys that
Yeah, they're going to have to get a defender right here.
Yeah, they need to switch.
They're generating some orbs though. I'm sure someone will switch very soon.
Yep. Okay, they are down. They're getting ready to go into the ogre
It might be
area.
one of the other players that's
Yeah.
not there.
Yep.
They're switching to defender right now, grabbing the orbs. And they're going to go. They need that damage boost or else they're not going to take out the firewall.
Ogre just yelling at him. You could have stomped immediately, but no, he had some stuff to say first.
Yo,
getting down
just
in.
chill at this point.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Once again, no one has died.
Yes.
Not even one, which is nice. I mean, you don't want to die.
No
But I thought this was going to be the risky spot. Someone goes to the middle here. I've never seen this.
Yeah, well, it's basically the guy in front is taking all the shots.
So you can kind of mosey wherever you want.
Yeah, so you can kind of go wherever you want. And the middle, it's just a little bit safer, just in case some of the stuff maybe starts to notice you. Unlike Deej, which won't notice them until they win. Hopefully.
Not gonna punch you.
I'm really excited to see if they make the sleeper simulant work here.
Yeah, I mean
they've done it before, so they can do it.
Here's the thing: we saw this team do really good up until this portion. The only thing that differs in strategy-wise from teams is sleeper simulant.
Everything else, pretty well identical. It's just how they're actually taking out this boss.
Okay, switching up to we got sleeper. We are going to see.
They're not
the
messing around.
Simulant.
They do not want to change it. They did pop the 3 coins there though. That could change it.
I don't think that'll change things.
Okay, it won't change.
Double grenades. So no one coming into melee too soon. No. This could be bad. This could be very bad. He is going to take a
shit ton of damage. I'm not even going to lie here. Colonel is risky, but he didn't get taken out. They actually did that very well.
There was the exotic engram that you were so looking for.
And that must be why they killed it so fast, because they did pop a 3 coins.
Oh, clearly.
I was really worried there for Colonel. I thought Colonel was going to get pumped. Yeah. He was so close to him so quick, he got slammed twice.
And here we go.
That was risky. We got to see what
Do you
time
think
this
that was a sub 5 minute run? I think that was as close as we're going to see to a sub 5. That was.
I'm curious. I don't know at this point.
That
It's
was it. I think that
so
was it.
close.
That was it.
That first room with the Shrieker was very done. Like, it was done very, very well. The next room, maybe slightly slower.
A little bit slower. It could have
We'll
been.
have to see.
It's so difficult to tell when there's so much going on in that room. I think they were good. I think this might be a sub 5. 458.
We got the sub 5.
We got the sub 5 run, setting the bar.
Fastest run of the
very
day.
high.
Fastest run of the day
for any
Awesome.
strike.
That was a good run.
I mean, if there's a team to beat it though, Team Definitive. I think they
They're
can
on
beat
par.
it.
That's only 3 seconds that they need to. Well, 2 seconds.
2 seconds
technically
now.
from their
2
best
seconds
time
now.
that they need to change. So I think they can do it. They just
What
need to
happens?
optimize
What
a
happens
couple
if they
things.
get the same time?
Dun,
Oh, we'll figure that out in a
Then
second.
we have to add an extra game. we go by style points. Who punched the final boss?
Ooh,
But
that's-
wow.
I
did not think it was going to be a sub
If we're going by style points, I mean, Team Deej is wearing the jackets. They have style.
God.
They have style. That was
They're getting noticed because of their looks. But I mean,
this is
458 is not impossible.
Setting the bar high here.
I'm
As
ready,
we've said,
I'm ready to see this.
I
want upset after upset every single time.
I want wild swings. I want it to go to round 5, and us to still go. I have no idea who's going to win because really right now, I still have no idea who's going to win this round.
Yeah, Deej did great there. I mean, no, it's obvious that they did well, but I'm not going to gamble on them whatsoever. Definitive is too good to put any money on.
They've
Deej
been
right
so
now.
consistent this entire time, and they've been improving. This is one of the first signs that we saw. Okay, here's our time. No, we can do better, and they did better.
We'll do better.
That is a tough time to beat, though. That's a tough time to beat. I think with the 3-sword strategy, I think they'll do it. I think they'll do it. They're getting ready to.
That would be their main advantage right there.
They are
So as
getting
long as
ready
they're
to
doing the
go
phases
in
before.
right now. We are seconds away from from seeing the matchup. I'm excited.
I think that's the only thing that's going to save them, though, is the swords at the end. Saber Simulant wasn't that far behind. It seems like they landed their crits, but the triple sword, it could be huge.
It could. I mean, it's just so scary. It's so if it goes well, it goes so well. If it goes wrong, we saw it go very, very wrong for another team.
Absolutely.
Just loading in right now. I keep saying I'm excited, but it's just true. This is wild being here, casting this. Thank you very much to Red Bull for putting this on. We're in the finals right now. Team Definitive getting ready to go up against Team Deej. Notice me, and they're put on their heels. I didn't think Team Deej could actually do a sub 5 minute on that.
Yeah.
They were
especially
very
with
sloppy.
how rusty their second one was.
Yeah, they were like just very uncoordinated the second time they put it together during that break. I believe you loaded into the.
This is the wrong
This is not
place.
this is not the Sunless cell.
This is actually the tower. They're going to get that Engram decoded.
I think they had their priorities in the wrong place there. It's okay though.
That's a bad habit. I always do that too. I go to the tower. The second
I log in, I always go in because there's always something to do. In the
GG tower speed run. Who can get to Zur the fastest?
Ooh. Okay, there you go.
That's the one, boys. Well
There.
done. We've got to razz him a little bit.
We'll get
Definitive
him in there.
is a little confused. They don't know what's going on.
They were
right now.
consistent, and this is the first time we really see them kind of mess up either. You don't want to. Got to have your head in the right place. If you
Is this
think
mind games? Is this mind
this
games
could
or
be
something?
mind games. They could be throwing some mind shade.
Could be. I hope so. If not, I'm a little worried for Definitive, considering that they just went to the tower.
Fortunately, they are loading in right now.
Heads are not in the game.
Rebellion against the king.
They can turn it around though. They're in there.
They got it.
They're gonna.
They
Are they
got
gonna do
it.
the jumps across the bridge?
Oh, he's changing his dance here. He's going.
Yeah, he throws the sword down. Beautiful.
Well played.
Very
well
done.
played. GG.
We must not allow another prince to rise.
I always love the voice acting in this section.
Can't they skip it? Would that speed things up?
I don't think so. It's a loading screen in Destiny. You can't skip loading screens
Oh.
unless they're cinematics.
Oh, so yeah, I guess it's only cinematics.
So
are they going to go for the jump?
No,
jump.
this team
Both
did not
teams.
go for the
Both
jump.
teams don't
So
jump.
very interesting. I think that might be the better strategy, even though you can do the jump. I just don't think it may not do anything in the end.
It's not worth the risk, I think, either. You have to slow down, prep for it, so you land on
Well, if
it.
you have one person kind of, person in the back hit their ghost, person in the front can jump. You know where the first one's going to be as well. If you've run this enough, you probably know exactly where they are.
Right. I wouldn't mind seeing them go do the other strikes after this, though. We've seen a lot of Sunless sell the past few minutes.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they have, strategies for other strikes instead of just these 3 that we've been seeing them run.
Or maybe we'll just see Sunless over and over again, everyone getting it right around that 5-minute mark as close to. It would be pretty intense. But I wouldn't mind seeing the change up, seeing their different tactics, and seeing.
Taking out that wizard. One shot. Okay.
Good shit, Alex, let's go.
Not even wait. Get in there. One guy's pretty far behind. He's catching up. He's catching up. He just had to.
This one Titan in the front is speed.
Take the guy in the back taking the scenic route.
Not worrying about it. He'll clean up the ads later on. No big deal.
Yeah.
This room, though, this is the make or break room.
Yeah,
I think this is the one.
I think this is the one that adds the most time. Because, I mean, when you're killing all those ads, it may add a second or two. But, right here, if you mess up, not necessarily the grenade, but if you mess up this jump right here, if you mess up, if you don't scan just quick enough and stay in there, if you end up dying.
Right.
I'm very curious. We've seen the wizards there.
Not paying attention.
And they're just not paying attention. You guys are sleeping on the job.
What are you doing? You have one job.
You have one
Defend
job.
the Dreadnought, you idiots. Come on.
We said this is why you don't go with lower contract pay for the
defenders of the Dreadnought.
For the Cabal clearly did it on the Brother Strike with that one little spot you can jump through. These guys, the Wizards were clearly just napping.
They've got some weak, cheap T3
Oryx,
mercenary enemies.
You got some low tier security.
That was quick though. They got through that.
They got through that quick.
Enemies already spawning. So they gotta start whipping down these enemies, using that Mida, using their grenades. Got some heavy to drop, so he's gonna be able to rocket, use some AoE here. That's always good. For this section, AoE is king. That's why there's so many people using Sunbreaker. It's too strong to not be using.
Yep.
Especially for these sections where you got to clear mass PvE, moving mobile enemies. You want them down the second they spawn, so they aren't running around and hiding.
The only time you need to use that secret signal is on the boss at the very end.
Exactly.
And these guys don't even use it. They don't even use it. They don't even need it.
They just slap them with swords. They go ham. Pull them out, wave them around, and start pumping.
Exactly. Getting ready to see some super usage right after this grenade is thrown, most likely. Are we gonna see it? Are we gonna see it? Super? Can we hear it? Can we hear it? There it is. There it is.
The sound we all hated in PvP
I like his perch.
Yeah, he's just sitting up top like, I got this, boys. Doesn't even have to move. He's waiting. He's like calculated.
He is like a hawk.
Hammers.
Just like the hawk that's on the hammer. I don't know if you noticed that, but the hammer wields very... Oh, you got an enemy. You got one more there. You got one more behind you.
One behind you.
You missed it. You missed it.
Seconds. That's seconds.
Yep.
And if you're trying to beat the 458 time, that could be 2 seconds. That's the 1 second.
That was 2 seconds. That was 2 seconds at a time right there. Him not noticing that. They can't do that right now. They can't mess up like that.
Not going against Deej. Notice me, Deej. They have the best time so far on this map. They can't be throwing away seconds on a random enemy here and there. However, obviously they can salvage it. At this final boss here with the triple swords, we've seen it before. The triple swords is the fastest. There's no question about it. It is the fastest way to kill the boss.
Indeed.
And so maybe they make it up there. It's tough to say. They've played it this whole round very, very well. Other than that enemy, so it's still going to be very close. I'm not going to gamble on that.
No, I mean, do you see how quickly they kill all cool here? There is no time to blink in between this. Even though Team Deej noticed me running a slightly different strategy, killed them just as quick. I think that I really wonder if we end up seeing a 5 minutes, like as the run here, and then it's all about that one, that one enemy, that one small misplay.
You can see it right there. That was the second that things fell apart.
That would be amazing if it's a 5 minute run. And that's what costs
I'm excited here to see the boss fight. I want to see if they pull it off as clutch as they did the last time, getting their inventory set up.
They have
He's
the
spawning
swords,
here in just
swords
milliseconds.
ready. Swords
Grenades
ready.
are out.
Grenades
Missed
are out.
one grenade, it looks like.
Okay,
and they're just going to town on him. Double sword, triple sword. One of them's a dark drinker, too.
I love how in sync these guys are with their punches. That is so quick.
Very well done.
That is so quick. That never ceases to amaze me. That's so awesome. All right. Hopefully we get to see the time come up here.
I'm so curious. Do you think they got him?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Doesn't feel it?
I don't think so.
I'm wondering what the chat's thinking, seeing some times posted in there.
I don't think so.
502, 505, who knows? We're going to see in just 1 second.
I think that was like a 505 to 502. That was so good. Everything except that one enemy. Everything was so good except that. Here we go, guys. Let's see the times.
What are we at? 506. Really?
506.
I did not realize it was that far apart. But, I mean, yeah.
Little
506.
things add up. Little things.
So that's 8 seconds, isn't it? Yeah, it's 8 seconds.
They're talking a little bit right now. Something may have happened. We're gonna.
Okay. So apparently there was a glitch.
Well, okay.
I'm not sure what the glitch was. They're determining. They're talking. They're seeing. You know, was that worthy of a new run? We got to find out.
We'll
we don't want
find out.
to. We don't want to be cheating anyone out here, but we have to also find if it's an accurate thing. We're watching the replays to see what happened. Explaining why is that a glitch? Why is it delaying us? They're just looking.
They're
now.
looking for it right now in the footage, so we can confirm.
Taking a second
Okay.
or two.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we got a 458 right now. 458 they got to beat. They had a 506. So if they don't do a new run, it's going to be a 1-0. 1 to nothing for Deej Notice Me.
Okay.
We're redoing it.
We are redoing that, Matt.
What happened? Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Okay.
Really? Okay. Yeah, explain that.
I can explain what happened here. There is kind of this weird thing that happened in the game where in the original Vault of Glass, you guys probably remember trying to kill Minotaurs and their health would stay down and never actually move. And then they would finally die. Same thing apparently happened to the witch right there.
Yeah,
so
it was sitting there. It would not die. It would not trigger the next phase, and they were just sitting there shooting at it, waiting for it to die, unfortunately. Okay. So we're going to actually move it on. We see it happen in the replay, and it's BS. We don't know if it's 8 seconds of time.
8 seconds time,
but it's enough that
it's
set off their heads. They weren't in the right positions because they're like, what's going on here? This wizard or this witch is not dying. We're gonna even things out here. We're gonna do a rerun. They got a quick time to beat though.
That's still a very quick time to beat, and even
458.
Even if that, I don't know how much time was taken by that witch. Right. I'm not sure if that would be still 6 seconds, but we'll still give them another go there.
We want to be fair.
We'll be fair.
We want to be fair, especially in the finals here. We don't want someone going home because of a witch not going down.
Exactly.
Not really fair.
Exactly. I think they're getting ready to. Okay, it looks like they're relogging, getting everything in order.
Okay.
Getting ready to get in the game here in just about a minute or so.
Cool.
That's still so impressive, seeing them kill,
Yeah.
seeing them take them down that
The melting
quickly.
pots are points.
Points.
The melting
points. There you go.
Points.
Melting points are what they're using to kill the boss quickly. They are successfully using melting points is the point I'm trying to make to you. You'll get it eventually.
So it's points?
Points.
Okay.
Points. Exactly.
We'll see
points.
if I get that by the end of the stream. If I actually understand what that ability is
You
called.
won't. You won't.
Okay.
You actually won't.
I see the confidence that Holtzman has in me. It isn't very high.
The stream has been going on for close to 6 hours now, and he's still, after 6 hours, is not able,
I still don't get what
it.
the melting point is. Has it been that long? Holy cow!
It's 551 on this little display down here.
And
So
we've had over 5,000 viewers for a very long time now.
Thank you all
The support
for
is
tuning in.
amazing.
Thank you
you
all.
so much.
Thank you.
But going into it for the finals, Notice Me Deej versus Definitive, it is 4:58. That is the best time we have seen today on this strike. And Definitive, they have to slaughter these guys. They have to get a really, really quick time on this to try and compete here and win round one. If not, we're going to be going into round two, 1-0 for Notice Me Deej.
I'm still rooting for Notice Me Deej. That is a very impressive time, 4:58 to set there. Hopefully we can, no issues can arise in the next run, and we'll maybe see an upset in that time. That would be amazing to see.
Hope so.
I hope so.
If they get like a 456, 455,
that'd be huge.
Man, that'd be
huge.
really impressive.
That'd be huge.
That'd be perfectly executed.
Yeah, I don't think you can get lower than like 450 maybe.
I wish we had a reference for like world record speeds.
I think we're seeing them
close
here.
to them,
I think we're seeing them here. These times are so. I can't imagine it getting much quicker than that.
I don't know what you could possibly change to do it. There's realistically nothing. They're almost set up, guys. They're just logging in. They have to log out, log back in so that the ammo counts go down to 0 and all that, just to be fair.
Just to be fair.
Trying to keep it as fair as possible here. But the transitions between the other games won't be as long. We have two setups here. Both the teams are sitting there ready to go. So transitions will be a lot quicker after this one.
Exactly.
This is an exception because we're doing a redo. But we're going in. We got the definition. Definite.
Midas, the
Beautiful.
Midas, the rocket launchers,
Plugins.
they are loading. Hopefully, okay, it does say the Sunless cell in the bottom corner there this time. They are, in fact, not going into the tower, which is good. which is very good.
Yeah, this is beautiful that they're not going to the.
I just noticed the stats here. All intellect, all discipline. No melee. I think the only time they use melee is like at the very, very end there. Anyway, looking at his ammo.
creatures of the hive strain against
So just,
the will of
I'd be curious after this whole thing gets said and done to see exactly what the armor choices, how they're speccing some of this gear. I think that might be a really cool thing to get into at another time. Don't use it. Don't
you dare do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't.
It's a risky usage.
He knew what he was doing if he did that. He knew what would happen. I think he's getting ready to do an emote for us.
What wish?
What?
I want to see the Carlton. I want to see you do the Carlton.
No, not gonna happen.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just be.
I might eat a shoe.
Boring.
I might eat a shoe, but I will not dance for you, my man. Here we go.
Jumping into things. No risky jumps. They're going all the way around. I think that's the tactics. It's just safer. It doesn't change your time that much. The best time so far is not going around or not jumping.
Exactly.
across.
The fastest times that we've seen have not had that.
Ooh.
The
Twilight
Twilight
Garrison
Garrison.
forward.
So good.
So speedy.
So good.
So he gets out of the way there. He actually stopped, waved, let him through. I wonder if it's just because he feels like
they
he's
might have a
holding
specific
him back.
order that they're wanting to go through this in.
Right.
Or
They don't want to change things up. They want to.
They know one person's supposed to go here, one person's supposed to go here. If that's out of place, in the positioning, then it could. Okay, here we go. And there we see the speed boost come up.
Oh,
So
dude,
3.
all the heavy just dropped for me.
That lasts so long.
Yeah, 15 seconds is a pretty nice
is he gonna be able
boost.
to make that? Yeah, he will. He will.
So as long as you don't get poisoned by the witch there, I think going in the middle is probably a little bit faster.
Definitely.
Overall faster.
And here we go.
The next room though. This is the make or break room, I think. So many things can go wrong in this room. Missing an enemy, he hides for too long. It can add seconds on your time because you're waiting for that door to open. With the other rooms, they have so much AoE. They're able to kill the enemies pretty much instantly, and there's not a lot of risk for that. But with this one, with the knights coming up, with the wizards flying around,
using the double Twilight Garrison in the air, gonna get over. Look, he is noticeably quicker, just a little bit, even though it's only a 3 stack, and it makes it. Maybe he's getting that speed boost so he can land that.
It might be. I'm curious if that's
yet again the wizards just
not paying attention here. Get to your duties. Come on.
You even heard your friend get killed.
The laziest wizard.
You're still over there.
Nice. He's got the grenade, or sorry, the rocket launcher on.
That is the raid rocket launcher. You know that if you ran the raid.
Hey, we don't talk about the raid here. We all know that I've never beaten it yet.
We'll get you through it one of these days.
So some of these wizards aren't even being killed.
Yeah, no.
There's only certain ones
very
you actually
specific
have to
things
kill.
that you have to kill, and that's
Very
what we
cool.
saw Team Notice Me Deej do. This team got it just as well. I don't think that could have been done any faster.
You can see where the mistakes would happen, though. You blink for a second and miss a location, or you don't recognize, oh, that's the one I was supposed to kill. You could completely ruin a run. And if you want that 457 time to beat Notice Me Deej, you got to play perfect. And they are at this point.
At this point, yeah, we did. I think they're going to definitely kill everything this time. They're not going to let one acolyte kind of wander around.
It seems as though their tactics are on point. They know exactly what they're doing. I think one of the biggest changes with these times are going to be those phases in between. The actual movement between engagements.
Yep. I'm seeing in chat a bunch of people kind of wondering, why are you using Mida? Well, we saw it with the speed boost, and it's still a really good weapon. It does, solid damage to everything. And, you don't want to have to switch your weapon out a ton. You end up losing ammo, so these guys are going to be, using that Mida and making the best of it.
Cleaning things up here, wasting their rockets as quickly as they can here. Killing the Blight.
You might as well use them as much as possible.
No reason not to at this point. They're going to use a heavy synth anyways for their swords at the end. Definitive, they're the Sword Brothers. They go in 3 swords, 3 Musketeers.
The 3 Musketeers, even.
Yeah, we're going to call them the 3 Musketeers.
Do you know the names of the 3 Musketeers?
Yes.
You're on the right track.
Good talk.
Moving on to the next phase, we're going to see how they get taken out by the Shriekers.
I don't think they will. Looks like it is the right side that's opening up here. They are Titan skating as fast as possible. Like I said, using that Mida. Oh, God. That's so crazy seeing all those phalances.
Just miss.
Oh,
useless.
Saved by the Twilight Garrison. I think we were talking about that earlier. How come we weren't seeing many teams use it? I think it's because, in this section, there's just so much running that you can actually fully make use of it.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is I would argue, and I don't know that well because I don't have my Twilight Garrison yet, it's more of a lateral movement than forward. It still does give you a boost forward, but kind of like Shade Step, you know, Shade Stepping to the left or right is usually more effective than going forward or backwards. Kind of. Well, backwards is still actually really good, but forward seems like it has just a little bit less reach.
Here comes the swords.
He is hunting you.
They landed, I think that was, yeah, they still landed most of their grenades this time. Oh, get in there, get in there. And
He's going to go for the
punch.
melee?
Yep.
Yep. Did it
He
stack?
missed it.
He missed the stack. He's still going. He shouldn't even be wasting it. He should just be doing damage. That slowed them down enough.
That slowed them down. That's still incredibly quick.
That's probably another, you know, sword strike or two there that is going to delay them.
I noticed you also said melting point correctly that time.
I said melting point?
Yeah, I think you did. I'm just going to say you did.
Let's just say I did.
Okay,
Let's just
we'll say you did. Okay, they are getting ready to go to orbit. I don't feel like it's so difficult to tell. That was still so well executed. I'm not sure.
Both teams are so close. It's like it's a mirror image. It's fractionally changing who's going to win this. Super curious where they're going to actually land.
Here we
up.
go. Let's see the times. Let's see the times. Load up.
Oh my lord!
3.
What?
Wow!
That was the fastest time of the day. They beat them by 5 seconds, and they missed the melting point.
And they missed the melting point at the end there. That is
point pot. God. That's huge.
If we said there was a team that was going to, beat Deej Notice Me on this section right
Look
here,
at that, they're pumped.
it'd be these- They are pumped. That is awesome.
Wow. Wow. Really shocked by that. I didn't think they'd beat them by 5 seconds, especially with the misplay, with the melting point.
That felt so similar. It's so difficult to tell with these very small little differential things, but I think they were in the game a little bit more that time.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that was exciting. That was fun. Now we're going rumbling back in the jungle with the Shield Brothers. It's going to be WW.
Are we doing Shield Brothers?
D Destiny.
Are we doing Shield?
Yeah, Shield Brothers is next.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're doing Shield Brothers.
Excellent. Some Shield Brothers.
And you're going to see 2 different tactics now too.
Yeah. We will see one team. They're not going to go for the jumping. They're not going to jump to that little gap in the door that was so unfortunately left there by the Cabal. We're going to see one team do the actual jump.
Exactly.
This should be really interesting.
We'll see if it actually makes a difference.
If there's 2 teams that are going to be doing it closely too, it's these guys.
I think in the final run, didn't they only have a second or 2 difference between?
It was about a 4 or 5 second difference, I believe, in those original runs.
So it's going to be close.
It's going to be close.
These guys are head-to-head, both fantastic speed strikers here on the Red Bull Clash course. They're doing their thing, doing it well, and executing things pretty well perfectly.
Indeed.
Every single.
Indeed. So, obviously, first round going to Team Definitive here. Notice me, Deej, still putting up a respectable time. Both teams getting that sub 5-minute run that we were talking about earlier. I didn't think we would see that, but we saw it in spades in the finals. During this little section here, we are really seeing both of these teams pull out all the stops.
Let's see what they do with the Shield Brothers, though.
Yeah.
Are they going to take out the tank? Are they going to jump through the roof?
We're going to see all of those things, I imagine.
I think the actual Shield Brothers, again, that's going to be the make or break for a lot of it. If they clean up those Shield Brothers as fast as humanly possible, kill the enemies in the room, that's the main issue for a lot of these teams was actually killing the brothers. So the tank, easy peasy, no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Black spindle it. Or 1K stare, whatever you guys are going to do. So
yeah, I think they are also using rockets just really efficiently. That's how they were able to. Was that the sub 555 time that we were talking about?
We almost. Oh, it was.
Yeah, no, the sub 455. 455. This is a different strike
no.
with the 555. Never mind. Never mind.
We don't even know what we're talking about this.
No, that was for the original one.
We tried our best, but we did not succeed.
Okay, so. Team Notice Me Deej, first time in the first round they've been put onto their heels here. Like I said earlier, we need to. I'm wondering if they're going to change. Are they going to try a new strategy this time? Because it is like first team to 3 wins.
Yeah.
First team to 3 round wins is going to be who determines the victor here, and we might see them risk it. They statistically have not been risking it. They've just been doing what they do.
We're going to see either a very quick 3-rounder, or we're going to see up to 5, and this is going to be a long.
Look at the speed! Look at the speed from Elijah. He was on point he is so far ahead of his team. He is on point with that Titanscape. Hey, Gabriel, if you're in the chat, I think he's channeling you right now. Good stuff.
I have tracking on the Bond brothers. They're the ones leading the assault on the power core.
I'm so curious to see how this whole series plays out. I love how competitive these 2 teams are, and the fact that they're so close.
And I don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see that. Yep, and the Colossus is out. Misses grenade. Could got a little bit closer, and it's down. Okay, so yeah, these guys, they don't. Yeah, they're not.
He goes for the engram. Blue engram.
He does go for the engram. Okay, these guys are definitely just. They're just gonna stay all three here. One is probably gonna run a little bit ahead. He's gonna empty a magazine a little bit into him.
And then he wants to get
there
to
he
that
goes.
door.
And then he goes. There he goes.
So one round, he takes out one of the legs just to help the other guys.
Yeah, empty the mag, don't reload, just go ahead and go. Because by the time he gets to this door, if the other team, yep, there we go. The door is already
timing,
open.
very well.
Yeah.
Like I said, they are very much in sync with this. If they did the door strategy, I don't think it might save like 3 seconds. See, these guys are their damage is just so fine. They know exactly when to damage, exactly when to disengage from a fight, and just go on ahead.
Right.
Taken and Cabal.
They're calculated. They're very calculated.
Okay, now when we originally saw them run this last time, this is the first time that we saw a death. If he dies here, fortunately his team is still very close. Oh, fortunately picking up a little bit more heavy ammo there. Awesome.
Strafing around here, just trying to stay alive. But all three of them are there. They're fine. There's almost zero risk for death there. So this is where it comes down to. This part right here, we're going to see them try to take out these bosses as quick as possible. There's going to be, I guess, 3 phases to this fight. Boss number 1, he runs away. Boss number 2 runs away, and then both of them coming out, slamming and jamming.
The tag team match.
You get 3 century.
I really liked watching these guys do this in the initial strike run because they're doing this crouch thing. We're going to see him. He's getting ready to switch to what?
Sleeper Simulator.
Yep, of course. These guys love the Sleeper Simulator. They're not really all about the swords from what we see.
Maybe they just don't have them. They didn't grind for them.
I mean, clearly it's in the inventory, but...
So he's getting up close, crouching, so actually
He's not doing damage, though.
Weird
Okay,
ways.
there we go.
Right, it's fine.
Oh, no, his head is facing away. They can't get the crits on the head to make him go quick. If he was facing him, they would have been able to get that damage off just a little bit quicker, I think.
It might have saved a shot or two. They weren't able to get the crits on him. With Sleeper Simulant, you can crit with it. It'll do bonus damage. So the fact that he was turned around, had his back exposed, they weren't going to land those crits, unfortunately.
They're landing team shots really well on these enemies, I think. And yep, they were on point with that. Okay, we're going to see another.
And see, Colonel is right there, instantly getting ready to do it.
His health is already available, and
Boom.
it's
over.
And it's gone.
He's flaming.
It's gone. Okay, now we're going to see the supers get used. 2 on this side. I think they're using 2 on this side as opposed to on the other side, because I think it has to deal with how many ads are flying. They're going to go ahead and explode those barrels, and we're going to see one. I love seeing this. One person crouches right by the doorway, so then both enemies just kind of go, "Hey, what's this? What's this? A tiny little morsel?" And here we go.
One of the things with Sleeper Simulant is if they can line it up, they can do bonus damage with these shots.
Oh man, I think that's the key here.
Yeah, they didn't want to overkill the other
Each
boss
had a
there too,
huge
so they
shot
actually
there,
shot different bosses there. They
That's
left
so
one
quick.
open.
These, I think, this is. I don't think we'll see a faster time than that. And I would love to be wrong as well.
They're finished.
Okay, let's go to orbit. Let's see.
What time?
Let's see. Oh.
I always like the second team because you know what the benchmark is. You know what they have to get.
You know what? You can talk a little bit more about it. You can say, I think that one thing is fast. This is entirely new territory because both these teams are putting out impressive times on these runs. Let's see the times. Apparently, some people in chat are saying around 6:06. I'm seeing 5:45. Those are 3:59.
That's the fastest time. No one broke a 4.
I don't believe.
Didn't we say 4:20 was the goal?
Yeah,
we did. So they just got like 20 seconds better than the goal we were joking about. That's the fastest we've seen.
Records are being broke.
By far.
Records are being broke so heavily in this run.
This
we
is
can't.
sick.
We don't even know how quickly. Like we can't predict it at this point. So
they just slaughtered the best time we were joking about.
Team Definitive.
Oh man.
Team Definitive. They're put on the spot here. Can you do better than that? Does your little glitch thing? Does that actually help?
Yeah.
It's
gonna come down to they have to pull that off. They have to pull it off perfectly. No one can die. That's the only way they can possibly get a 359. That was insane.
Indeed.
Insane. Very well done.
I think it comes down to their strategy. They're using like the boss's AI to go, okay, we're gonna make them stop. We don't need tethers to make them stop. We can make them stop, punch them, and then that's all we need.
Great tactics. Very well
Fantastic.
done. I'm impressed.
Impressed. I love how like thorough these guys have been in using their and using those particular strategies.
They've done their research.
Some teams, like we're saying, them brute force the fights. Others, we're saying, okay, these are how the bosses are behaving. We're going to try to exploit that as much as possible.
I like that.
Indeed.
I like that.
The other team, Team Definitive, is loading up next. Do you think we'll see faster than that? Faster than that time.
It's so tough to say.
It's so tough to say.
Maybe with that jump up it's enough.
Like we said earlier, though, if there's a team that can do it, Team Definitive, I think they're going to be the ones that can actually do it.
I would love to see a very close, second or two difference here. But Notice Me Deej could tie it up here. This could be the tire right away. So it's up to Definitive here, essentially, to hold their lead, to boost their lead. And if they're not able to, then we're going to see a nice little one-to-one session here. And it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Just like we figured, they're both very strong teams that know what they're doing out here.
I don't think they can beat that time. That is so impressive.
That was groundbreaking.
It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see. Oh, you gonna stop for that chest, bro? He is.
He gets the chest. Goes for the Hadium Flakes because he wants to grind out a new sword later on.
Is that a hunter that I see? I think we saw someone. We did. Yeah, we saw. Were they running 3? I can't remember at this point. It's been such a long tournament. I thought we were seeing 3 Titans originally, and then now we have a hunter.
This might be one of the teams that did the bow and try and shut them down when they come out.
Yep. And also they are using the glitch, so they want to get ahead as quickly as possible, and they use the invisibility on that grenade.
Exactly. I think that's the big thing here. Is if you want to do the jump through the door.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see Ryan here jump through this doorway. If you guys didn't tune in early, you guys can see this now. This is really cool. This is the first time that we saw it. We didn't know it was going to be a thing, but it put the rest of the teams in a loop. They're like, oh god, I think we have to do that because we're too slow. Yeah,
so you can see he jumped over that door. Normally you have to wait for that to open up. He just jumps right over.
That is. I don't know what to say.
Be on with those shots.
It's really cool. The thing is, though, now the people in tanks, they have to play well. They have to play it perfectly, and they have to kill that tank as fast as
We saw a lot of the teams that were going, oh, no, we'll definitely do that. They weren't used to fighting the tank with only 2 people there. One person goes down. The next one, we just don't know. They couldn't adapt quickly enough trying to try that. Look at that. Look at that Goliath tank almost down anyway. And they're just going to switch. They're just going to go ahead and switch to the swords. Sleeper Simulant. Switch to Sleeper Simulant. They're switching up everything right now, just in preparation of getting teleported. Hopefully, we had this happen once where this guy that was going on ahead, he died.
And it ruined the run. It ruined the run. You have to survive here. If you die,
as Twitch chat is so fun. Oh!
He just got into the vanish.
Oh!
That was close.
That could have been.
Would he have died? Maybe not.
Maybe not, but still.
That was risky.
You are cutting it too close.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Look at the damage from behind there. He must go rocketed for the Colossus.
The Colossus has that rocket attack that you don't really see that often, but that could have ended that. Jeez.
Is this the run? That was the fastest 2-man tank we've seen. For sure.
It's going to come down to their execution of this fight. Team Notice Me Deej, they had the entire fight on lockdown. We're going to have to see if Definitive here is going to be able to do the same thing.
I'm excited. Oh, I can't even guess at this point. These are 2 extremely talented teams at this. They know what they're doing. We've got an invisible boss.
There's a range that can happen, and he is available to damage now.
Cool.
Boop.
So the second that health bar is up,
so they're not even using a damage boost right here. They're just so confident in their ability to hit precision. I love seeing that. I love seeing that hand cannon.
What is it? Imago loop?
The Imago loop, available off a couple of the strikes that feature Vex.
The quick scope on the Centurion.
I love the quick scope.
Drops the shield with the solar damage. Very nice.
Good stuff. Are you going to detonate those?
I'm curious. If someone dies to one of those, it's going to be the best I've seen.
I don't know if...
I don't think they're worrying about it. They say, we're going to kill this boss so fast, it doesn't even matter.
The Dark Drinker sword is out, and he's damaged.
Oh, this was the team that was doubling up with the Dark Drinker when the bosses came out. That could come into play if they line up properly. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out.
Still so quick.
Double sworded.
Look, the supers are already popped. They are already taking out the rest of these guys that are coming out. God.
Is this the sub?
This is the sub 358. This might happen.
Are they going to break records here again?
This has been one hell of a tournament thus far, and I love it. Oh, he didn't reload cancel. Just been breaking that. Okay, here we go.
They got to be ready. They got to be on point.
He doesn't care. Okay.
He needs to get his sword out right now. Do that AoE. He's going to be double hitting these guys. Were they close enough? They're close enough to do double damage right now.
They
he
are
is pumping both of them, doing so much damage. The first boss is already down, and the second boss, that was fast as...
That...
I was going to swear there. Good thing I held back.
We might see it. We might see it.
That was sick. That was so fast.
There we go.
I think the Dark Drinker there is easily the best sword. The double AoE.
We're seeing such cool strategies develop in these finals that we didn't see before, and these guys might have been having some of that.
That was the best time.
That secret tech. That was quicker. That had to have been quicker.
The fact that they 2-manned that Titan or the tank.
403.
I can't believe that. I can't even believe that.
You know what it was? It was the whole, having it was the tank. I don't think they were able to defeat the tank quick enough.
So you think the 3-man on the tank is faster killing that tank, getting it done?
Yes.
Than the jump up.
We'll have to do some stuff after the event, maybe time it out, but
yeah, we should do break down the sections.
See
if we can figure it out.
That is,
I can't believe that.
The series is now 1-1. The series is now tied up 1-1.
It is first to 3,
best
of 5, and it's 1-1. So we've got a few more games we're gonna play here. See what's gonna go down.
I'm excited. What do we know? What the next map is that's going to be coming up?
I think we're still finding out.
Still finding that out right now. Okay,
we gotta pick it up.
Excellent.
We will find out very soon, though. We're gonna figure out which map to do. I can't believe they didn't beat him there. It just seemed so fast.
We keep seeing that where it's like that looks so fast. Nope, it was slower. Yeah,
it's crazy, and it's fractionally slower. But yeah, the judgment calls here. I think I've been wrong every single time.
We just about have.
I'm gonna stop guessing.
You can no longer you've still yet to actually say melting point correctly. We've discovered that we are unable to do math during this entire time.
I said it right once.
How many times did you say it wrong?
40.
I think we are seeing the Shield brothers come up yet again.
We're doing it again. We're doing it. This is
look how close these times are. Look how close these times are. This is what it should be in the finals. 2 teams that are so close together.
5 seconds apart each time. 5 or 4 seconds.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That is incredible.
This is what we wanted to see. This is what we wanted to see. Some teams that come in and it's not a joke where there's a 40-second gap. It's 5 or 6 seconds. That's sick. That's so much fun.
That is fantastic.
That's way better.
And we still don't. We're going to see the same strike again. It could go either way at this point.
I'm not even. I have no idea. We're going to go back and forth. The times are so good.
Might come down to the might.
Will the challenge the tactics change? Is
I don't
Definitive going to say, hey, screw the jump up. Let's kill the tank.
Maybe they've only done the jump strategy. Maybe that's how they won't know.
Practice.
They won't know when exactly to leave.
Yeah.
They don't have their movement down going through that hallway.
Very true.
It's a lot can go wrong. I think we're going to see both teams do the exact same strategies.
I think with Notice Me, Deej, having the 3 people there for the tank, the second that door opens, legs are blowing up.
Yeah.
They're killing it so quickly. The one guy is only, I think, Ryan. He's only doing one. He's shooting one leg.
Yeah.
Then he dips. He gets out of it.
He's putting his magazine into that, making sure they're all crits, and then just dipping. He's gone.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to be there. His place is to be way ahead. And the cool thing is, the rest of the guys are still very close behind him.
Yeah.
It is not as close as it really seems. Will we see a sub?
Four.
We have seen sub 4.
Yeah.
Previously, I think we might see another one. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen in this round. I'm curious as why the strike was chosen again. Remember, guys, you have to go forward instead of off to the right. We are not doing the Sunless again. We're spending a lot of time on the Dreadnought today, and I'm actually really happy about that. Do you think we'll see the Fallen Saber get chosen again?
I don't think anyone wants to do the War Sat again.
No, it's so boring.
They're like, nah, it's over. We've played the War Sat enough.
It's really interesting because all these strikes would come down to just perfect execution. That one, it has some execution in there, but it just has that that 2.5 minutes that you have to wait at the start. It's probably, if you're wanting to compete like this and you're just standing around, that gets boring. Your hands are gonna get cold. No, you're not gonna be able to remember how to shoot properly.
These guys have got to been, a little bit tired playing the same maps over and over again. These guys get a little bit lazy.
Yeah, these guys have been competing, since noon today, and it is currently 6 o'clock here in. Are we in LA or are we in Santa Monica?
Santa Monica.
Okay, it's the same thing, right? I'm from Tennessee. I don't know these things.
I'm not even from the same country.
Okay, looks like he's going to get a little bit of damage on a Legionary, and the door will open, and he's already. Okay, we're going to see him shoot. 3, 4.
He landed his crits there.
Yep,
and he's gone. And the leg is down, so he put enough damage to kill one of the legs.
He's so precise in his movements, too. He's not going to get hit by those flame jets at the start either. Right when he starts here, Taken are going to spawn in. Yep. They know exactly what needs to happen.
He's got his mind out. He's ready. He's going.
He's ready. He's going.
Pumping.
Rest of the team is going to be
He is a Titan as well.
Following
all 3 Titans.
All that heavy ammo on the ground.
That's
fantastic.
nice pick.
Nice.
He is going to switch to a sleeper simulant or a sword there, so I'm not sure if it's going to matter that much.
Exactly. And I'm so surprised, the amount of how quick these guys are going through this. Now they're able to repetitively do it.
Let's keep moving.
They're just getting better and better at
using that heavy ammo to make sure they don't possibly die. I think You might want to get on a little bit closer.
There's a lot of phalanxes.
That's a
be careful.
lot. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine.
They're okay.
You got nothing to worry about.
So this is it. This is going to be the big thing. Execution of the boss is always going to be the biggest thing for these guys.
Okay.
Will they beat the 4 minutes or the 3:58 or 59? We don't know yet. We're going to have to see. But so far, so good. It's been very smooth.
Mm-hmm. And here we go. Oh, man. Oh, man.
I'm nervous.
So
I'm excited to see where
it's
this
interesting.
go.
One guy runs ahead as quick as possible. The other one's going to trigger the fight to start. And doors, you can hear the doors opening back there. That got their attention. And gonna jump down.
Get that reload.
Here we go.
No damage can even happen at this point, so it's not a really big deal. But he's got into position.
Okay,
Got
that's
knocked
why.
out.
That's why. He gets into position, and then he already knows when he's going to be able to damage him.
So he's not even wasting any time there. He knows the second he can shoot.
He is not left yet. He is not left yet.
They're wasting time here on the boss because they have not done enough damage.
Okay,
He's
and now he flees, and then the second wave of reinforcements.
Will that change things much?
I don't think so.
Because they're killing the ads already. He
Yeah,
already committed to the ads. He said, "You guys get the boss. I'll do the ads."
He's controlling this left side here. That was his priority. I bet maybe one of the other teammates just missed, a precision shot.
That was a really good call out. Very good call out there, knowing when to actually do that.
They are already, and he's just committing to killing this. Oh, he missed his first hammer.
Actually connected on him. It connected. It counted. So the enemies aren't actually running out here. They're being a little bit annoying. They're hanging out in the darkness. Now they're pushing out. Thank goodness. That could have delayed a little bit of time. I'm not gonna say. I mean, supers are down now.
Oh, the no scope.
Oh, and that hit him. It hit him. It hit him. There was a quick scope.
Yep. Okay.
We saw the damage.
It counts. It counts.
I like that they're actually using like solar.
Okay,
weapons.
Here we go. We are seeing that. Don't blink. Don't. Did he get launched? I think he might have gotten launched.
He got
away.
He got a melting point on him as well. That's right.
And
melting point.
No, don't run away.
And in the air, it takes him out.
A little bit slower
Right
this time, I think.
I don't think that's better than sub 4.
I don't think that was. I don't think that was sub 4.
Still a great time.
I think it was.
For sure, a great time.
That's right.
But I don't know if that was sub 4.
Little small things, yeah, like he disengaged from the fight a little bit too early. I mean, everything leading up to the execution of this last part. You can see a teammate getting punched a little bit there. They're going to go see the time. I don't think that was sub. I don't think that was sub 4.
I don't think so either. I'm not, if I had to gamble on it, I'd say nah. And then I'm going to be wrong.
We're going to be wrong again.
It'll be like a 2-minute run.
A 2-minute run. What happened?
406.
406. Okay, that feels about right. We know we know Team Defender. Okay. They can still beat that.
Oh yeah.
They can still beat that time.
This is going to be a battle between two.
Team noticed me looking a little bit nervous there as well for the first time.
I would be too at this point.
Yeah.
They're not dominating like they were at the beginning of this.
Yeah, they actually have competition now. Yeah. This is getting ready to get interesting. The other Team Defender, getting ready to load in. Do you think they'll beat that time? I hope. I think we might see it. We might see it.
I think there's a lot of things that could be improved there.
Mm-hmm.
I hope. But
I hope
there's a ton of really good runs. I don't want to see anyone fail here and have a crazy one, but it might only be a second faster. They might not get a sub 4. That was an amazing run.
I mean, as we said, if there's a team that can, have a repeat sub 4 performance, it's probably both of these teams.
Yeah,
and
these are the competitors.
It could go Team Definitive's way very easily this time.
I really do like seeing though that they're committing to their own strategies. They're not switching it up just because the other team is. They're just sticking with what they know and it works. And yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
So
here.
Are they going to go for the jump up again?
Of course they are.
Of
course they are. Of course they are.
That's
what they know.
It works. As long as they're taking out that tank quickly, it does work.
Both of these teams have been doing two things, and one thing at the same time: consistency. They've been consistent in both their overall gameplay and consistent in their strategies. They're not. They saw that, or I think these guys might have been the one that showed that original strategy, and the other teams like kind of tried to adapt to it, but they couldn't.
Right.
These guys, they haven't changed up anything, no matter what they see happen.
And that's the confidence in your strike abilities. That's the confidence in your whole practice. What you've been set up to do, all your engagements, you know exactly what's going to happen. You don't want to change things up and fall apart because of it.
I think we might have our first raid in the chat this evening. I'm waiting to see that. Hopefully. All right, they are moving as quickly as possible through this next section here.
Moving to the tank, one of the biggest engagements in the Shield Brothers strike. And then it's pretty much just Run to the bosses as quick as you can. This is the only major thing other than the bosses that you even have to worry about during the strike. Is this our fastest strike period to do?
I believe so.
I mean, yeah,
so.
we had a 3:58 or whatever it was. That was our fastest time by far.
We're probably going to end up seeing a supercut at the very end of how many times both of us have said. We're so excited because really we are.
Good
I
shit,
see that in the
boys.
chat. I can read that.
Slam those shots.
All right, jumping
Slam
over
those
the
shots.
small little section as we thought. You're gonna go with what
You
they
guys
know.
got this.
I'd like to see how
You're
they
one of the best
do that
snipers I
tank
know.
back there.
All right. Let's fucking go.
A tank.
A tank. Why would
That's
you bring
about
a
to
tank
be blown
space?
up instantly.
And okay, they haven't already started shooting it, even though the doors were opened.
That's a little bit suspect. They could have probably put a few shots into that first one.
At least in the the right side, and the tank is almost dead.
Slides out of the way. He doesn't
Slides out
die
of the
this
way.
time.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Okay. And they are already switching weapons. Okay, he is waiting to just go through this doorway. I don't know.
It could have been a little faster.
Yep.
I think definitely could have.
Maybe we should try the bridge.
Especially when they know what kind of time they're going up against, though. You know, the 4:06. It's not the best time in the world, so maybe they can afford to be a little bit safer.
Yeah,
they don't want to miss a
exactly.
shot and have to reload. And that's the thing is they know how many shots to
And-
take it out. Does he go invis? He gets slammed.
No!
The darkness zone. This could change everything.
That's done. I mean,
That death
nope.
right there is
They're
adding so
all
much
going to
time.
respawn forward there, but you know, at that point,
Yo, Alex, you go
death
ahead.
to melee.
I'll get
It
the,
doesn't
I'll
matter.
get
They have to actually clear that entire
They have
distance.
to-
It's not even
yeah.
right at the door.
No, it's at this point. I don't think you can recover from that.
That death, unbelievable. I can't believe he slammed. That was a little bit of a cocky jump up onto the Colossus. I think you need to go around, play it safe, go invis early.
They're killing that Colossus right now, getting a little bit of revenge on
They're
there.
saying no way.
Yeah,
That's a round.
That is so unfortunate.
If Definitive can play this perfectly, maybe.
I don't think so. That added 15 seconds at the very least to that run, and they were slow on killing the Goliath tank, so that adds like another 5 seconds to run. They probably are looking at a total time of around 4:19ish.
Yeah. I'm guessing. Most likely 4:19, maybe 4:21. Not
around
sure.
there, around that
Anywhere in and
time
around
period.
that area.
We're gonna see him switch weapons. It feels like a little bit desperate right now.
Stand on the side. Stand on the side. Don't.
The Dark Drinker, maybe you can salvage things, does a lot of damage, but is it enough? We've got the hand cannon, the good old hand
I
cannon.
love this hand cannon so much. It looks like they're
getting
standing on
right
the side
up
there, and
in his
I
rear.
think they're going to.
They're sorting him because they want this done as soon as possible.
They are thirsty to get this done now, and he's already fleeing. They are going to go kill the ads. But they're not just. And the grenade was flubbed there as well.
So they have no AoE from that grenade. They don't have any Sunbreakers right now, but that's pretty standard. They usually don't pop them right now. They usually pop it in the
I
second
don't know
set.
if you just saw that little play there. He knew he wasn't going to be able to kill that captain using just his primary, so he switched to his secondary, got the shield down, using the last 3 shots procced Outlaw so he could reload that hand cannon quickly.
Some of their ammo usage is very, very well done. Their
Very
resource
calculated.
usage is very calculated. They
Yes.
know when it's going to die and when they're going to have to take
and,
an extra
Yep,
shot.
and they know to dip out right now. They have 2 people on this side.
Sunbreakers are already out doing damage.
They're
cleaning
already
things up.
taking them out.
I'm really excited to see what their time is. It's going to be coming up to both of these bosses need to
Visionaries, one
be
shot.
pretty well cuddling, and the Dark Drinker has to do a lot of the work. It's got to be huge. If there are any, do you know if they're using any sleeper simulants? I didn't see.
No,
they're all sorted. They're all sorted. Yeah, so they're going.
These guys have been using swords in pretty much everything.
The thing you need to remember is that
they are so slow killing those last ones.
That was a little
Okay, using the super there, and they're getting ready to sword.
The swords do a lot. And there is a sleeper simulant out. And they were lined up. They might have gotten the bonus damage between both of them.
I still don't think that's enough to save that run, unfortunately.
The mistake earlier on might be...
Wait, we need to see the time. We need to see the time. Wait for it, and we're good. Okay, so, man, that wipe right there, that strategy of high risk, high reward, also that high risk portion there definitely screwed him over.
Yeah, and the thing is
4:27. Like we thought, it's going to be definitely
15-20 second for one death.
Yep,
So
that's unfortunate.
even though that could be huge, you have to weigh the pros and cons there. The other Mida running through is a lot safer, and they're getting great times with it. So is the jump up worth it?
I don't think it is. I really
every time
don't
we've seen
think
it today,
is.
it hasn't been amazing. It hasn't been mind blowing or the best time.
Are we? Does that? Can I confirm that? Are we seeing that strike again? Okay, we are going to see Shield Brothers yet again.
I like the tactic because they want this map to be the thing that shows we can do it better than you. back to back. Maybe they'll change it up later, but right now they're going back to back. Again, Shield Brothers to see who can execute it perfectly.
Exactly.
Whose tactic is better.
If we get the brackets brought up here, I want to see exactly how it looks right now, what the time differences are. I think Team Deej Notice Me is ahead with 2 victories, and if they pull this out right here, then it's over. It's done, and they have had the fastest times on this map.
Are you thinking that Definitive is looking at the jump up saying, we know it's faster?
Yeah. Okay. And look, it may be faster, but I mean, statistically speaking, even though we have a sample size of 2 here, I don't think it works.
Notice Me Deej does it. But Definitive is again going back to that map. This is what we saw with the other bracket play, is even though they were getting slaughtered on maps, they were going back to it, and it makes you question, what's the tactic there? Why? Do you really think that your tactic can make you, put you in the lead enough?
Funny story for you.
Really salvage this.
I think it's just going to come down to these guys. Team Deej Knows Me. This strategy may not actually be as fast as doing the little jump there, but it's safer, and they are able to execute it so much more consistently than the other team. So that's what really counts here. As we said, consistency has been the key this entire tournament, and both these teams have shown that, except which strategy you choose, if that consistency does not go in your favor, you're out.
You shouldn't be doing that map or that thing, because you're consistently losing because of it. The fastest time we did see today as well was with the regular Mida run up the door, help your team out on the tanks, 3 people as a team, and it seems like the jump up just doesn't work. We've seen it a whole bunch today, and it's not showing us any crazy results.
We are once again on the familiar path up to the Shield Brother Strike. This could be it. This could be it for the tournament here. If they set another sub 4-minute run here, that's going to be so unbelievably difficult to recover from.
The pressure is going to be on.
The pressure is on because Team Definitive, no matter how good they are, they have not set that time yet.
It's crazy to think that it could all be ended right here on this same one. Shield Brothers coming up huge.
Exactly, yeah.
We've seen the strike so many times today, but still,
I'm happy.
There's so many things you can execute well here.
We have seen such huge time separation in all the teams here. In some of the original rounds, we were seeing them go upwards of 5 minutes and some change in there.
I did not.
Once again, running over here, going to kill a couple of these guys so their sniper shots don't get hit. And the door is almost open, switching to it. And, here's one of the keys here. They're shooting right when it becomes available.
The other team has to do it. I think they have to commit to it.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we saw. They were a little bit slow on that. They didn't shoot right when it became available. The doors were fully open. They were kind of just lollygagging around. And right when it gets up here, Taken are going to spawn.
Is it 20 seconds that is going to change you? No, but in a round like this against Notice Me Deej that's getting phenomenal times, those are the seconds you have to save.
The key things. And his team, just right behind him. This is so consistent. Unless we see something, really happen here in the final boss fight, I don't see them. I don't see Team Definitive coming back from this.
The way these guys are executing this map, they know what they're doing, and the fact that Definitive picked into it is a little bit weird.
Are we going to see? Do you think they'll change their strategy? Because 2 times now that strategy has failed, and that's 2 times more than it should fail if they're doing something so unorthodox.
We have seen people be consistent and not change up the strategies. They don't want to change things up.
Oh, really?
But is this the time where it's like, if we don't, we're going home?
I think so.
Is this the time that they say it's obvious that the Mida running through, using teamwork, all 3 of you, is the fastest way? Maybe it's time to switch things up.
It may be.
Salvage this thing. Go to the game 4 instead of going home after.
All right, switch.
Exactly.
Switch.
Reload special, reload heavy.
I can hear the call-outs right now. They're calling out to each other. Reload your special. Reload everything. Ready?
Yeah, make sure you
reload. They're prepped. They are focused. They know exactly.
They've done this so many times now.
They know they have a bit of time here, a little bit of leeway. They can go out. But look at this, so calculated. They're not taking damage. He knows exactly when to punch.
Here comes the punch.
Boom.
Boom.
Throws a melting point out. Now they're going to start unloading. Get his damage down as quick as possible.
And he flees. They are not. He's not over. He's not overcommitting to this second side here too. I think that's where they lost the time there. That last round.
A nice little quick scope on it to take out the shield with his solar sniper. A very smart play.
I have still yet to actually get that sniper. I believe they are using the ones from the vendor.
Oh, they're using the vendor sniper.
Yeah, the vendor sniper rifle. And it has triple tap on a sniper rifle. really good. And we have the damage, and here we go. And his health is gone. He's already committing to the other side, popping his super. Stuff's coming out. I think they're just letting that one fly.
You can see even there, though.
Oh, he missed his hammer.
There's one actually behind him. He got cleaned up, it looks like. But they don't even worry about landing the crits on that Valis guy because they know he's going to go down.
Yep.
They're just focusing on get him down. And
I love how they're using the splash damage from their hammers to go through that little invisible doorway right there. They're using every trick in the book.
They just want these guys killed as quickly as possible.
I hate making statements like I think they want this more, but man, they're just so well executed. Look at this. Valis isn't even going to get a chance to move. Next guy already down. Could
and
this be
could the slam delay them a little bit?
Already
Only
down.
A millisecond
Are we going to
or two.
see a sub 355?
Are we seeing it? Is this the sub 355? What's the chat?
I don't think so.
This
I don't think it was.
Are we going to see a sub 4? Are we going to be
I think that was a sub 4. I feel confident in saying that was a sub 4. If it wasn't a sub 4, it's like right at 4.
Yeah, it's at the cut. It's better than the 406.
Exactly.
That was probably one of their better times today. I like the execution. Do you think the bosses were done as fast as possible?
Yes.
Yeah,
they
looked
were
quick.
done
They looked
so
very
quickly.
quick.
The nanosecond that they could damage them.
Not a
405.
sub, only 1 second slower. Sorry, 1 second faster than their last time, but
It's so strange.
How it feels.
It's so strange. That felt perfect.
I know. Well,
that felt perfect. But then there we are, 405.
It's very interesting to see how these little tiny things are affecting the times. The fact that we didn't expect it to even be sub 4, and all of a sudden we've got a 358.
Exactly. And Team Definitive, they're gonna have to do better than the best they've been doing this entire time right here. This
run is make or break. They're either going to change their tactic or stay the same. But we know that they got to go fast as hell.
They have to pull it together here. They're getting ready to load in right now, and we can finally. This could be the last one. This could be the final one.
So
of
they're
evening.
They're pressure here. I'm sure the nerves are high. They know that if we don't do well, we're going home. And that's a lot riding on your back when you're trying to focus on a strike.
Definitely.
Execute things everything perfectly. And we're going to see if that plays anything.
They are starting to get a little bit hyped. Their very calm demeanor this entire time is starting to crack a little bit.
They're going though. They're ready.
I think
fist bumping.
I think they got it. I think they got it this time. We're going to go to round 5. I think we'll see them go to round 5.
Yeah. I hope so. I don't want to end it here. I want to see them go to round 5. I want to go all the way.
I know.
All the way.
We talked about this a little bit earlier. Are we going to see them change up their strategy? I still don't think we will see them change it.
Yeah. I think at this point.
Yeah, I think at this point.
Everyone has stayed true to for the most part. But Deej's team, these guys, they've stayed true to their tactics. They don't want to change things up too much. And I think to change at this point, in the final one where it's either you go home or you stay, I think they're going to stick. They're going to stick with it. And they're going to say, they're going to prove to us right now saying, this is why we do it.
Well, please prove it to me.
Come on,
boys.
Prove it to me. Come on, we need it. These sections here, though, with the Titan skating, this is make or break. If you're missing your jumps, if you're not doing this as fast as possible, this right here, this whole section.
Excuse me, Colossus, we have to go by here.
Yeah.
We're not here for you. We're not here for you. We're here for something else.
We're here to see who the victors are for the Red Bull Clash course. And if you're standing in the way, well, that's just not very fair.
Indeed.
Definitive is moving in here. They're getting set up. They're going to that tank. This tank execution is going to be massive. Are they going to shoot it a little bit earlier, as soon as those doors open, take advantage of that? Or are they going to have that mess up again where they're not shooting it and they're playing the safe game?
They're going with the same strat. They are going with the same strat. They're doing what they know. I think I think at this point they are out to prove that this is the best method.
Execution is key here on the tank. They have to kill that thing perfectly.
I want to go back over there and see the tank is already almost dead. Like at this point, that's what needs to happen if they want this to work.
They brought a tank to a gunfight.
Like a knife to a gunfight, except it's a giant ass tank. All right.
We've seen the strike so much as well during this time period, and we are waiting at this doorway.
Come on, boys! You got to take out that tank very quickly. He's just waiting at the door.
He's just waiting.
Yeah. The other thing too is he should not jump on the Colossus here.
And
Goliath. Very close to being killed. And it's down. It's down. So we're going to be moving back to Ryan.
Waiting for it to explode. They're getting their weapons situated for the next part. Waiting for this door to open. Waiting for the door to open. And here we go.
Door, please. Thank you. So he can't jump on this Colossus here. Isn't that what happened last time? He died on the
jumped
Colossus.
on the Colossus. He got meleeed.
He's not going to be as risky this time. He's not going for the style points.
Oh my God.
Very good.
Oh, don't happen. Don't
He's
happen.
okay. He's okay.
If he gets hit by a rocket at this point, he would be dead.
Very
though.
true. Very
Excuse
true.
me. Goes
Colossus
through the door.
can actually track him with rockets.
Okay, he's good. He's safe.
But now
He's safe at this point. This might be the run that we see this strategy actually prevail. The team No Sme Deej, they were a little bit slower that last round with that 405 or 406. So this could be the one where they finally take it away, and we end up going to a round 5 finals.
They have to execute this next boss perfect.
Absolutely.
Those
Absolutely.
bosses better be dead the second they come out. But what I have noticed, which is somewhat funny, is even though these two teams are the best teams today, there was actually a couple teams that beat the bosses quicker with the bow. They killed them before they even came out of the door. So we haven't even seen perfect execution of the bosses.
And he
very,
is
very good, but not perfect.
able to do damage now.
Now.
There
Now.
we go. The
Yeah,
second
there
you
we
see his nameplate, you can damage him. Man, they are on point with their shots too. Val's already fleeing. They don't need to. They are very confident with their precision shooting here. I think they want this. They want this right now.
As soon as that boss is moving, they're moving to the ad because this is what's going to move them on to the final part.
We're probably going to see him start moving forward a little bit here as well. Get ready to set up for the Dark Drinker sword on this one.
Let's see if the Dark Drinker can come up.
He comes out. He comes out. And he
He's got
lands
the
his
A rail.
grenade this time.
Very well
Already
done.
getting the damage.
One more, and he's going to be running away,
He needs another
away.
one. He needs another one.
Is that not enough damage?
Yep, there we, yeah,
He's
he
flamed.
needed to do another one.
So it looks like the other guy on the far side of the map was still doing a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
That could have been a risky loss there.
That could have.
But
that
it's
could
still
have
been enough.
That could have been like the 1 second. That could have been the 1 second.
Killing his ads imperative to making the
Absolutely.
phase.
They are using sleeper simulator to take these ads
Yeah,
out
they
even
know
quicker.
this is it. They have to use every bit
Here
of
we
ammo.
go. Here we go.
And the Dark Drinker is going to come up huge. He's got to get that landing.
Oh, he's getting both of them. He's getting both of them
He
in
did get
there.
both of them, but he kind of ran past them there. He might have missed a few seconds there.
At
on
the
swords.
same time.
We have to see this time here. This is either winners of the Clash course.
Yes, this could be winners, or this could be this could be
Or the tie. Going
Here we
to the
go.
tiebreaker.
Here we go. That I don't know what to say. We've been wrong every single time we've predicted the time at this point, except for once. I don't think that was it.
I'm really excited.
I don't think that was it. That's gonna be so close. This is too close to call right now.
Let's check out these times.
4 We are
minutes.
going
We're going to the final.
We are going to round 5 for finals. This is awesome.
Unbelievable. So clutch. These
That's
guys
good
just got
shit.
the 4-minute time. They beat him by 5 seconds there. I didn't even expect it. I thought it was a sloppy run, and they still came back every
Sorry.
time. Every single time we lose. We're wrong.
This is
I can't
this
believe
is too
it.
close.
These guys are so
we
close.
We wanted to see it go to round 5, and we are. This is
We're doing
awesome.
it.
This is
We're doing
fantastic.
it.
Okay.
I can't believe it.
Do we know what the final round is? It going to be Bond Brothers yet again? Because
That would be a cheeky little move saying, this is where it ends
Yeah.
in the ring. John Cena. Fallen Saber. They're actually
we are
switching things up.
bringing it. We are bringing it home here to the very first strike that we saw. We are going to the Fallen Saber strike.
We get to see the war stat.
Team Notice Me Deej, the only team to break that sub 6-minute run, I believe, over this entire time.
I think that's a tactical pick. They
That
know they have
definitely
the
was.
best time on it, and now they're saying, okay, well,
We-
Shield
we-
Brothers is a toss-up. It's really tough. We're going to the
We're
Fallen
going
Saber
to the
where we know
we're going
we have
to the
the
one
best
where
time.
we know exactly what needs to happen. We're going back to where it all started.
I'm excited. I'm excited. to see what they
Add
do.
that one to the supercut. We are both excited. Here we go, guys.
Going into it.
I don't know what to say. I hope we see both teams doing sub 6-minute at the very least.
Yeah, I want to
It's a
see some
possibility.
competitive. I want to see these guys execute perfectly.
Exactly.
And the person that wins is fractionally better.
Look how close these times are across the board. Aside from round 3, there with that, how many seconds is that? 21. The 21-second gap there. These teams are so close. These teams are so close here. They're loading in right now. Go rescue Rasputin from the Fallen Saber.
So what are the key points here, Patrick? What needs to be done to optimize this?
What we saw in that original 6-minute run was proper use of the Sparrow at the very start to get them there as quickly as possible. We saw them use the hallway of arc energy. We saw them get down to the very end of that, come back as quickly as possible. He didn't overshoot it at all, but it's just perfect execution. And then the only time that we saw a quicker kill on the final boss was actually from a team that wasn't even in the finals, where they and here we go. Are we going to see it? Yep, there we go. There's the glitch.
I've seen it.
It's not even a glitch.
He's done a little bit better. Not gonna lie, but
he's
still,
going to go for another. I don't think he's going to go for it. He's not used to doing another one. We saw the other team do that.
They spammed it. They did a couple.
Yes.
But
yes.
I think risking another one at this point is just being greedy.
He got that little. He got that little boost.
Especially when he's ahead. If he was to blow up there,
it'd be a second off the time.
Exactly.
We can't have that.
Now he can just boost as much as he wants.
It doesn't matter.
He's going ramping. As long as
Okay.
they're in this zone, the Warsat is still going to drop. So the second that darkness zone begins, we're ready to go. Warsat is going to start falling. I'm getting so excited.
Already
for this.
popping the heavy ammo. They're going to be taking out the cannons on there. They're probably going to be taking.
This
out
is
some
do or
of the
die.
ads.
This is the final one.
This is the final.
They're
Everything
going
comes
as
down
hard
to
as they can.
This could be the first time that we see him like actually crack and get a really slow time on this map. They've been consistent on this the entire time that they have been playing, putting in really good times. They're already taking out. They're a little bit slower on that than they have been in the past. But you know, we're going to see some really interesting stuff happen. I think here.
Now we have to watch our favorite part,
This
which
is
the Warsat.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but this is where we discovered things like the hung jury.
The hung jury.
This is things where we discovered things called the Warsat. I don't know if you knew this, but the Warsat makes excellent cover for shooting at these things.
It's kind of like a bubble, but
it's like a bubble, but it's in the same shape. Mostly, it's
They're
like
round.
Spikes. I wish Titan bubbles had spikes all over. That would make them much more intimidating.
So I'm curious. We've got some time here. We know what's going to happen. We know when these enemies are spawning. I'm curious from the chat here. What are your guys' thoughts on the runs? Which was your favorite map to watch these guys
I see
play?
people are getting really hyped in the chat here. We got some let's goes
They're
everywhere.
Hyped. Everyone's ready
Yep.
to go. But what are your favorite maps? Did you guys like the Shield Brothers? Did you like the Sunless Cell? I'd really like to know what you guys were really pumped about. Your favorite moment even.
Yep, and then I think seeing just that, they're really here to compete, for the overall tournament. But they were like, no, we got something to prove other than we're the best. We got to prove that our method is the best here.
We're literally competing for Deej's notice.
Yes,
notice me, Deej is here.
I think the winner will get noticed by Deej, and I hope it's the team that is named after the fact. But
noticed me, Deej, or notice me, Deej. If they lose this, my uncle might not even notice them. No one's going to care about them at this point because they just lost the first Clash course.
Here we go. This is one of the things that Team Notice Me Deej was doing different from the other team around the 99% mark.
They start moving.
They just get out. They just bail.
So you're going to leave someone behind. They get someone to the door so they can get it opened up as soon as possible.
98.
We can't see it here, but it looks like
here we go.
Okay, now someone's moving.
They wanted to confirm it. I think both teams are probably going to be very scared. We had one team in the original round. They said, okay, yeah, we're just gonna bail really early, but they all jumped out at the same time and left it at 99%.
This Titan is a speed demon here.
Yes, he is.
He's got to execute this perfectly because it's going to come down to seconds, and this cave does definitely help. If you're running into things, you're going to slow down tremendously.
Right here, and massive boost engage.
He's going to curve it. He's going to curve it in a very aggressive curve here. He needs to land it. And he gets caught on the wall. It's okay.
That's okay. Teammate was there. Teammate was there to back him up as well. And here comes those supers, the Titans. If we said last strike was all about the Bond Brothers, these are the Bond Brothers of this strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Tag team
Hammer
match.
Bros pumping everyone. It's like Mario in here, throwing hammers all day.
And we are getting ready to see the exploding shanks pop up here. Cooling vent getting ready to be exposed. I think there's going to
This is what I'm excited for, the electricity part.
And
I can't wait.
Yeah, he's good. Okay.
Getting the vent done, lands his grenade.
Had his back up from there just in case he missed it. It's a very easy shot to make, but we've seen a couple teams miss it.
I like that they're protecting themselves from potential issues. They're doubling up on things just in case, playing it safe. But this is do or die. You got to get an amazing time here.
Yep, he already has his overshield active right now, so he's just going to run ahead. I don't think he's going to pop that.
Yeah, he's going to burst through. He's not even going to worry about it. He's going to have his shield for quite a while.
Okay,
no backup plans.
His shield is most likely down by now as well. He's going to come back.
Go.
Okay, yep, here we go.
He's skating through. He's got the orb. He looks safe.
You're good.
Kill his last little groups right here. Go ahead and get ahead.
Go.
And they can go through.
That was a little bit of delay there. The shield was down.
Delay.
He needed to get up there a little bit sooner. He
Right.
should have been watching the text to see when that was down.
He was trying to cover his teammate. His teammate might have been a little bit low health there. I can understand why he would do that.
I'm
Okay,
so excited to see
we
this.
can hear some chatter coming from them. They're like, we have to hit all the crits on this. I mean, that's going to be the key here. I wonder if we're going to see him, do the bubble off to the side track. I think that was definitely the better way to execute this fight. They were able to jump up and get the damage on them even quicker.
Right. And they need to land these grenades the second it can do damage. You saw some people throwing it almost into the pit doing some damage. So they got to optimize everything here. It comes down to this. This is the final moment. They didn't get the grenade in on the servitors.
He missed it, and they said
that does delay things. That does delay things. Does that delay the time on the boss spawning?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
I can't remember right now. Dado, please fix. Please tell us.
Please tell me.
And here we
He's
go.
going to jump up.
No team jump.
Doesn't
No
get
team
the jump up. That could be the thing that changes things.
They're doing exactly what they know how to do. They are hitting all those crits. We have the second. It's going a little bit slow, and boom. There we go.
Really curious to see what their time is, especially compared to the other runs where they're sitting.
Yeah,
for a final time.
I'm not sure if that's going to be a sub 6-minute run that was so fabled about earlier. Still going to go grab some heavy ammo though. So it all comes down to this. It all comes down to them, what the time is, and can Team Definitive actually beat it?
Or is Team Definitive going to get the 5-5?
It could have been. It might be.
Are they going to come out with the
Are they going to come out and actually get it?
Yeah, it was good.
I don't know. They need to get a good score here to win, because right now, it's going to be 5-5-5. They got the 5-5-5. Oh my lord!
Setting
this
the
is
bar.
Insane. They did
setting
it,
the bar. That was incredible. Okay, I think
so now
they're
Definitive has to
nodding.
get
They're nodding.
more,
They know.
even more.
They feel very confident in this. That is the fastest time we have seen on that strike to date, at least in here.
And you know what? They even played it safe.
Yeah, they
played it safe in a couple sections. They didn't want to die, and they got the fastest
They could have
time.
been a little bit faster in that little in the hallway section right there. Yeah. They're still able to make it. All right.
I'm excited to see.
Oh man.
If these guys get to 5-5-4, 5-5-3, if they beat these guys, I'm gonna faint. I'm so
faint
excited.
on air. Please don't.
What are your guys' thoughts? Do you think Definitive's gonna get it? It's such a toss-up. They're back and forth here. They're back and forth.
People in chat are saying if someone got a 5-5-5, I think wouldn't you eat a shoe at that point?
What?
Did that qualify for shoe eating?
No, I don't.
We'll have to check the VOD.
I don't think so.
We'll have to check the VOD after this. Check the replay.
We'll think about it.
But
this is a good run. This is a 5-5-5 is a solid run. That's what, 5 seconds faster than the best run? No,
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
We saw 5:58.
So
and
there does
5:55.
not leave a lot of room for error. A lot of room for improvement. That's the thing. It's going to be very tough to beat that time.
You saw how excited we were. We've been excited this entire time.
Yeah.
But to see that time, the fabled 5-5-5 actually come up on
And
that
in the
strike.
final.
And in the final, teams are. They're pulling out all the stops. I can see behind us there, the team is loading in right now. So hopefully we'll.
Yeah.
I almost want to stay silent and see what happens, but we can't. We can't.
That's Rasputin, the AI Warmind.
I'm really happy that it's actually coming down to this.
It's coming
down to the wire. Final game with an amazing time.
It'd be a shame to lose him.
Patrick,
hold me.
I'm excited.
Hold me, Hintash.
I'm pumped.
We're too excited.
Freaking out. We get to watch one more war sat, which is our favorite part. Love it.
I absolutely love it. Okay, here we go. Jumping off. That and
flying to
there
the
go.
end.
You know what? One of the other things that I saw Team Deej notice me doing is on that jump there, they're boosting off the side, and then they're kind of using the lateral movements while angling downward to get to the ground even quicker.
Interesting.
There's such small things that all the teams are doing to maximize these runs.
Makes you wonder how many times he restarted the mission just to test that, just to see
I wonder.
how do you fall the fastest. He's boosting through here.
Boosting
He's got
he wanted to boost
started.
through just to get the darkness zone started.
This is going to have to be executed pretty well perfectly. These guys need to be on the door the second it spawns. I think that would be one of the only ways that they can beat the time. To get some T-bags, get some punches going, but I think that's the key here is get the war sat going, maybe leave 1 second early, one of the guys down to the doorway, leave 2 people in there. That's really one of the only things that I could see they would do a little bit faster. The defender with the shield earlier in the lightning room was so fast. If they're forced to throw down a bubble, that could be a second right there that they're slowing down.
Oh man, this is. Oh god, I don't even know what to say. We're seeing Might Volt still used. I am interested in seeing Might being used. I think that it's probably going to be the Titan that will be carrying the orb. Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't have no backup plans though. You can see he's got a exotic from.
No, he's a solar Titan. He's a solar Titan.
Oh,
so,
that's a solar Titan.
Yeah, Mida on a Solar Titan, not seeing like the Hung Jury with its awesome Firefly helping kill things just a little bit quicker with triple tap, better ammo management, but they're also staggering mobs very consistently with the Mida right here. And the next ship is getting ready to drop in. And they're going to start shooting.
Focusing on that turret just so they're not taking a bunch of extra damage, because that thing can cause some drama. With that turret, with enemies closing the gap on you, you could put yourself into a lethal situation. For the most part, though, they're killing them so fast it's not even.
Yeah, oh my god. The only section I think that we are actually going to see, some pivotal game-breaking moments come down is during that hallway scene and at the final execution of the boss. That's when it's going to come down.
We're going to see, does that jump up melting pot win them this tournament?
Yet again, it is melting point, and it might, in fact, at this point, I think you're just trolling
me. At this point, I don't know what to call.
At this point, you're just trolling me and the rest of the chat. Shame on you.
The melting pot. Subliminal advertising for the company. I want to see, though, is someone going to leave early? I'm guessing they're going to try and do it. They're going to send someone
They'll probably send one person. I mean, it'll shave off a second or two, which when you're trying to go, when you are trying to beat 5x5 as the time. Oh no, Guardian down.
Not a big issue.
I mean, he's up quick, but still transmitting ever.
Is someone going to dip? No one's dipping.
No one's dipping. They're just going to.
They're all staying, so they're going to do the exact same thing.
Oh, health. So okay, one person did dip just a little bit. He lands.
Luckily, that death happened when they're all standing still, ready to revive, or else that could have been tragic.
Yeah.
This is going to be executed, hopefully, a little bit better than.
Seeing some gloves get exchanged. We're seeing some gloves get changed here as well with. The exotic gloves. The exotic gloves that he's using, I can't remember the name of them, but it gives them the I think the Pyromancer perk that allows them to
Immolation fists.
Immolation fists that allow lots of explosions.
That was a really good execution. He didn't hit that wall on the left side. Is it going to win it? I don't know. And as he's flying through the air, he goes ham with the hammers.
Missing some.
He is definitely missing some. There's some AoE here. Do all the enemies spawn at the same time? I'm wondering.
Yeah, it's like they spawn in a big group. He's still got some behind him, though.
After another.
Still has some behind him, though. Okay. The other Sunbreaker took care of it. They are ready. And the final shanks come up. The cooling vent is getting ready to be exposed. There we go. Toss the grenade. They only have one person. They are very...
It's so tough to say at this point. It's impossible until we see that final screen.
Until we see this hallway coming up here and how they execute it, they are very, very concentrated down there. They are.
What do you think matters more, the lightning tunnel or the boss execution?
I believe the boss execution is where you're going to save the most time.
Is that Titan shielded up already?
I believe he already is. Oh no,
Striker Titan, he's going to push through.
Striker Titan push
Does he have the burst? He doesn't have the burst. I thought he was maybe going to shoot forward with that.
That would be some interesting.
That would be an interesting.
I think the jumping is just more consistent.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, see, and there he goes. He's already going down to the end there. We are going to, oh my god, taking a little bit of damage from those arc waves. Going
that
through.
Could be the second, though. He went
my
the
god,
second.
If he takes any damage going through this, if he takes any damage going through this, he's okay.
He got that heal off.
He got the cauterized heal off. Very, very solid play there. And the exploding shanks coming by. Oh no, Brave Pie goes down from the exploding shank. I think he'll get teleported in, but I don't know if enough time is going to pass.
That death could matter.
Yeah, you need the other guy there to kill that servitor.
No, very true, and he's so far behind.
Yeah.
This is going to be close. But there's a missed jump. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
This is so close. Are they choking right now? Is Definitive falling behind because of these small errors? They made an aggressive push, low health, and he gets the grenade. That was so clutch. But right here, I mean, they're being very aggressive here. Maybe he can take the server out a little bit quicker, right when it spawns. He is so confident in that damage. He knows that rocket is going to kill him.
That was going to kill him. Switching to Sleeper Simulant. Popping the heavy ammo sets.
They've got to be perfect.
They're
I want to see them landing grenades right when that spawns, right when it can do damage. They got to just pump him. They got to jump up with the melting pot. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see it?
I don't know. This is still going so quick. This is going so quick. No more melting point on there. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
We're having to see at the final. We got to know.
They're just sitting
and
waiting.
Did they make the 5-5-5?
We don't know.
No one knows. Everyone is sitting
They're
here.
just sitting
this
back.
This is tense.
We have to wait until we go to orbit and see this time here. Let's go. Let's go. Do you think they did it?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I do not know.
We're gonna have to see here. They executed a few things a little bit better, but a few things they fell apart. And a
6-0-1. Team Notice Me Deej is the winners of the first Red Bull Clash course.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
To the winners.
Nice to see
They're
handshakes
getting
going.
noticed. They're noticed.
They
They're
have
noticed.
to get noticed now.
Yeah.
They were out to get noticed.
That's what
and
I like
they
to
did
see,
it.
though. The handshakes.
Good
Great
sportsmanship.
sportsman.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Guys, fantastic.
Yeah, that was the way to
Round of
end this
applause.
tournament, my boys.
Good tournament, guys. That was
a lot of fun. That was so much
fantastic. Fantastic fun. I think we're getting ready to have a quick interview with Team Deej Notice Me.
Yep.
In just a moment.
Once we're all
here.
set up, we're going to do a little chat here, get everyone all podiumed up.
I think at this point, Deej has to notice them. They got
if he
the
doesn't
jackets.
notice them, I will notice them, and I'll send Deej a letter.
We will
say,
make
notice
Deej
them.
notice them.
Notice them.
They deserve it.
Yeah.
We said at the very beginning they would have to win, and they did it.
Really happy for the guys, though.
Yes,
but
congratulations.
Really enjoyed watching all the teams compete.
We had such cool stuff happen. We saw every single team had some really good plays. You know, some teams, they weren't doing as well. And everyone was having fun. Everyone was having fun
Tons of
here.
fun.
Thank you very much to Red Bull throwing this on. We're going to cut over to POW and get the final interview with the winning team, Team Deej Notice Me.
All right, guys. Notice Me Deej. Congratulations. This is crazy. How do you guys feel right now?
I'm really happy. I'm stoked. I mean, they were an insanely good team, so.
Check out these trophies, man.
Oh, yeah, they're great.
And these jackets. So was it the jackets? Was it the play? What was it?
I think it was totally the jackets. I thought they had us at first, but the jackets came in clutch. They saved us.
Do you think Deej is going to notice you now?
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. No, wait, he's not.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's definitely going to notice. Deej, you're noticing, right? Come on. All right. Well, what do you think made it for you? Like the little mistakes, here and there, like in the last strike. This strike, you guys seem on point. There was a couple close calls, but there was just some serious focusing towards the end.
Overall, I think it was just the practice. We were practicing every day as much as we can just to get consistent. And that was our goal, is just, we knew everyone was going to mess up a few times, but we wanted to minimize our mistakes and be able to recover from them.
So what's next for you guys? Now that you got a little competitive feel of competing, do you think this is what you guys want to do? Or are you guys going to finish school? What's going on? What's next?
Honestly, we were thinking about starting a speedrunning streaming Twitch channel or something like that, and just see where it goes.
I think people learned a lot from what you guys have been doing during this tournament, so that's a great idea. Do you have any other thoughts?
I'm going to take a nap. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm pretty tired. It was a lot of, really stressful, really exciting, and I'm pretty worn out.
Wait, we're in California. You're not going to Disneyland? What's up with that?
Okay, after that, after Disneyland.
Okay, take a nap after Disneyland.
Yeah, speedrunning was tons of fun. We did it for an hour and a half every day. It gave us something to do. It was a really good time, so we want to do all the other strikes. We just want to work on them because it's so much fun.
Well, these were some incredible times, guys. I've never seen this before. I learned a lot just by watching you, and I think everybody at home also was watching. So congratulations. Enjoy the trophies, enjoy the prizes, and enjoy the fame. Yeah. Good job. Thanks. All right, guys, had a great time. Everyone at home, thank you so much for tweeting and hanging out this whole time. We had a blast, and back to the casters.
Did you see that coming?
I did not see that coming at all. I did not see that coming.
Look at those times. And look how close it was.
Got
It was
so
5
close.
seconds every time.
I'm so happy that it went to round 5. That is fantastic. I got to say, guys, thank you so much for tuning in here. This is, thank you for tuning in and watching. This is the first time anything like this has been done. Thank you to Red Bull for, hosting the event, throwing out. Thank you to all the guys behind the scenes, camera guys. There's all these production staff doing awesome work. Thank you to the teams that came out to compete. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for watching.
Honestly, everyone that was in chat, commenting, being here, the support was fantastic today. Some of the YouTubers that came out, streamers, and just all the general people that wanted to watch some speed strikes go. This is one event of many, I'm hoping.
I'm hoping there will
Red
be
Bull Clash
many
Course
more.
is not going to be the end. We're going to see Destiny eSports down the road. We're going to see PvP. We're going to see raid runs, maybe.
I know we will.
It's going to happen.
I know we will. It'll
it's
happen.
just a matter of
It'll
time.
happen eventually.
Yeah. I can't wait for that moment where we can say, raid Nagini, when we're watching some PvP.
Maybe we'll be able to cast it. I kind of want to compete.
Yeah.
I kind of want to compete. That looked really fun. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed watching. I know it got kind of slow there sometimes with that infamous Warsat, but we made it through. We had an awesome event.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. That was a horrible whatever.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah. No. So I think at this point we need to. I need to go get a sweet Deej jacket.
Yeah. I'm going to lay down put my feet up a bit, get some ice.
I think they said, you know, oh, where are you gonna do? We're gonna take a nap. That sounds really good right now too.
Great idea.
And then after that,
Great
we'll go
idea.
to Disney World or Land. I don't know which one it is.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Thanks again. Have a great night, everyone. We're going to show some highlights from the event, and we'll hopefully see you very, very soon.
Indeed. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys.